ramifications. And so she goes around because she's not necessarily the queen of the elves, because the way that they have the culture structured, it's got a different hierarchy and policy than that. But she was their leader, and she just had a kid, and they killed the baby because they were trying to stir her up politically. They wanted to use them as a weapon and point them at the peoples. And, they're trying to like blame their enemies and shit. And it just did not go as planned. She just starts killing every human she can find because fuck you, genocide, bitch, and is using it magically. And it was one of the most interesting things because I keep looking back to fiction. I think that was one of the main points that we brought up as a great way to just kind of unearth a lot of different topics that either might be sensitive to certain groups of people or to conceal, which is definitely a thing that I don't think is really brought up enough in a lot of circles that I'm at. I notice it more in the heathen groups that I belong to, as they talk about that as a direct consequence of, magic and policy. And those two things being clashing, but also being a necessary integral part of one another in order for the whole ecosystem to kind of thrive. And art is being the mediator betwixt those two things. So as somebody who's been doing a little bit more scholarly work in the past few years and really trying to gain a lot of knowledge in that faculty, I found that that's been paramount. And that's why I like having these conversations with you, because I feel like you're the right-hand extension of all of the things that are practical with it so far. That's what it seems to be, and I like that.
Yeah, it's like I have my books to reinforce the experience that I've had or to negate the experience like I've had. Like, it's either, okay, so this is what's going on. The books approach it this way, but I've approached it this way. What's the difference? Where is the gap? And that's generally where I get my mechanisms from. And it's like, well, this is what they're saying they do, but I'm doing it this way. So now I have an entire different mechanical composition between 4 different traditions. It's really fantastic. Like being able to go through and just take a look back at what other traditions are doing. Like it's like reading the Sorcerer's Creed or reading Trolldom or reading the Vidgar writings or reading the fairy faith in Celtic countries. That's right off the records. That's like right out of translated text. Like that's not bullshit stuff.
Yeah.
It's like yesterday I pulled out the Culpeper's herbal that I have. My copy's from 1793. Yeah. Like it's or like portions of it it's all in Old English. Like it's a fucking bear to read. But it says right in the beginning, it's like, this is the occult properties and medicinal properties of all the herbs. Like, use it to the benefit of humanity. Like, that's what they were writing about 400 years ago, 300 years ago. It's like, this is to benefit the people. And unfortunately, I find that there's a lot of people that don't use magic to benefit others. They don't even use it to benefit themselves. They're like, they over-intellectualize it. They never do the rituals. They never get the benefit of the energy. And then it all just goes to nothing. And so it's like mutual masturbation of like egos and shit, where they're like, oh, the high priestess of this coven and this coven. They're not actually doing the role of the god or the divine or whatever it is in manifestation. They're not working with others in the community. Like if you've got coven A over here and they're an Egyptian coven and a high priestess is bringing down Sekhmet, whereas you have coven B over here is Egyptian and they're bringing down Thoth, or this one's bringing down fucking Osiris. It's like, y'all should be working together at some point. Like there needs to be a wide cornucopia that comes together as a high priest meeting or a high priestess meeting. Like, get those bitches together, get your covens working, fix your communities for like Egyptian magic, like that sort of thing. And
right, because now do you find that over specialization can be sometimes the whole thing? Because I mean, obviously you just mentioned and that is a very hilarious way of saying, the egos jacking each other off, and everybody's just kind of like, oh, I'm such and such with X amount of pedigree. And it's like, well, yeah, there's a certain weight to that, and credit where credit's due, obviously, if you're putting in the work. If you were just given the title because, you know, you have a friend who's, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, I don't know how you feel about this personally, but my wholehearted thing was police it, you know, self-policing, stress to the umpteenth thousandth degree that everybody should be on top of their shit. You know, it's like, I know when I'm not showing up and doing the thing, I got it. It's funny, I actually got into crystal magic because when I started, I was like, oh, it'll be a practical way to ground out my experience. And I found myself kind of like slipping further in between the cracks than I was when I was doing full blown like ceremonial with all the regalia, you know, making the wands and the vestitures and all that shit myself. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not that thing and it's just a me thing. And now that's something interesting because as I would go through the gnosis, that would show me kind of where my equilibrium was off between the two things. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
like there are certain traditions, there are certain communities of people that I'm working with and I've been trained in, right? But modern media and every dude who thinks they're like a warlock, you know, all these things. If you follow the posts that I made in the group from 2012 is when I came onto Facebook. Like this profile on Facebook was designed to keep in contact with my elders, the people that I was training with in South Africa and across the country when it came to that specific sect. Like it was taught to us by a guy named Peter. It was taught to him by his uncle, who is a descendant of the Boer Wars down in South Africa when the folks fled. Like that's how he ended up in Bloemfontein, right? Like that's our lineage. Comes back from the order of what Queen Papa, one of the consorts of King Harold or King Rollo, had said, and was go forth, my warlocks, and judge, and by your judgment protect. You know, it's like that's the role, is like protecting society, protecting information, guarding the gates of knowledge, so to speak, protecting the sources of knowledge from people that would abuse them. And that is what I have tried to do for the whole of my career. Is like I'll practice the witchcraft, I'll practice the necromancy, the alchemy, all of it, trying to figure out, okay, what works, what's bullshit.
Yeah.
Because when I step forward and say, this is what I'm doing, I want it to come with an entire pedigree of, no, motherfucker, my shit is practical, it's visceral, I've experienced it firsthand. Like, I am not talking conjecture, I am not talking bullshit. I don't care what Israel Regardi stole from whoever, and I've never read his shit. Like, I haven't read 90% of Crowley's crap. Like, I have 2 books by Crowley, you know, and the Liber Abba I don't consider written by Crowley because it was written after his death from his notes. Like, yeah. So 3 technically. But even that, like his 77 or his 666 to 777 conversation is a knockoff of the teachings of Osiris, which was a channel text from a medium in the 1920s who was bringing down Osiris to give lessons to his children, you know, to that sect of individual. Those 2 books are parallel to each other. It's a fucking knockoff. Right? So when you have those divergence in sects where Crowley is replicating the same kind of thing that was also going on parallel to his practice, right? Like you have a book called The Hidden Way Across the Threshold. It was written in 1890, you know, a few years after Transcendental Magic, but it wasn't a part of the Theosophy movement.
Right.
But it talks about how to cross the threshold into the other world, how to do reincarnation, how to do these things, but it wasn't from Blavatsky's point of view.
Now that would be interesting to read because she seemed like she was doing a lot more channeling than I didn't really see a lot of when I read over some of the theosophical texts that I did. And I've been to I don't know if you've been to Virginia to the I can't think of the name of the museum right now. It's as famous as, you know, the fucking wart on my hand should be because it's kind of sticks out. What the fuck is the name of it? He was a medium. Oh, come on. I literally just had it in my head.
Anton LaBey?
No, not Anton LaVey, although he's an interesting figure. Oh, fuck.
Aleister Crowley?
No, he used to channel paintings, and he prophesied a lot of like end world like prophecies and shit.
It's not Spare, right?
No. Although I love Spirit. I'll go back into that story, but I channeled both him and Crowley in my circle. It was very weird, especially because years later I found out that they were lovers for a brief time. So I was like, oh, this is
that makes sense.
Wow. Yeah. What the fuck is his name? Oh. But anyway, they have a bunch of texts and treaties of the occult kind, and they have a whole wing of different theosophical texts that are compiled. They have stuff by Gurdjieff. They have some of the renderings of Spare's written gnosis, which contain essentially like scrawlings, like sideboard illustrations. It wasn't like a full replicated piece that he did, but it was something that retained directly to the gnosis that he channeled it from, because obviously, like 3/4 of his sigils and whatnot were all pictorial in some way or another, but then the words were an actual mirroring of them. So if you read it and you stare into it, I was doing all kinds of weird shit with that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's weird to go down the rabbit hole of somebody else's like psychic experience from that level. Like when I read Crowley, it was a completely different shit because I had no clue what the fuck I was doing. That was my introduction to magic, was Big Blue, book 4.
Okay, yeah.
And it was kind of terrifying, to be honest, because like I was so far removed from myself because I was at a very vulnerable period of my life that I hadn't felt anything in a long time, but I was doing the rituals anyway. And, looking back years later, when I saw people made comments like, oh, you kind of have to know 50 different topics in order to understand Crowley, which is why the modern AA is like, bitch, here's a syllabus.
Yeah.
But, being like a 19-year-old male with an attention span like this and a fucking sex drive like this, I was like, fuck this dumb shit. I'm going to go hard, like I'm going to put these motherfuckers, I'm going to ride them until the brakes fall off. I want something to happen. So I was a skeptic.
Right.
So I'm doing the LBRP and whatnot for the first time. And all of a sudden, I'm getting these afternoon.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Welcome.
Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely.
Hi, Peyton.
Nice to meet you. This should be
You
an
too.
interesting chat.
Woo-hoo. Looking forward to it.
Just kind of going over, we're going over quite a bit of stuff, but really we're going over the difference between right now. I think the main tether is histrionics versus actual practical applied stuff in the medium in between, personal gnosis versus like group channeled, recycled, recapitulated group magics. Well, when I did that first ritual, man, I felt something. So I was like, I guess I'm not a skeptic anymore, but I still don't know what all that's about, you know what I mean? And it was very gradual progressions, but I kept doing the rituals and weird shit would happen to my psyche and I wouldn't understand, and I refused to do the reading. I just kept clinging to the book. So I guess you could say I went at it with religious fervor. And just kept trying to live a normal life, which, as anybody who's undergone a ritual initiation, yeah, you're shaking your head, knows it's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah. Like, you kiss your normal life goodbye. Like,
pretty much. I threw it. Like, after having read the Book of the Law, it was funny because I think it was fucking with me, man. Like, I used it as a pillow. I was homeless as fuck. And it wasn't by like happenstance or whatever. I went up to St. Augustine. I had a buddy that was living up there at the time, and I was seeing him, and his girlfriend didn't like me, so I ended up staying the night out on the streets. And he would threaten to kick her out and whatnot, but it was weird. I would just meet all these strange characters, you know what I mean, that seemed like they were cardboard cutouts, like they didn't belong in life themselves, like they were avatars, they were NPCs or whatever. And, now looking back, I kind of understand what was happening, but at the time I had no clue. So I was using the book as a fucking pillow. And one night during a thunderstorm, I remember I heard in my head, you know, it's great peril to read this book. Let all of them who read it, you know, essentially burn it, paste the pages from right to left, burn the book, and behold a miracle. And it was the direct like quote out of the beginning of the Book of the Law. So I checked the fucking Library back, and it was like, nah, fuck all this shit. I ended up back home, and like 3 months later, I met my teacher. It was some weird shit, man. But that, my point being, that is completely different than the practical stuff that I learned under chaos sorcery. You know, like, well, I need some money, and you know, this is a practical need because we might starve. So let's kind of mess with some, you know, planetary arrangements and link up some minerals and some herbs and do the thing and see what happens. You know, like raw terrestrially bound knowledge that leads to a practical result.
Yeah. Like when I opened up my shop, I turned the shop into a temple. So I had an adult store here in town, and in the four walls, I made think of them like witch bottles, but they were to anybody who crossed the threshold, it would recycle their energy and purify them so that way they would be compelled to tell the truth. Some people would react to that like they would just word vomit their inner secrets, and we would learn everything that they needed in order to be able to help them. Other people, as soon as they walked in, they would something would happen with them where it would shift and they would be outside, like they could not be inside, like it was just too overwhelming. It was really, really amazing. And you know, to go off on those peacock feathers, I made something I called the creature of Jupiter. Right, it's a little chicken foot with some feathers off the top of it. One of them being a peacock feather. Set it up on an array over in the gap between the door frame and the wall. So when anybody would come in, I had all the different coins from all over the world that people would pay in. Like they would just end up in the register somehow. Like they would use that as, you know, dollars or change or whatever. So it's like, all right, feed the creature. Like pull my creature.
That's funny you mentioned that. I actually had a combination. I don't know if you guys like ever worked with crystals like on the reg or whatnot. When I was first getting into it, I wore a kyanite and citrine combo.
Nice.
And I had been, it was blue kyanite and citrine combo. And I had been told when I had gotten it from the jeweler, he was like, oh, it's, you know, mostly gonna bring about confidence and whatnot. And I had heard some differing information. So I was like, you know what, let me just go into it with a clear head and see how the crystal affects me. And I've been wearing it on my right hand, projecting and whatnot. But something told me to put it on my left one day. And I had my roommate and his girlfriend come in, and he got tight with me. I mean, when I tell you he was like going off, like the veins in his neck were exposed and whatnot. The little vein in his forehead was popping out, and he's like spitting and shit like that. Almost to the part where if it wasn't so comical, I would have actually been like angry because he was coming off as quite offensive. But he was like, his girlfriend just starts telling me all this information and shit and asking my opinion on shit. And I'm like, you never talked to me. What the fuck is this? You know, not even remembering I had the bracelet on and shit. And he's like, the whole fucking car ride home, that's all I've been trying to do is talk to her about this one topic. And she won't tell me it had something to do with her work and whatnot. And he was concerned. He wasn't trying to be a dick or anything like that. Like she was overworking herself like crazy and whatnot. And I'm just sitting back laughing because I'm like, oh, this is interesting.
God, that's fun.
Truth sayer kind of shit. Like, oh. So you're saying you did it with peacock feathers and a chicken's foot that you were.
Yeah, I made the square of Jupiter, and I made the sigil of Jupiter. I named it using the 4 elemental agreements of the consonant and vowel for Jupiter, for each of the 4 elements. So the consonant, vowel of the earth, air, water, and fire, made the sigil accordingly, named it, and used this one of the stones of Jupiter, used some lodestones in it, fed it with the gold magnetic sand to act as a drawing agent. yeah, that shit worked gangbusters. Fuck, it's still there probably. It's been 8-9 years now.
Shit.
Like, yeah, that shop was my temple space. It was my happy place. But I've had some really weird physical experiences when it comes to magic. Like the projecting and nobody's able to wake you up until you're back from the other world. Like that's happened several times. Like that happens to one of my friends. Like she gets dragged into the other world by her ancestors all the fucking time. Like she comes back with insight from, you know, the spirit plane regularly. And her insights are fantastic. Like she knows like who's causing what shit. And she's like, you stop it. Like it's intense. You know, and she, you know, she takes on client work, and right now, you know, she's been in congestive heart failure for a few years, unfortunately, and so she's stopping her practice, slowing it down, shutting it all down, which is just a loss to the community, because she's so vibrant with what she does. But you know, it's just one of those things where she came to me because her stuff, she was getting fucked up by her sister and her family and all that crap. Like they were using demons and black magic and such. Like one of the witches was a Slavic witch, and she would conjure up Chernobog and shit and send it at her. Like a demon hand, like hit all the leaves off her tree. Like
yeah,
tried to kill her. Like that shit
That's
is
crazy,
tangible.
dude.
It is like. And when people start fucking around with the folklore, start trying to bring out like old demons from the old country into this world, like into this continent, it's a different kind of effect that happens because our land has history. It has its folklore. You know, it's unfortunately the tribes have been dispersed, lost, slaughtered, killed off. Their mythologies of who was their local spirit of what has been gone. So, you know, you have to make friends with the hills in your local city. You have to make friends with the local river and the streams and the watershed and the animals that live there and all that, right? Like,
Yeah, it's like Brian, if you remember me telling you about this curse that I found out that my hometown was under with Santa Lucia.
there you go.
I mean, they were that was some real shit. They were looking out for me in ways that, and this isn't an offense to anyone, but in ways that no other guide or spirit had ever really. I mean, I never received that kind of pertinent information before. And let me tell you what, if you don't think that shit affects you, and you're out here practicing magic, it fucking does, bro. Like, whether you can feel it or not, it's there.
Yeah. You know, and that's why I'm so much in favor of using planetary and celestial energies and not fucking with the local terroir, if you will, like fancy term from the wine industry. In horticulture for wineries, there's this really crazy concept called terroir. It's not only is it the position on the hill the grapes are growing, it's the local trees, it's the local environment, the local climate, the local everything that goes into it. So it's when you're doing magic on the earth, it's everything that's going into it. It's all the stones, it's all the trees, it's all the minerals, it's all the rocks, it's all the people that have polluted the earth and all that, right? But you're dealing with these celestial energies, and if you can create a barrier between this planet and what your ritual bubbles are doing, you don't have to worry about those terrestrial curses. You don't have to worry that, you know, somebody hexed the forest or damned the city or whatever, because you're bringing in stuff that doesn't otherwise exist here without your work. So that's how I get around those local restrictions, is bring down the celestial energies, bring down the source magics, if you will. So like that's how I overcompensate for regional insufficiency when it comes to certain energy.
Consecration, purification.
What's that?
The consecration, purification, that whole thing. You know, that's.
Yeah.
I've seen certain people in different groups be like, oh yeah, I don't even bother with any of that. Like mostly demonology groups, actually, believe it or not. They're like, I don't even bother with banishing. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they'll just leave that shit there. They'll like open like demon.
Right.
Like
what if somebody was murdered? You just gotta channel, you gotta raw dog that energy? Because I don't, nah.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do, and it's like you say the end, but there's no counter. There's no like, no, I banished. Like, go back to your place. Like, it's the. I don't fuck with that shit, man.
I feel you. I had some weird experiences doing goetic magic that way because of the fact that I had no clue. You know, I got into that type of thing for a very short space of time, and it's really caused some fuckery in my life, you know, because of the fact that, I mean, people didn't research this stuff as a science and an art. You know, there's a dual aspect that goes into it, and I think that it becomes an art once you have enough knowledge of the science behind it. You know, like I've got options now. I can do it like this, or I can blend like that. But the principle, the uniting principle, the key components are still there, and
you know, I mean, it's like, you know, I know Guy's gonna watch these videos, and God's bless him for like. He's been one of my students for like 5 or 6 years. I sent him the link to join today because I really want his opinion, because he's firsthand experience with the goetic spirit. Because for 2 years he was nagging me like, I want you to make me a goetic spirit. I want to have a spirit to do this specific thing. And I'm like, I don't want to. I don't think it's going to suit you. And his whole life fell apart. Like, he got the situation physically to manifest. It did, but he had to move out of the city that he was in as a result.
Wow.
So it manifested negatively?
I mean, if you're binding a spirit to an object, it, like they said in The Witcher, if you bind something and you're confined, are you going to be happy about your confinement?
Gotcha.
Like, how happy are you in a prison cell?
Yeah, not at all.
Right. This is why you make friends with it. Like, after he released the entity, now it's his friend. Like, he feeds it, he gives it honor. It's not attached to any physical intermediary anymore. So it's just with him as a guide. Like, it's hanging out with him as a buddy. Like, but what he was up to, how it went around, like all of the different things, is like there is proper use of those things, and then there is improper use. It's like making the brass vessel for somebody, right? Bringing down the spirit and being like, all right, I'm going to bring this to you to serve this person. Again, it's all about service to others, right? Like, that's what I get up to when it comes to ritual magic. It's like, I don't do it necessarily for me. It's like I get a benefit because I get to do it, but it's the outcome is for a client, for their purpose, for their principle, to make their life better, right? And the way that he was doing it was corrupting the spirit. And so when he used the spell of truth, he was compelled to be truthful, and it broke all the corruption. So it might seem like it's a simple concept to create a spell of truth. You have different perspectives. Whose truth? Your truth? Their truth? Right? Like what they ever said, all truths are what, half truths? Like, it's based on perspective, right? But if you conjure truth as itself, as an entity, to let it do its thing, however it falls, however the shit's gonna fall out of the tree, like, just don't be standing on it if it's a giant pine cone gonna about fall on your head and like crack your skull open. So like, that shit will fuck you up.
I was eating, I didn't want to eat in front of everybody. It was like hot stuff, so as you see, I'm kind. I like my food to bite back. If it doesn't punch me in the face when I eat it, I don't like it.
Nicely done.
Tom, brother, what's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
I'm here.
That's good. So, yeah, Johnny, you want to chime in, go, you know, expound on some of the wisdom you have, because you're a badass too. Like,
I know nothing about the Goetia, so I can't really chime in on that.
it's not
Maybe
Goetia specific though. Like, spirit, like practical use of this stuff, like the practical applications of magic?
Oh man, for me, it's been super focused on healing. Like that's what people come to me for. Definitely like mental, emotional stuff. So one of my practices is I get to be a sounding board for a lot of people. So what I do is create like a void in between us. So whatever they're needing to release, it goes into the void and doesn't affect me. But I can still kind of mirror back the information or the insights that they need to get to their next level. So that's something I do pretty often. As far as like land things that you guys were talking about, I do a lot of that. Like I'll project to the astral plane and kind of look at the city and see what's going on. Because at least here where I am, it's kind of like chakras. There are different points in the city that kind of work like chakras. So I try to clean those out, keep the energy flowing pretty, steadily. We had a couple practitioners here that were into some shady stuff. So cleaning out the bullshit that they're bringing in, that sort of thing.
Yeah. There was a buddy of mine up in San Francisco when I was living out there. He's never leaving San Francisco. That's his city. Like he's a shaman of San Francisco. Like it's nuts. But he found a little statue of a demon or whatever it was. He did the binding on it, and then he stuck it in his freezer for a week before he could take it down to a church. And he's like, he drew a comic as a result of like his journey to take it there, and it was like the little thing that was only like 4 inches tall was like 6 feet long and weighed a fucking ton. Like he was sweating his ass off by the time he got it to the church to deliver it to one of the holy spirits of San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
So it's exactly like what you're saying. And in the city that you're in, there are different centers of different places where you can deliver energy to go and cleanse the city and things like that. And that's exactly what he was doing. He took it to the church to be all like, all right, you're the lady of this region, like deal with this evil, like kill it, like purge it, like make it go away. Like, you hand that shit off. Like you just carry it for a little while, like go over here now, like you did your job. Like, it's like, no, we're just intermediaries for some crazy shit.
Right. Now, when you talk about celestial energies, like a lot of the, it wasn't really as much this year, but last year there seemed to be like a lot of negative entity type energies bombarding the entire planet. So
Yes.
I spent a lot of time trying to cleanse and protect against that. But I really wasn't sure what any of that was.
So there are different types of initiations that people go through. And, I can't talk too much about it because there are a lot of this involves direct tradition stuff. But
Any of it Aztec off the top of your head?
some.
Okay, because that's they were rock, like they looked like they were made out of rock and had like an Aztec design, like some of the stuff that was attacking.
Yeah, it's the human race has not been on the universe's favorite player list. Like everything in creation was coming to a head where it was like, okay, no, we're done with the species. Time to start over. Like, no, hang on. Like give us time to fix the mess. Like they had their chance to fuck it up their way. Now it's our turn. Right? That's why I started getting really active in the pagan community this last year is because I want to be a force of change so that those entities calm their tits, basically, so they don't kill everybody. Like, it's dimensional entities can cause ripples in, if you want to call it chi, right? The yin and the yang flows of energy as it comes in and out of the planet. One of my early mentors, friends, guides, gave me the list around the world of all of the latitude and longitudes for the celestial gates, where they open, where they close. Like, where in like Siberia, you can go to this latitude and longitude and tap into this particular thing. I have the list of all of that for the globe. So here I am sitting with this list, fucking like trying to like just balance this whole thing with
Little spaces.
you know, and the spaces in between. And it's not because, you know, we're being egotistical when we say this. It's there are people that work at different levels of the energy spectrum, right? Like shamans work on the terrestrial, witches work in their immediate environment. Like Iyajani, you're working on your city level, right? Between my buddy and I, we work either on the continent or the globe. Like we deal with different capacities.
Mhm.
And we're trying to figure out a way to balance the old world wisdom so that the earth gets its spirits back, the earth gets its feeding, it gets its love of our attention. It's that non-greed attachment. Like we're not attached to the energy we deal with. Like there's enough power to go around, but too many people are like trying to be individual centers of power. They're not connecting to the rest of celestial. Like that's one of the things I really love about Dr. Johnson's work with the Taoist magic is in the star stepping book, you know, Taoist magicians have been stepping the star constellations to bring in those outside energies into a situation to change the situation. Because if you're in a region where the qi or the feng shui is bad, you need to have enough energy that can override the bad and to bring in good. And so dealing with things that are non-terrestrial, dealing with things that are non-planetary is very much a part of that. But you have to go through the darkness in order to be able to get that shit unfucked, right? Like
Right.
there's so much stuff with Judaism, Christianity, the Islamic culture wars and all those things and the genocide that's going on across the planet that's killing tribesmen, killing First Nations of those countries. Like the Yazdi people are pretty much wiped out. And they were the demon worshippers of Assyria, ancient world, right? Like that was their thing, was to keep the demons. They were their friends, they were their guide, they were their peaceful, right? Slavic witches, they were guided by the spirit of Lucifer in a beneficial to humanity thing, not what the West has turned that entity into, right? It's very much an illuminator instead of the destroyer and the apocalypse and all that crap. So it's balancing what these things actually do versus what pop culture says they do. So you have to cut through pop culture's bullshit. So just because there is a destruction, just because there is a type of epoch where the world folds over and new life can come, darkness, destruction, death, all of that, it also creates the energy waves for a new cycle. So while something is being destroyed, while the world was being crushed by darkness, now there is an entirely new cycle of potential energy that rises. It's like tilling of the soil, right? Like you have to upend it in order to till it. And so that's, to me, that's what the global spectrum was with the energies last year, was the world upending itself, saying we're not going to stay for the world the way that it was. You know, boom, COVID. Like the world shuts down. Like there is the before times and there is this time.
So time of sowing and planting and then
Exactly
the harvest.
Exactly. Like that was the reaping of the world that was. Now they tilled the soil. Now we get to sow new seeds into the soil. New information gets to be put out there. New delivery techniques for information, because we're now living in an era of Zoom. We're living in an era of the digital communication where we can actually stream this and get mass media attention. And it's just four of us talking about witchcraft like we would normally do. As if we
Are you familiar with the segment theory?
No.
Okay, so if you know who oh fuck, we're really gonna do this name thing again. Grant Morrison. I knew it wasn't gonna go anywhere. I'm like, he's too kitschy of a bastard for me to forget his name. Anyway, Grant Morrison. He mentioned that there's this thing that happens that they've actually recorded it happening throughout history, which is essentially what you're talking about. It's renewal times, and it's essentially either there's a war that either predates or antedates the Renaissance period. So there's a revival period usually, and you said that those two things seem to be cotangent throughout the planet's history. And it's interesting to me because in my mind, when you make statements like that, what it almost sounds like is you're having earthquakes, you know what I mean? Like the bones of the earth are shaking and rattling and whatnot. And, you know, you've got these sacrificial moments that follow cycles, which if you study the mythos of the dying gods, was supposed to have been chronicled in their mythos, you know, these times of darkness where we're supposedly in Kali Yuga if you follow certain bits of information that are being passed around. And I find it interesting to me because I heard also Revelation kind of dispatched in an interesting interpretation, which was essentially what we're going through now. You know, the revelation of their sages in Israel were kind of predicting a giant turning of the wheel where mankind would kind of renew itself spiritually. And the way that that started was through the cataclysm of the technological age that really essentially pushed off the old industrial and like slave mindset that, you know, you're just a fucking pawn, you're just a pauper, you're this, that, and the third. And we come into a kind of resurgence and have people looking individually and seeking for their own spiritual paths so that they can kind of conjoin with the conglomerate, universal conscious, whatever you want to call the higher mind, and really kind of just figure out where they set upon the path individually in a spiritual manner and come to create change in the world on a whole new level.
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely agree. And you know, it's very much like last year we had 7 massive volcanic explosions across the planet. We had earthquakes like crazy. Like there was so much death on the earth last year. Like not to mention all the dead that didn't need to die because of COVID. But they're dead anyway. So there's a lot of restitution and spell work that is at play. Like a few years back, I did the Rite of Odin, right? To go meet Mimir and go meet the World Tree and do all that. And so I made an exchange, and the exchange was for me and the giant that was at the well of the World Tree was taking the well water with a bucket and dumping it on the vines that were growing out of the walls. Was it's like what is yours that is only yours to give, and what would you give up as a result? So whereas Odin gave his eye, I said, well, for me it'd be my death because that's the only thing in my life I feel like I get to choose.
Right.
Motherfucker ran me through with this giant piece of slate and then threw me into the well. I met the snake that exists at the bottom. That thing is like terrifying. Like that is the only entity that gave me nightmares for a while, was going down there and being destroyed by this thing that looked like 2 city buses stacked on top of each other, side by side. Like it was 4 buses wide was its mouth when it opened, teeth taller than a man, rows that were just like 3 or 4 deep. Like when it bit you, it shredded you. Like there was nothing left. And then it's the reformation of the body that happened for me down there. Where it was just this little piece of like gold energy, like just this little itty bitty thing of gold that I was able to recall myself to myself. I was able to reform myself. And using the celestial fires that I've learned over the years to create the shadow of lightning. So the explosion of force that occurs in darkness, right, without light. And that's the thing that I was able to, you know, generate enough of that energy and literally like scar the side of this fucker so I can get the fuck away, right? But when I came out, it wasn't in the same place. It was like a shelf almost. So there was in the astral plane where you can like just kind of like bamf around it at like different points. This was a place below that where you actually had to like physically, like it felt like I was swimming for like an hour to get out of this thing. And you go through the shelf. It went from the black water into like the blue, and then up to like the nice crystalline like lakes that you'd see in like the mythos pictures. Like it's a little like alcove of it'd be basically where I would say the Norns would gather if you're looking in, because this was northern path working. So I come out of this, crawled up out of the fucking water, and everything was different. Everything was different. As soon as I got out of that, I was able to regain consciousness. This is the only time that I would ever say that I've had a lucid experience. I was unconscious for 14 hours. My partner and 2 other people could not wake me up during this period. Like, I couldn't barely walk afterwards. Like, the damage to my back for about 3 years was insane. And then last year, I haven't had that same pain. I've had other issues crop up, but I'm still dealing with. But that kind of pain, like I lost vision in one of my eyes. Like it could not stay open. Like I had to wear a goddamn eye patch over my right eye for almost 2 years. Like you want to talk rites of Odin, like full on visceral, like you get nailed to the world tree for a while. Like I did that viscerally. So that's my experience when it comes to like getting murdered by the snake, having to reform, having to rebuild my entire energetic body over the last few years, you know, with a cycle that the earth has been going through is weirdly parallel. Like the stuff that I'm experiencing on a personal level, the stuff that I've got in my notebooks, running tandem to the initiation cycles. Like I was doing magic that ended up being the same day as the Jewish holidays. Like spells that I cast or visions that I had on those days, I would go back and do my homework on those dates, and they were all the Jewish holy days for an entire year. Like that sort of shit. It's like there was some really crazy shit that was going on the last couple of years for me when it comes to dealing with the energy of the earth as it processes through my body. Because I did the Rite of Transformation, and we went through a version of it the other day, and that rite was designed to link your body to the celestial, overriding the terrestrial limitations. So you have your physical body that will live, die, and turn to dust, right? The Rite of Transformation gives you the ability to tap into the celestial energies that form creation and reform your body inside yourself. So even if it dies, your soul will still exist as you. So the life that you live as a result after this will still maintain. So you could be one of like the great saints. You can be evoked after the time of your death, and you can still be worked with and all of these things, and you don't lose the energy of who you are. So when you reincarnate or whatever, you can like to like, and you can re-ensoul yourself.
Not necessarily an egregor, but it's like kind of similar along those lines in a way.
It's bound to the soul.
Yeah.
It's a soul to the universe. It's like, okay, the singular collective, we are all part of the collective, right? But we are singular in form. It's a way to make your body vibrate specifically to you that will allow you to maintain your singularity, regardless of what form it takes. So no matter what destruction you go through, no matter what death you go through, you can recall yourself in form, which is what I was doing in the other world when I was dealing with a snake. That's how I was able to reform the body using that magic, using the stuff that was the foundation of who I was, regardless of the destruction that occurred. So, like, you did the evocation the other day. What was your response as a result of that? You remember doing that?
Oh, me specifically, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of clarity lately that I haven't had with certain areas. It's weird. I feel like pushing out certain correspondences in the mind and in the body has a weird mirroring effect in the astral and kind of makes it easier for you to see like the realms in between. And that's what it felt like that was occurring, because after the initial recitation, when I went to bed that night, there was a very raw feeling. You know what I mean? Raw might not be the best way to describe it, but it's the closest thing that I can think to being accurate. Almost like a feeling of being poured out. You know what I mean? So that was empowering in a way that I haven't experienced before. The closest thing that I could think of is for a while I was doing end work with this cat who was a demonologer who was doing a bunch of different stuff. I mean, he had a blog post that he was working on and whatnot, and the particular ends that he was using I had never seen before, but he cited all of where he pulled his stuff from. It wasn't just a random slew of words, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because any mage can make a barbarous language, you know what I'm saying? If you're skilled enough and you understand the ideal behind it, you know, you could do that and tack on an entity's name at the end
Right.
for whatever reason and result. And we all know the word to be a binding contract. You know, the more you repeat it, the more it reverberates in your mind, the more you tether that energy to yourself when invoking it. So this was completely different because this type of initiation, after doing it and reciting it, it took a couple hours, I'd say at least, before it really started like resonating and reverberating. And the power that I felt was very, very raw. It was like pure force of creation. I haven't felt that doing any celestial working before, that's for sure. And the terrestrial rites that I've worked were almost tame, you know, in comparison. So thank you for reminding me I actually have to do that again today.
Yeah. So when I did that ritual the first time, I heard the spirit talking. I heard those words and I wrote them down while I heard them. Like, I was surrounded by spirit. The couch felt like it was going to eat me. It was the only time I smoked a U needle. By the way, that is very toxic. Don't ever do that. But yeah, that's when I did the Cthulhionic death tree. Like, I brought the death tree into myself, like the world tree, the U tree, like the ancestor tree. Like, I took that into myself when I was doing a vision quest, and that's when I heard those words being spoken. So that's where I got it from. And since that ritual, everything has been more tangible, because it is a way to connect with the gates of power that are non-specific gates. It basically lets your hand become the manifold key. So you can every finger you can open up a different lock. Every cell in your body can open up a different gate all at once.
Yeah.
And you can channel all that force into a single intent. So you don't have to be limited to, well, I'm only on the earth, so all I can do is just work with the earth, or I can only tap into the elements. You can tap into all of that shit in all the rotations all at once.
So the essential ground wire for every other conduit, pretty much.
Yeah. So that's how I get around not having to have my normal initiations into these things, and that's how I get to know things on a much deeper level, is because of that Rite of Transformation. What it does to the body, what it does to your spirit inside your body, it basically allows you to tap into the full capacity of what your spirit is capable of before you're a spirit yourself.
And that's exactly what, it's funny as shit too, because the more we talk about this, it does actually seem legitimate. I had on CMG, there was somebody who was just like, oh yeah, Jesus was just a lich. That's it. It was a practicing lich sorcerer. And I'm like, wait, technically wouldn't that be what all the Undying are? Because it's like getting you as close to death as possible.
Yes.
And then just, here, I'm just going to translate everything. Cause change. Change for you, change for you, change for the land, your family, the fucking, pay all that shit off and just recapitulate, recycle, and there you go. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ritual to do it.
I won't say I lied. It's just that this thought didn't come more prominent in my mind until you mentioned that for whatever reason. My Hecate writing that I did, when I channeled her and I drew I drew a couple of sigils and I actually wrote down a few things that were manifest right before I went to bed that night, because she essentially was just like, lay down, you're going to need it. You know what I mean? But it was such a forceful type thing. That same type of raw power was exactly what I felt coming over me when I was doing those workings. So I kind of feel like, I mean, obviously I'm aware of, I haven't worked with her in a deep capacity, even though it might be interesting to see the results. The handful of times that I called upon her, the ones that stood out to me more were the chthonic forms, because it's, those are the ones that are stressed too, that I found in a lot of groups that I've been in. It doesn't really mention her celestial aspects as much, or the fact that she's the goddess of life, death, and the intermediary planes in between. So I'm curious to know if you guys don't know why certain. You think that that's just a result of gatekeeping, or just like misinformation over the centuries, or?
See, the celestial entity that presented itself to me when she taught me the black fire magic, it was after Lou had introduced himself and he did an opening to the body. This was years before I did the Rite of Transformation. So this is before I did the thing that you just did. Yeah. And connected me to the black fire and introduced yourself as Nox. The night itself, like hair down her back, absolutely black, pale-ish skin, like you were looking at a reflection of the moonlight. A dress made out of stars, like it was black, but it had like glittery stars that were moving around and constellations and shit in it as we were walking to the temple space where she threw me into the fire, like literally into fire. But outside of her in that temple space, like that's where she dwells in the eternal temple beyond the gates of time, like beyond the edges of what is life, what is death, beyond time itself. If you can't cross that void boundary, like there's this universe that we're in, the void, and then there's a wall. If you can't get through that wall of time and go into the, historians would call it mythic time, where time doesn't exist because there is nothing to exist. Everything already exists. Like it's all concurrent. Like everything is happening there the same time as happening here, but they have the ability to pick and choose at what point they go into when they go through that gate. Like we're already on this side of the gate, we're interacting with each other in a human capacity. They have the opportunity for choice. So they can be the same entity that showed up 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 20 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, whatever it is. But you have to be able to fold that gateway of time. And if you don't do it right, or if you don't have the conscious wiring before you do crazy shit like the Rite of Transformation, or channel down the sources of time from Jupiter, or whatever the fuck it is, you don't get that interaction.
Yeah.
You get shadows, or you get reflections. Like it's like trying to look through a sheet of glass. It's all warped and ripply, right? But if you project your soul and you go through and you are as they are, right? And you can awaken that within you, then you can pass through it. It doesn't affect you, and so you can have a more tangible, visceral experience.
Now that makes a lot of sense, because when I when I did that work, I think maybe Brian, you remember me telling this story, maybe not, so sorry if it's repetitive, but
Oh, yeah.
everybody else hasn't heard this one. When we met in the Sorcerers Guild and he invited me, I was talking in a video about this spiritual experience I had where I was working with some of the Necronomicon entities. And this was specifically from one of the spirits from the 50 Names of Marduk. If you're not familiar, they were the different powers given to Marduk to overthrow Tiamat and Kingu. And this particular energy, when I called on it, I told it, I said, hey, I want to learn magical warfare because that seems like a very fucking practical thing, you know, especially in today's day and age. And I didn't really get any kind of like, there was no like thunderclap moment, no shoe hit me right in the third eye or anything like that. It was just me chilling there. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And I went about my day and I got the inspiration to stop by my local occult shop and gain some supplies. And so I did. I got a mahogany obsidian crystal and a aragonite crystal. And not even knowing what the fuck did they actually, I didn't pay attention to reading the thing. I was just completely intuitive based. Yeah, that one will do, that one will do. And went back home. When it came time for bed, I put the aragonite at my feet and the mahogany obsidian underneath my pillow and imagined the seal of the entity in my third eye. And all of a sudden, I mean, I just shot right off and bending my consciousness and everything like that, screaming through the galaxy and whatnot, imagining it expanding and it's there. I mean, it's like being in a 5D 6D movie with fucking HD surround sound. You know, you can feel everything so loud you can feel it in you, yeah, as you're rippling. And we got to this certain point where Brian was talking about, it was like a wall and it kind of like felt conical, like it was like bending in and it just broke like a bubble. Now what's interesting is I'm going to pause the dream right there and I'm going to compare that to the first time I did DMT, which you hear this loud auditory to the point to where it actually gets almost so high pitched that it's annoying as fuck. And then you hear this like pop sound and you feel it because there's like a tug on your crown chakra. It's very weird. So I was experiencing it multidimensionally from two different points, both from a alchemical, you know, state where it was affecting directly my neurochemical balance and my physical body and transcending me beyond the planes to the realm of the ancestors, to like you're talking about, like mythical time, to where it's doesn't exist, you know, it's just completely preserved and pristine, and to where I was having it in a astral journey with the spirit. Very interesting, embarrassing. Now, going back to the dream, I popped out of that barrier, I come on the other side, and I'm in this very like, I mean, it was like a Lovecraftian described city. So when people mention the ability of authors to craft and to pull things out of that wellspring and just write it into existence, so it exists from there to here, you're getting into some interesting territory, because you know, the more and more that we talk, the more I come to realize that that's most likely what was actually happening to me, is that it was like this private little view of this place in non-dimensional, multi-dimensional, I don't know what you would consider.
It's like looking at, if reality is made of the 9 planes in a cube, it's like staring at the cube from the outside, and you're able to project yourself at every point in the planes inside it at once.
Yep.
Through a lens of that's there and that's not there. That's like astral projection. Like that's how I view astral projection, is being able to put myself into a different state of one of the 9 planes in relation to what I'm looking at.
See, I love this because I'm more feeling based, I guess, more clairsentient. It has a higher place in my vocabulary of the theme. So anytime I can't like feel it out, which is what I'm speaking on, how it felt. That's exactly how it felt, by the way. You're putting the visceral, like, you know, mental image to and explaining it. Probably also a bit more experience with astral journeys, so there's that as well. But I love it because when I came back on the way back, something followed me through that. which is interesting because I hadn't thought about guardians and gatekeepers. So
Yeah.
I'm asleep, right? But I'm not asleep because my shoulders are up around my ears and I can't figure out why I'm in high alert mode. I'm like, yo, I'm just bugging because of that astral voyage. That's all. What the fuck was that? You know, like, you know? And then I become aware that something's watching me. You know, it's not like I can see anything. It's just that feeling, that claircognizant feeling that you get something's here. And I turn around and this fucker is like prismatic. I mean, it looks like a diamond. It's multifaceted. And it's moving like that, almost like if you've ever seen the movie The Predator, how it looks when it's cloaked.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just like, me and the spirit combined and it tapped all the right buttons in my body. I felt my whole body swell with heat and I just like threw out a gesture of warning and screamed in tongues and this fucker just dissipated. And I'm like, I just sank into the bed and I'm like, okay, can I go back to sleep now? I woke up the next morning and the sigil that I had drawn, because I had a physical copy as well, the sigil that I had drawn on the dream staff was completely shredded through the middle. So you're talking about physical experiences,
Yeah.
right? I mean, this is as visceral as you could get. I mean, the force obviously pinged and repelled, and the inner part of the sigil, because I had drawn a ring around it, was completely cored out, just like a wild bear or something had just like scraped at it. And I was like, oh, fuck. You know, so yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. This is the shit, man. This right here, this type of conversation, like, this is shit that needs to be like available for people to be aware of, like,
right.
You know, and especially like Johnny, you do stuff in the planes, right? Like, I went through and get all of the 9 directions as far as the Norse, and I figured out through the research in the history books which direction corresponds to which aspect and what all that shit. Like, I have the map by the Norse. Like, you can if you aim at like the northeast, you can project yourself to one plane. If you aim to the west, you project yourself to another. Like, the runes to open the gateways. Like, it's all in the history books.
Nice. Oh, that is cool.
So, like, yeah, and this is all shit that's happened in the last 2 years. Is that information has come?
That stuff that Flowers and them, I bet, are keeping close tabs on in the Runa Guild in Texas, I'm sure.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned him. When I wrote my first book, him and Don Webb were also authors under the same publishing house that I was going to be put up under. And so they actually read my first versions of the Rite of Transformation. They read they had access to my first materials that I published.
That's wild.
Yeah, like that publishing house collapsed, but yeah, I had interactions with Don Webb, who was head of the Temple of Set for 11 years. Like,
that's wild. I would really, 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 really love to start getting into experiencing those realms at a more physically grounded out, because like the closest thing I've gotten to it outside of rites and rituals, which was that one that I mentioned to you right there, that was the most visceral thing that I had experienced. And I had so many people knock it in different groups that I was in. And this is what I can't begin to understand and express is, I mean, I guess I get it, because much like reality has different facets and forms and expressions and layers, you know, so too do practitioners of the craft. But, you know, I mean, you generally have to kind of be an oddball anyway to be called to do this kind of stuff. And even more so if you're going to ground the shit out in a physical way to where things are moving. And I mean, for Christ's sake, I saw Crowley on a wall as a shadow when I was living in Chicago.
that's fantastic.
Right? That was by far one of the spookiest. And the old bastard had a joke for me too, okay? That's what fucked it up. The whole thing fucked it up because they had Go carved into, it was a little girl's room, right? She was like 7 who moved out of there. And it was this artist, like, what do you call it? Artist, where you meet in Flament and shit. The word's escaping me. It's artist collective.
Okay.
We're living in an artist collective. We're sitting on the top floor, And this little girl had, painted her door and everything, and she carved the word "go" into the door frame. And that's what, it was in the old like form of him throwing the universe, his fingers all like gnarled and pointed. This is like a photograph of when he was much older. So it's interesting that you're mentioning like a in-between plane where everything is shadowed, because I think if you don't have those certain areas of yourself attuned or aligned, instead of coming directly to ground, it's going to be caught in that plane.
Yeah.
Sort of. And you're going to be looking at the reverse. But my whole point in mentioning that is I find it interesting that those things are so readily knocked, because I guess it's so deeply hidden in certain facets behind the weird doors, that are extent in certain types of language, like Burroughs, for example. Burroughs had a lot of like weird time magic that he was messing with. And the only reason why people know that it was even that, and it was just a weird form of like psychosis, masking itself as magical thinking or whatever, that he didn't just go insane and go off the deep end, is because people recreated his work. They were trying it for themselves. That's one of the things that gave merit and credit to it. That's what the Current 23 was all about, you know what I mean? And Genesis P. Origin, all of them were working on that shit. Is they were like, well, fuck it. If it's like tangible, we ought to be able to recreate it, shouldn't we? Like, let's see what this is all about. And yeah, weird shit would happen. Like, that's what started their career as a musician, apparently, was from fucking with that type of magic. They opened up a magical current, and Genesis took over it transformed the identity, the whole entire way that they processed reality was completely shifted and became a ground conduit for that type of energy.
Well, and that's why it's like I'm really glad that you went through and you have comparative experiences between the Rite of Transformation and the other shit you've done.
Yeah.
Like, the Rite of Transformation for me is one of the most profound things I ever did, and that was back in 2006 or 2007. It's one of those 2 years. Like, I don't remember what year. I have to go find the notes for it. I think it was 2007. But when you go through that stuff, it's like every other magic book on the planet stops being relevant. Because it's you look at these books and they're assuming that the God is where you are not, right? Like, it's, I beseech thee, God, I draw power from you, I do these things with you. And when you do the Rite of Transformation, like if you do it where you imbibe the ingredients that you're opening the gates with, using the planetary seals from the Greater Key of Solomon with the seal of the Spirit carved into the candle, you get all the candles around you. I used at the time, because I didn't have my own, the gates of the Necronomicon for each of the 7 planets. Like, I'm calling on the Sumerian name of the planet. I translated the Sumerian to make sure that it was accurate, and then I said it, in both Sumerian and English. And I had a lady with me, and that which was masculine for me, she was the feminine to balance it out. So I did it with a woman initially. Like, the energy was shared between the two of us. So we between our magic combining, it was like the hermaphrodite. Like, we stood on what the ritual circle, when we were standing on it in the center of it, it felt like we were standing on this shining disc of looking down into all of creation. Like, it was like the disc we were standing on was the ritual circle, and looking inside of it was this moving sphere of like just this absolute beauty, and then outside of the ritual circle there was nothing. Like, there was no entities, there was nothing. It's like it's one of those drawings of the world tree where you see, like, you're very top of the tree and you look down and it's like the whole of everything, and like you could go down into the roots and into the depths of it and everything. Like, wow. It was insane, like the initial casting of that. But even doing what you've done by using the invocation of it, pulling that energy in, if you combine that with a tea made out of all 7 ingredients, you include that inside of you the same way that when I smoked the U needle, it brought that energy of the tree into me so I could hear the spirits. Like you pull that in through you and it seals the rite because it seals your body with that energy. You're delivering to your body the needed catalyst, as it were, to anchor that in permanently.
Right.
So you only need to go through that once. So and the more you go through it, the deeper the currents get, the deeper the conduits get, the more you bring others to that energy, it expands that out through you. You know, so I'm really curious to see if we can get a group of guys together, guys, girls, whatever you want, like whatever the gender spectrum is, to do that. And to get people working with the Rite of Transformation as a means by which they can tap into these powers. Because for me, I didn't realize how fringy my shit is. The way that you're describing it, like you're saying that these guys are like super fringe, and I'm just like, this is this, that. You know, it's like for me, it's the laundry list of just like the day to day.
Yeah.
But you've got the liturgical background, and you can say no, like this guy was really fringe. Like that's fucking cool.
There's something interesting too that I'd like to bring up. Remember when I was telling you the other day when we were talking, I was actually seeing the goetic sigils pop off in my head.
And then you broke your internet.
Yeah, there was the first one, then there was the second, the third one. That one popped up right before I did that Rite of Transformation. Now, this was what was interesting is 2 days after that, the same day that I found the peacock feathers, right? And this was funny as shit that this happened too, because each day I went to go out and try to make a little bit of money, and there was this certain weird road that kept on. It's got to be a waypoint of some kind. There's got to be some kind of magical fuckery going on, because the second time that this shit happened to me, with this road, I just instantly spoke, and for some reason I knew it wasn't my own knowledge that I was actually channeling something, which shows growth with this particular psychic capability, because I'm not used to doing that. Normally I'll just overlook the whole entire thing as an inconvenience and keep on, you know, bitching and pissing and moaning and, you know, whatever. But I ended up stating, I was like, there's something going on down this road. And each time I would have the ability to make that money taken from me, but I would have a gift that I was given, you know? And the first one was a piece of information, which was strange because I was actually experiencing it while I was getting like the understanding of what was going on, and I was being shown it. And when I came out on the other side of that kind of like wormhole, after processing the knowledge and actually like meditating upon the concept, like in the very moment that it was going through my head, shit shifted. Like kind of in the beginning when we were trying to figure out what to name the chat, you know, with that whole thing, that was a very practical piece of magic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like we were both channeling each other because, to some weird degree, because it wasn't triggered by anything, you know what I mean? Not in me, at least. I was very kind of like closed off in the very beginning and shut off to how I was feeling due to some stuff that was happening to me earlier. I was doing some minor transformative meditations, and I think it was kind of taking time to settle. I'd been doing a lot of work with the root, and was doing some Merkaba meditation probably about 15 minutes prior to getting on this chat. And so I was kind of like postulating over those visions, and all of a sudden I just became opened up, and I had that weird peripheral shift, and we, you were there. So
It's beautiful.
it's strange because the info that came through had to do with like space geometrical like relations and ratios, and the plausible theory behind like physical teleportation as being related to the counter rotary forces and currents of the sun and the moon, kind of like beaming energy and linking one's astral form to the torus sphere and kind of like circumnavigating that with polarity, linking it and attaching it from one point in relativity to another, and then just once the amount of energy is accrued, slipping through that until the astral double becomes physical, I guess. That was the theory.
You just have, the only thing that you have to figure is that the Earth itself is also rotating and in a countercurrent. So the only thing you have to do is when you're doing that mathematics, everything is in rotation and the Earth doesn't stay in the same place. So you wind up not being able to fully align to that. You have to be psychically in tune enough and be able to get through the wormhole, anchor the double, and make it full in the rotation of time, like in motion and everything with relation to the motion of everything around you. Like the entire universe is moving and you're moving at a different rate counter to that.
Now, would that time have to do with the eclipse by chance, or curiosity killed the cat, but good intention? Oh, fuck that. Anyway.
So there's a really shady shit of magic I do. Like, you want to talk fringe shit? I call it line jumping.
Okay. I think we were just talking about that the other day.
Where you're on one course of life in your entire thing, right? And the way that I build spells is the spell becomes a singularity, and so its density is what creates the entrainment of non-physical energy to it, so it manifests as the events that I need to because I've created the singularity. So therefore, everything in reality bends to that, and therefore my spell manifests. It's a physics thing, not a like magic.
Yeah.
But when I do gates and portals, portals are a one-way. Like, I'm going to open up a portal, the spirit comes through, it gets stuck here. Gateways allow it to go from here to there, right? Portals exist in the other planes to be able to move through different dimensions and spaces. Well, gateways here, for me and my work, allow for me to travel there as well as return. And so when I'm tired of the way that my life is going, I'll create the ritual circle with the crystals. I'll stand in the ritual circle with my cauldron, or with, in this case, I was using a bunch of human bones. I'm like, all right, inverted the death current. I did not like anything about the world that I was in. I changed everything about it. Again, this was like winter of last 2 years ago. Like, everything was fucked. Or no, shit, this was the year before I moved into this apartment. So I've been here a year. So last year. I'm like, I'm done. I'm going to jump the line. And I did. Like, the white lights around me, like, everything is different, like, time paradox and shit like that. It was like 6 months of hallucinations of, like, people I thought were dead were still alive and shit like that. Like,
Completely flipping the script on its ass.
right. And then you have to recapitulate yourself. Like, okay, I'm still me. I'm still in the body that I'm in. But what the fuck happened as a result? Like, what parallel version of me did I just implant my consciousness into in a physical way?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
How very Saturnian of
you. When you can do magic, why not? Like, you don't like your life? Jump into your new body in a different dimension.
Now, has there been any kind of like weird ripple effects going on with that or not? Because I've noticed that.
Yes.
Yeah. I was about to say, I've noticed that there have been a couple of times where, like recently, I just pulled hard enough from one of these stones that I had and focused really fucking hard and implanted myself in the emotion. And I kind of feel like I did that, but like on an inverse plane, like yeah. So like when you see how like some of these symbols are like interconnected and then pulled and united in the symbol in the center, like the universal hexagram, for example,
Right.
how it looks like it's just being yanked by from the center.
Yeah.
Almost like if you were to just stick your hands inside, I don't know, a wormhole and open that bitch up and go, ah!
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It felt like that, but on an emotional level, and I flipped everything around internally because whatever the blockage was that was there completely just dissipated. There was no like earth-shattering moment. I didn't have some weird rando stranger walk up and go, "You gonna die, boy!" Although I have had that weird shit happen. Like, street profits are a fucking thing, yo.
They really are.
told me a fucking woman that I worked with, the color of her hair, the color of her car. I've never seen this motherfucker in my life, and I don't ever forget a face, okay? If I've seen you, I've seen you. I might not remember your name for shit, but I'll be like, hey, you were there with the one time, and we did that thing, and you said that. Remember, that was funny. Anyway, so it did that, but it opened up my sacral chakra completely. I mean, I had a complete and utter, like, flush throughout my system. So I'm wondering how, and there was, like, an instant, like, weird karmatic like repercussion though, because like once that cleared out, there was this pattern that I saw start webbing sort of start to come back immediately, and I started to fall into the entrainment of that old emotional like pattern. And I remembered when I saw the web of Vir, I was really fucking soused on hot brownies that my roommate had made, and I just started doing like a rune chant, recapitulating, falling back on that similar rune row that I had done, and I built it in my head, and I just started chanting. And I got the intuition to go outside, you know, just feeling this urge, and so I got up and I opened the door. Everything's spinning like 1,000,000,000,000 miles around me, and I'm like, I feel like I'm carved out of stone. Like I'm just there. I feel the weight of my body, and I can feel that as just separate from the weight and the motion of the Earth's like axiomatic tilt. It's blurry as fuck, and it was the color sequence looked like a painting, something like Rembrandt or whatever. And I felt this line going through my heart chakra, and I saw it actually darting out. Everything was bright green, so this green flame that you're talking about, but directionally like spread out all over the earth, connecting every being, everything to it, tethered conscientiously to the web. And I was terrified because I mean, I just never, that's one of those other like raw moments you're getting to talking about to where you're just like, oh fuck, this is like real, this is like tangible. And I shut the door. When I first line jumped, as you call it, those same ripples I was talking about emotionally that dealt with the web, I felt that kind of arcing back on me, but it would come through people and instances. And I couldn't necessarily understand why they were folding around me. I didn't understand the implications on a like gut level, like viscerally enough. It wasn't tethered. It was just like a feeling, I guess. That's how it was building from that plane. But that's probably because I have that, like I said, that very heavy clairsentient link. So that's how it builds for me first over all the others. I'm getting more sight. I was getting some scent before as well as I trained those areas.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant though by ripples, or am I?
No, that's exactly right. So for me, because it's coming up on the solstice, and that's when I usually get some really crazy work done. So like this year makes 13 years since I did the alignment to the galactic center. So this completes the journey of the Nedger. This completes the 13 different pathways of magic of at least what I've been doing with the Egyptian stuff. And I'm not calling it Egyptian stuff because what I'm doing isn't specifically Egyptian. It's my own. Like this is, I'm using tradition to give language to what I do.
Yeah.
I can't, this is what I was saying with Johnny last night, is like, I don't know what I do. I just know I do it. And this is the result.
Yeah.
So back in 2012, the ritual was to go into Duat to meet the Netcher. The ritual itself came out of the British Museum. It was prepared by a bunch of witches that did all of the ingredients and all of the things and aligned it properly. A gentleman, F.C. Townsend, who's well known in different circles for ceremonial magic, things like that, up in the Northeast, built the array for me, like perfect little like Egyptian things and all the right ink and all that. It's like that's where it got me started on like the ink magic and like the flesh magic and like, you know, for clients I've done mummification spells. I didn't know how to do mummy magic. I'm fucking like channeling like, all right, I need to get human ribs. I need you to order me natron. I ordered all the ingredients and I'm making this mummy blend. I'm binding these things like to join one of my clients' relationships together. She sent me her umbilical cord to keep the family together for
Wow.
for the baby that she just had, so that the father would stay with them and to raise the baby. And so I did the mummification. I brought it before the Netjer, and to make sure that the spirit that was promised to this world, its spirit would bond to the relationship, and therefore that would be reinforced and they would stay together. So like that's how I did a love spell. And it's all fucking mummy magic in the other world. But with connecting to the galactic center, it's like all of reality has already happened. And so I'm trying to place what point in the timeline my consciousness exists. Like where at in my history do I live? Am I alive? Because there was a day the other day after I was dealing with creating an entity for a buddy of mine to keep him safe, from somebody who was misusing Egyptian spirits and shit like that to fuck him up. So he's like, I need you to do some weird shit for me. So that's when I conjured Trigag as I was drawing the Ellis glitter bomb, and I mixed it with the dragon magic that I do. Like this little totem that I have, it's in the cauldron. I wound up having to like bleed on it and shit. Like it was intense to keep my buddy safe. But as a result, it's like I got extra visions of time. So, like I said like with Iajani yesterday in his psychic training chat room with the tarot card pulls that we did, it was a dream immersion. It was like I was hooked up to some VR machine, and I was having my body here was being physically moved by the visions I was having of how my body was being treated in this dream space. The consciousness was, I'm going to call it the White City. It was linked up to a hive, almost like the Matrix-esque. But the things that we were producing, the things that the human body as it was degenerating or was unable to maintain life in its capacity was transferred over to a connective computer system. And so
that's interesting as fuck.
The art that was drawn, the sculptures that were made with 3D printed or rendered or whatever were being sold to maintain what I'm calling the White City. Like it was in a valley, and I like the driving to get there. It had like the monuments inside for like the people that set it up, and you could go and have sex with people if you wanted to, and like you get the whole experience with it. But it was like being in a video game where it had like a secondary like picture-in-picture thing, where there was a picture there with what I was experiencing as a secondary storyline playing while my physical body was here.
I think I know what you're talking about. I had a weird similar kind of event going on with me as well. I didn't feel astral, this is gonna sound weird, but there's like, to me, because I've experienced, I haven't had like in depth with each of these techniques, and by no means going to claim to have mastered them or techniques mastered them. But what I have experienced of bilocation, which was really fucking interesting because I was tripping on shrooms I was not doing by any means any time of ritual work. I'd just taken a bunch of shrooms, and I had this clear crystal quartz in front of me that I was using to scry. I mean, it was like a TV screen. It was that high def, and I was able to project through and see the pyramids at Giza. That felt completely different when you're in that headspace than when you're astrally projecting, or at least it did to me. And then this other one, I had drawn a gateway, because Brian was talking about ink magic and whatnot. I had drawn a gateway with this channeling that I was doing. I was doing working in the vein of Burroughs. I was doing cut up magic, weird time magic, and shit like that. Tasted it, opened up a gateway, and I'm sitting there, and it's by location, but it blended the feeling because it felt like I was outside of space and time. So it was very ethereal and also, I guess you could say, astral. Like, you know, I felt like I was walking the plane, but at the same time, it felt like a piece of me was actually lodged there. You know what I mean? Not like you're breaking a piece of you off, but almost like you're creating like a golem or an avatar in the space. Correct me if I'm not, you know,
You're making the body for your consciousness to inhabit.
Yeah, pretty much.
So if I can, this is, you know, you get the conversation of like laws in magic, right? One of the only laws that I actually ever channeled directly, like, this is a law of incarnation. When you project to a plane, planet, spirit, body, whatever, you have to make a body there. You're not given one. You have to manufacture. The law of incarnation states that any spirit that wants to go into a plane has to assume a body, or it has to possess one if it doesn't have one otherwise available. So so think about it like this. You exist as you on this planet, right? There is a version of you that exists in the dreamscape in that capacity. If one does not exist, like what you're talking about, you had to form it yourself. But all those people that go and they're like, they're dying in their dreams, is like, well, temporarily they have possessed themselves in order to release themselves so that their consciousness could switch. So they had to die in the planes in order to have that come here. They went there, they switched.
That's interesting. I saw an astral, the movement that you just did. There was another astral episode where I was seeing the conversion points, I guess it would be, of those planes to where they would move like this. You know what I mean? They would kind of it'd be like, think of counter charges, I guess. You know, looking at light, being able to flip those polarities and push to create these spaces in between. And I guess those pockets would be what you're inhabiting. I don't think I'm using very high language to appropriately describe this right now, but it was a fantastic phenomenon that's kind of, at least for me anyway, hard to
go a little deeper on that. Go dissect it a little bit better.
Okay, so it came up again. At first, it was just me literally looking at, and I kind of figured what happened at first was I was seeing the rods and cones in my eyes flip and adjust. That way I could actually see, like, ground out physical, like light, like be able to see it on a physical plane. Like, okay, goddamn, it's so weird to talk about.
Thank you for doing this, because this is the exact sort of shit that needs to be talked about, because this is real. This is, you know.
Thanks. No, it's cool because, like, it's, once again, we talked about it the other day. You go so long with all this shit in your head, and you don't necessarily want to approach, because if you throw it out there, it might get buried underneath all the, oh, that's fucked up, and, you know, you're psychotic or whatever. That's not really a thing. Before somebody actually finds it, who takes interest. So, okay, so the first time this occurred, I caught myself in between being awake and being asleep. Okay, the second time I was fully awake, but I had my Super 7 on. Okay, and so I just assumed that it was a effect of the amethyst in there that was trying to show me how to navigate the worlds via sight, and to gain awareness of seeing energy and spirits physically, not just through the third eye and imagining it through the door, but to actually see it viscerally on this plane, watching it happen. But also being able to switch that like a multi-dimensional, what do you call those things? Viewfinder.
Okay.
Okay. And switch to see which level or plane you're accessing. Now, this was the interesting, weird thing. When I was in between being asleep and awake, I tapped into a guide of mine and was just like, why is this thing afraid of us? You know, like, we're here to show it what the fuck is going on. And we're like, I'm just like, fuck it. Let it figure it out. You know what I mean? And I'm conscious of this. I'm hearing this exchange, you know, from work that I had been previously doing, but I wasn't aware of these spirits on that level. I was aware of them on an emotional, intuitive level. I could feel them whenever their presence was there, but I wasn't able to see or astrally perceive them, right?
Right.
So I get to the point to where I'm in between being asleep and awake in that Kariza period that they call, and I'm watching the landscape in front of me, which is really weird because of the fact that I can't physically see what's in front of me. My eyelids are more than half shut, you know, but I can see through my eyelids. I could project my consciousness through my eyelids and see as if my eyelids weren't there. It's really fucking strange. And I'm seeing the landscape flip up and down like this. Like I'm actually seeing the physical reality upside down, and then it's shifting and flipping, and I'm seeing the landscape as it actually is appearing. And I'm freaking out because I'm going, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? I want off the ride. I want off the ride. You know, a piece of me is terrified that I'm actually seeing things from my body's perspective flip these lenses. Now, the second time when this occurred, when I have the Super 7 on me, once again, apologies if this isn't very coherent. It's really weird to try to explain.
No, this is actually makes perfect sense. The only thing that I would say is I've seen a visual representation of this in a movie with the Pirates of the Caribbean with the whole like green, like they were upside down with the boat, like they had to flip the boat upside down and then it becomes right-sided up. And just
that's weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear something crazier? 2 days later, this metal band that my friend is obsessed with, which he and I were both in bands back in the day anyway, so it's like we get down to the same shit. He's playing a song, and I'm like, oh, that's nasty. You know, that's sick. Like, I wasn't looking at it. I had my head turned, and I turned around. The same fucking visuals are in the goddamn music video, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's following me. Oh, shit. What did I do?
Yeah.
Ow. Go back. Flip the page. Go. And, you know, it's like breaking my mind. I'm like, we're bifurcating. I can't go back. Everything's split and forked. When will it just...
Yeah. No.
No solid ground. Right.
It doesn't. No.
Embrace the chaos, goddamn.
You know.
So the second time this occurred, right? I had the fucking Melody Stone in my back pocket. Slapped my ass for effect. And fucking, I'm closing my eye and I'm opening my eye. Visuals still there, eyes open, chest is fucking, yeah, right? And just fucking, and I'm hearing the blood pumping in my ears and the fucking pulse in my neck, and I'm just like, walking, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, it's not even the stone, it's the fact that you're dehydrated right now. And another piece of me is like, yeah, you idiot, you're closer to death. So, I mean, why not, right? You got to give something to get something. Fuck it, shamanic trials, right? Bitch,
Yep.
you're going to learn. So I'm seeing a artistic rendering of what I literally just described to all of you as it was a man and a woman, right? Linked up. Their arms are completely out. They're extended. Okay, so they're forming a line, a man and a woman. But they're animated. So it's like an anime couple, right? So kawaii. And they're both extended, arms and legs out, and they're flying, right? And you can see, I could literally see them being ensorcelled by energy on the plane. And as they're flying, they're flipping like this, from right side up to upside down, and their genders flip. And it's doing that in almost the pattern of stairs, like it's a spiral. And I'm like, oh, I think I get the fucking implications for this now. This is intense. And the fact that you're literally seeing energy express itself through the conduit and medium of it's saying, hey, So this one's masculine and feminine on this plane, right?
Yep.
Then we flip it a notch, and then we flip it a notch. And these are the creation of worlds that spiral up to a point of access, which create another plane. And I'm like,
Yes. Yes. There are entire chapters in my books dedicated to plane creation, realm creation, development of these kinds of spaces.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
Because we're expressing it on different levels. You've done it through a complete practical means, and I think I've done it as well without realizing what the fuck I was actually doing, because I was doing it on an intuitive basis, being led by a guide that would pull me back around and through, you know, this whole thing. There were points where I would imagine in my mind shapes, right?
Yeah.
And I would feel it ripple like a snake, like a cosmic serpent, you know what I mean? You could actually hear ripples and effects very, very occasionally, like very small. But I never understood the process by which it was unfolding. I always just understood the theory behind it. And I'm like, man, if I could find somebody who is actually putting these things into practice, those are the things that I haven't been able to find in any grimoire tradition. So this is huge for me.
There's one.
Now we're getting it.
Like, my baby is, it's like it's all grown up. It wants to be all like, okay, well.
We got pulled out. Holy mother.
Yeah.
I think that's one, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of the ones that you sent me via text, right?
Yeah, that's the world's creation array. So directly talking about how to do world creation. Like, that's a blood seal. Like,
By the way,
yeah.
let's just skip all of these other things. This is the most practical piece of information you'll ever need.
Practical magic.
One word, God.
Yeah, Johnny, what did I say yesterday in chat?
What did you say?
Like, I don't know what to call it. It's just like God. Like, fuck. I said that to you yesterday. I shit you not. Like,
True that, but I don't know if that's what you want to lead with.
it is not what I want to lead with. It's just, this is the study of that. Like, this is a practical application of what God is. Right? If people are supposed to work with God,
yeah.
If this isn't God manifesting itself through manifestation and changing the world around us for our own purposes, to be us alive in His creation, its creation, why shouldn't we be using it as like God magic, like theurgy?
Indeed. Now, what's interesting is, a lot of the symmetry that I see between the inner and outer realms, it seems like there are distances between them, much like, okay, you know how they'll give rank to spirits based on whether it's terrestrial, celestial,
Yeah,
spirit of the air, whatever, and multi-planar entity that could travel in betwixt all of those, smuggle you in and out, do whatever the fuck it do. Well, it seems like the vibrational points of emotions are similar as well. Information. Now, I hadn't thought about it before. Obviously, it makes perfect sense when you just plug it right into the information. Once again, experiencing this stuff and then plugging it back into the information after the fact is really fucking disorienting, because you get like a weird overlap and you're like, okay, that's where I think the unconfirmed gnosis comes in. And then when you meet other people who are doing like things, that you're drawn to each other, you help each other out in the work, even if it's inadvertent. I mean, you look at You look at people like John D. and Edward Kelly,
Right.
you know? Sure, Kelly might have been kind of shisty. He might have even been a fucking charlatan to some point. But whatever he did or didn't do to Dee's psyche enabled him to be able to conscribe this whole entire sigillum of work. Okay, it was just the whole thing was one MO of power that continued to affect the world around it, the continent around it, and time. It had to be linked into multidimensional realities, or else it wouldn't have stood the test of time. It would have crumbled.
Right.
You would think. I mean, there are certain practical systems that are considered practical that aren't really as practical as other practical systems. So obviously, then there's your charlatanry, and those things tend to get swept under the rug because people are like quick to dismiss that shit once they actually start doing the thing, and they're like, fuck this. So my point is, on the emotional on the emotional basis of it, I've noticed things like rage and anger. You know, I know a lot of people might find it corny as all hell to go back and quote the whole, you know, like Star Wars thing, and they're like, you must tame your anger, you know what I mean? And it sounds kitschy as fuck, but when you think of the unlimited amount of energy, right? But people like Crowley, they hinted at it in their works. You know, he mentioned it through very vague, you know, stances on his ritual contexts. He wouldn't actually get into the meat and the potatoes, as it were, of what was going on. And I think a lot of that was either what he channeled and how he channeled it and brought it through was wanting him to remain covert for a lot of reasons, and thus draw people into the practical side of it and the system via that way. Or it was too far beyond him to the point where he didn't see the scope of it. Because that's almost how, if you guys, I don't know how versed you are in John D. and Edward Kelly's story, but if you remember their story, it's like a weird parallel. It's like a lens. It's almost like his work is reflecting, or rather refracting, that of John D. and Edward Kelly's for other magicians. That's the way I've read it, because when I went back and I studied it in comparison, come on. He went out into the desert with the whole Quran's on working and shit like that. It almost looks as if that was his practicum of time magic and trying to figure out how to get and access those source codes and bring that down to reality to initiate change. But his was in a weird way more perilous than John D. and Edward Kelly's, I fear. Although, look at the scope and manner of men. He was he wilded out, okay? This man was snorting fucking cocaine off of dead hookers' bodies and shit. Not literally, but you get what I'm saying. He had no boundaries, and the boundaries he didn't place on him, I think, was to keep him from doing such heinous shit that he would end worlds, you know what I mean? And so it seems to be that was a repeat pattern, but if you look at John D. and Edward Kelly, it was to the level of their wives. You know what I mean? Like, that was a bond, a sacred bond that was being broken, but it had similar. Do you see the connotations, or am I getting?
No. So here's the thing, right? Like, connecting to the gates of Duat, right? In 2012, the Earth was, for the first time in 26,000 years, lined up to the center of the Milky Way. So I got my consciousness into the center of our goodness of the universe. It's like all of these things, they're trying to tap into Egypt. They're trying to tap into the spirit of the I was. AWS. I was. I am is the spirit of creation. The will to be is the what will come in the future as you manifest it, as you are, because you were. Like, you are tapping into the flow of time of the linear progression of the soul as it moves through different phases of its dimensional space. Like, the soul stays the same, the body it inhabits changes to figure out if that's the manifestation that's going to get it where it needs to go. So that way, when you channel that through you as the medium, you as the intermediary for sorcery, whatever it is, you are fine-tuning and correcting that trajectory. Exactly. Yeah. you're the aim on the goddamn celestial cannon that's about to fire its shit right through you.
Which sounds like necromancy, because how I had it explained by another very professional and very good necromancer to me was, this was at a time where I had just begun looking at the Necronomicon. He said, okay, do you realize what you're looking at? And I was like, no, not really. I was like, I've heard a lot of people talk shit about it and say that it's not actual sorcery and that it's just some dude's made up fictitious shit. And I said, but I've been practicing chaos magic for a while now and just pulling shit out of the aether. So what credence does that have? And he goes, good, that's a good mentality to have going into this shit. And he goes, well, that's kind of right. But he goes, it's necromancy. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, soul magic. He said, necromancy is not just dealing with dead shit, man. He goes, that's one plane of it, but it's multidimensional. And he goes, that's exactly what you're looking at with necromancy. You know, that ancestral work, lining up the gates, and then beaming yourself right through to get to that point of trajectory. And I was like, it was almost as if he explained every vision I had ever fucking had up until that point.
Yeah.
Because all of them dealt with at some level or another that kind of thing. And the weird chatter I'd get in my head afterwards, the feedback, does he have it? Is it the right time? All that kind of shit would occur. And I was like thinking I was going mental, you know? I'm like, what is this weird shit? I didn't realize I was opening telepathic gates, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was weird. It was like the ritual would sign, seal it, and just like open the thing, and the terrestrial or earthly grounded conduit part of me would just
cut off.
Yeah, like get ready, buddy, because when you come back into this whole thing,
Yeah.
fuck.
Yep. So like that's the next level of the conversation. Then we can go a little bit deeper into the application of necromancy, right? Like with what Mike wants to do is he owns a paranormal company, and so inviting the spirits in for conversation, like that's his shtick. Like this is all about the preliminary conversations to be able to help him out to invite and bring down the gods so that on the EVP meters they can respond and people can see that their response. That's his
that's
shit.
a really dope idea, Mike. Oh shit.
Yeah. Like if you can unmute, like if like yeah.
You know, like I was telling Brian, everybody, you hear ghost hunt, you know, oh, ghost hunters this, ghost hunters that. You never hear of ghost acquainting. Nobody ever has just sat down, made their circle, put their candles up, did their for their, you know, their incense and their offerings, and actually sat down and was like, look, we're gonna have a conversation here, you know, and get it on video. Show people that, you know, just because they're a wraith or they're a trickster or they're a, you know, shadow person, or doesn't necessarily mean they're evil. Doesn't necessarily mean they want to doom your soul. You know what I mean? Like they're like us, just in another realm. Like everybody puts God in a box. They have this almighty God, but yet somehow think that we're the only species. There's no alien thing. It's like, you know, it's crazy. So I thought instead of ghost hunting, it'd be a good idea to just ghost hunt.
For sure. For sure.
Maybe it'll be a thing and other ghost hunters will take it up.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could start a union or something like that. Seriously, I mean,
Yeah.
open up and change the flow of consciousness with how it's actually perceived in the world around you. That, okay, well, it doesn't have to be scary and unknown that there are people who are delving in and subjecting themselves to this work in the modern day. Not just, you know,
Right.
oh, well, there's this 5,000 or 100,000-year-old text that's supposed to say this, but does it really? Well, I don't know. Do we fucking speak the language? Do we translate it accurately? Well, what do? We go off a more current reference point and try to dig back further and find out from spirit that you're channeling, is this bullshit? Is this somebody's like kitchen recipe that somebody has dubbed as this sinestral text, or is this actually a thing? You know what I mean? But from a practical level, from the level of a spirit, you know, you're clearing their rap. If an entire civilization poo-pooed them because they took their people over, you know, and said, oh, these are bastards and your gods are demons now, and we have the one true God or whatever, you know, you're kind of putting yourself in the practical seat, even with local terrestrial like entities and whatnot of the land that might have been forgotten. That's a great practical work that you're doing, brother. That's going to be cool as shit. I would really like to see that.
Cool. Yeah, like
If anybody that wants to, all you got to do is go to www.spradparanormal.com. Everything gets posted to my website.
yeah, like I'm definitely like anything I can do to help, man. Like shit, like fuck. Because it's really a game changer, because like my shit is like 14th century necromancy with ancient Egyptian rituals that were prepared for me. But back in 2004, like I know I've talked about it a little bit, but the setup for this, right? I was just out of high school and I was living in Santa Rosa, and there was a cemetery a few blocks from the apartment that I was staying in. And so I would go hang out in the cemetery while trying to find work or after work, when Suncoast was still around. And in the cemetery, it was beautiful. Like there was the manicured section over in one set, and then there was the trees that were 50 to 100 years old that had grown through the graves or whatever, right? Like that's where it was nature and the dead, like intermixed. Absolutely, Johnny. I'll see you later, man. But working in that space with the dead on top of the hill that overlooked the downward area was a place where I would do ritual magic. Like I asked the spirits, can you give me an altar here? Well, the reason why I liked that spot a lot was because there was this obelisk that was like 20 feet tall. Like it was, the fucking things are granite. They're like this big, like full square obelisk, right? I go back the next day, it's cracked in half, landed on the grave. Like perfect altar spot. Perfect alignment, like northeast to southeast. And in Chinese magic, northeast is the gates of heaven, southeast is the gates of the dead. Like that's the cross line. So there was a house party, and I was underage as shit, drunk with all like the apartment people, and it's like every corner pick a drug, one of those complexes. So I was drunk. Anyway, I wound up getting raped in that cemetery just down from that ritual spot. My head was getting pressed into the dirt on a gravestone, and I'm projecting into the other world. Like I want out of my body. I want out of this life. I wanted to pretend myself as dead. And then this motherfucker starts screaming. I don't even hear his screams. And then I come to, and it's full on goetic initiation. Like I was in the other world. Like that was my first time in the other world. Like for real. Like that's the initiation at the gravesides that they talk about in books. I got to go through. Not that I want to have my soul violated like that ever again, or I would like slaughter anybody who tried to do that to me. Like rapists can die. But because of that violation at the graveside, where it was me getting violated and ripped apart, the dead already there, like everything was in perfect environmental situation to connect to the dead in that capacity.
It's so interesting how some of the universal axioms and laws that I've come across almost seem like puns, like weird puns or jokes. Like, the whole cosmic giggle thing. When I was on DMT, I had done a ritual invocation to Mercury because it was on a Wednesday. And I was still doing the Golden Dawn stuff pretty much. So I followed that formula, but I spiced it up a little bit. I tweaked it a little bit to my own understandings and calculations. And I used the magician card to astrally project into, which I did. The borders of the card opened up. I saw a sigil at the very bottom underneath the feet, and I shot through it. And it opened up. I want to say opened up, but it almost like shattered open, like it did this whole thing and skittered out of the way on either side as a door, a portal, and I shot through. Now, when that happened, I'm encountering a lot of different energy. And I mean, I'm seeing the 3 primes in different colors, right? And they're manifested in my third eye in the form of a triangle. I talked shit and I was levitated off of the fucking couch. Okay, I ended up getting thrown onto the ground. Okay, my roommates at the time thought I was ODing, even though I had told them that the stuff was not, you know, it's not toxic to the body. It's just the higher that you get, the stranger the outcome might be. You know, you're raw dogging energy. They had no clue what the fuck I was actually doing in there.
Right.
They had heard me chant and stuff like that, but they'd never seen physical like disturbances and manifestations. So anyway, I got back up onto the couch. I thought that the trip was over, and I got this immediate pull inside of me that was like, lay the fuck back down. And I'm like, okay, it's not over. You know, like this is way longer than 10 minutes. I guess that magic amplifies the vibration by a lot, like a lot. Like I'm stupid for, you know what I mean? Like this is the second time I had ever performed ritual magic on a substance by myself without anyone else around.
Okay.
So I'm tripping out, and I just fucking put my arm up over my eye, you know, to get darkness, and I'm seeing even more. Like, I mean, like now it's really pronounced. And I hear this laughter. It's har, har, har. It's comical as fuck. And I'm trying to resist the urge to laugh, you know what I mean? Because here I'm like, oh, there are all these tutelary spirits that are all around, and I just don't want to, and I'm not thinking in my head how dogmatic and bullshit I'm being. I'm trying too much to reverence and revere. It's like, come on, man. Lighten up. That's all life is a joke anyway, right? A giggle, a joke.
Yeah.
The horror, I didn't realize until afterwards how hilarious this whole thing was and how literal it was. A very literal humor, because I looked it up later. Some of the entities that I had seen were Hindu. It's just I didn't know them by name, and I started actually looking at the form, you know, the amount of arms and whatnot, the representation of space-time, and seeing all the thing and reading up on them. And I started reading some of the invocations, and they began with har. And I'm like, I never looked at it from that angle, though. I looked at it as it's just a part of their language. But that's not how it was to spirit. It was it was a joke, but it was also expressing to me multidimensional lessons, like expansion through this, like laughter as a expressive force of fire, as a conduit of fire, of passion, of life, of drive, of, you know what I mean? Like a fist being driven through something that's a blockade.
Right.
And so it was so weird how it was being broken down in a multidimensional piece of art and linking it through deity and language. And so it was becoming this multi-layered, like floral geometry. That's the best way that I can think to piece it together in a very prosaic way. You know, fuck, man.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to the interactions, like for my ass, it's trying to find more people that are just as weird as I am. Like the fact that you're willing to talk about these experiences that you've had with the celestial and the other world, and it's like you're coming at it from classical magic, modern 19th century magic.
Yeah.
I come at it from, like, I study the ancient text. I study old crap, because the old crap was as visceral as I have found as far as my personal experiences. So for hearing about it in the modern way, the way that you're describing it, with the drug interactions, with the psychedelia, all of those things, is like, that's not something I've done. I don't do those drugs. Like, I've never done those drugs. Like, I smoke weed, but I don't do it on ritual. Like, I've got fly argoric that I mix with vodka, and I'll do that to do the immersions into the death state for the trance. Or when my ass just fucking needs to shut the fuck down. Like,
yeah,
just no psychic. Like, I just, like, experience, like, I'm feeling a void. Like, for years, I would sleep and I would evoke the void around me. Like, whatever my room was, I would make it feel like the void so I could sleep and shut everything down, and I'd sleep in a bubble. So this shit, like, I could actually get some goddamn sleep. Like, otherwise, I'm an insomniac mess. Like,
I hear you. I had met another cat, the cat that I was telling you about before, the same one that cursed me, the alchemist.
yeah,
Dude, the full of brother of high weirdery. This fucker was like, one of the things he said to me as he would come back and he would be more hilarious each time. It was like, I don't know whether he was trying to disarm me, you know, with laughter through magic, or whether he was just being candid and trying to, you know, kind of like assess if I had a sense of humor or not. He was like, but there was also practicum in it, you know, there was practical knowledge. And he was like, oh, you still sleep? That's good. Can't remember the last time I had a decent night's rest. And he went over and he was like, but I'm about to go and crawl into my astral hole anyway. So if you could look out for that, I'd be greatly appreciative. His bag's sitting across from me, right? He just takes his fucking rubber ducky raincoat, rolls it up underneath his head, and lays underneath the fucking charging station at the bus depot.
Yeah.
In which they started persecuting him, you know, because it is what it is. They try to kick his ass out and whatnot because he's vagrant. And I'm over there like, come on, man, let the cat get some rest. He missed his fucking, you know, bus, and they're not listening to me a hoot. And he's mumbling under his breath and grabs his bag and just puts it in his lap, sits down across from me, and proceeds to do a Gandalf. How do I know, you ask? Because I start talking to him, and he's completely unresponsive, but his eyes are a perfect round, which is creepy as fuck because they're like darting back and forth, and the eyelids are rapidly just doing this shit, you know? And I'm like, am I gonna be like that? Like,
Oh yeah, like that's the thing. Like I really am appreciative that I don't have to sleep with a weapon next to me, or I don't have to worry about where my physical location is right now. Like that is nice. It allows me to rest enough so that I'm able to go for another 9 hours, 12 hours, sleep for 3, go for 4. You know, it's like my sleep patterns are fucked. Like I wake up, I do magic. I pass out, I wake up, I do magic. Like that's life.
kind of how it sounded like when I was doing Resh 4 times a day.
You know?
Resh is a sun adoration, so it goes with the phases of the sun as it's climbing through the heavens. And very, very weird. Attuning to that and then not doing it for a while and then attuning with it again, because I've practiced other solar magic that had a very specific ring of solar energy that it was attached to. I don't know that it was just the actual, because for a while I thought it was just the current. I'm like, well, maybe it's like the whole like Egyptian solar current thing, you know, with their particular lens on it, you know, and their particular energy signature. Now, when I would work with like other sunstones or use other oils or ornaments that were attributed to the sun, it felt different. And I can't understand necessarily why. And then I thought about it and I said another facet might be that it's because it's a group energy thing. It's still being practiced today. So the energy that it's being attuned with is not only ancient, but it's a continuation from time immemorial. It's something that's concurrent. It's not something that was stalled for, you know, a couple millennia because it was forgotten about. People pick it up again and, you know, start working the current and activating the fingers.
Right.
It's continual magic, you know, it's a fucking battery, bro. Like
Yeah. And that's what's really neat about working in proximity to tradition. Like I don't want to join a tradition because I don't want to have my weirdness transfer to them. I want to create a tradition around people that are doing the Rite of Transformation. I want to get a group of people like us together that are willing to not do traditional shit, but do a couple of formative rituals in the beginning. Think that is the initiation, and then go create the rituals and the spells that as a result from your interaction, you plugging directly into all of the things that are God, if you will. Like if you put all the different spirits together, you make them up as one entity, that would be God, right? And you split them apart as their individual personalities, right?
Yeah.
Like then you have the manifold. Like then you have like the Kali, you have the different gods of the fucking Egyptians, all those things, right? Like in dealing with this shit the way that we're getting into and the way that we're talking about it, it's like my buddy, he would do Aphrodite's devotions in peasant Greek 3 times a day. when he would do that, and you're in meditation with him, like I was in his house, it was his temple, like all of the statues were there, all of them had offerings, all of them were awakened with oil, all of them had their prayers at the time of the year, but Aphrodite was the one he brought down 2 times a day. Everything lit up gold in that place. But I was going to the kitchen one day to grab some water or a soda or something out of the fridge, and that's when I heard Themis. It's like, you belong to me now. Echoing. No drugs, no nothing, no U needles, no weird shit, no weed, no none of that shit. Like echoing behind my head. Like, you belong to me. And so it's like, I've been her whipping boy for years. Like, I don't have go juice without that leave. Like, if I cannot work outside of that law. Like, I cannot work outside of natural law on this plane.
Didn't say anything about astral, however.
Honey girl. That's why it's got that balance to it. Like, the shit that I do and have done in the astral is the formation of creation. It's like, I've channeled worlds. Like, there was one that I was dreaming of. I was trying to figure out how to channel life through insects, and the insects had their own world, so I was using a dead bug to make an entire planet.
That sounds like a vaguely familiar DKMU ritual that I had heard about back in the day.
I mean, I posted about it a bunch, but I don't know, like.
I'm not saying it's related at all. I'm just wondering if it wasn't at the same time. That's all.
Oh, I mean, it very well might have been, but at the same time, it's like back in 2014 or some shit.
Yeah.
I was teaching creation magic to my buddy, and he made this thing. He called it Luctus. What the fuck movie was it with the gravity engine? Like, it was a horror movie in space, and they were in this machine, and it had like this gravity engine that was fucking evil.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, he makes this thing. I taught him how. It's basically, it looks like a giant atom, right? It's got wheels on wheels. They're all spinning around with different types of energy and creation, and he made the fucking thing sentient. I taught him how to fold the space-time around it so it could age and get more mature more rapidly, so you can do instantaneous creation of something that's like 1,000 years old, but it just got birthed. This motherfucker keeps it in isolation for a millennia. It goes insane and tries to kill him. Like, it starts reproducing itself. Like, it and the bug world got kaboomed. Like, they don't exist anymore. Like, oops. Yeah, like, world destroyer. Check that one off the bucket list. Like,
right.
But if you can create them, you have to be able to destroy them. Like, it's the same energy. And doing that and channeling that through your spirit with your body, like, that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about with the Rite of Transformation, is it lets you do that kind of thing, where you can literally create heavens, project your spirit into it, bring others to it, and make heaven. Right? And then you can leave it, or then you can go, like, I've got entities that I've got creating spells for me in other planes that all I need to do is just like, yo, I need this. And I just let it go to work, and then I have a spell, like, you know, I can just write it down because it's already made. Like, something else did the mechanics for me. All I'm doing is just copying the mechanics down because that program is already in existence somewhere in creation.
Well, there was an interesting notion that I had heard about, which is pretty much, I think a lot of what we're talking about here filters into it. They were saying that the highest tier Kabbalists, right? Because you know how you were describing how pandemonium is essentially that timeless space that's kind of cored out. There's physical nodes on this plane that feel like that.
Yes.
And I'm not just talking about a liminal space. You know, I ran across wood. I mean manufactured. Okay? When I went to Israel, that's how the entire fucking continent felt. And I was in Safed. Okay? Before I ever picked up a word of Kabbalah, I was in Safed, which is like the home away from home. You know what I mean? Coming from Spain directly across into Israel. portal type fucking
Okay.
junction. The place felt like there was no age upon it, even though you could look at the streets and tell that it had been weathered and it was ancient as fuck. It felt like this was the first day that anyone had ever crawled through these streets, and that was insane to me. It felt like my energy signature switched to match it when I walked in those areas. So you're talking about people like the Kabbalists, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the people who are conspiracy theorists and whatnot, and they're like, oh, it's all connected and shit. I'm like, well, no fucking shit.
Yeah.
You have the ability to rule worlds and create worlds and portal in between them because they are quite literally connected and interconnected at different intricate levels.
Yeah.
Then yes, you have the ability to distribute and disperse wealth en masse. You have the ability to change the way in which currency, the fate of currency,
Right.
is exactly. So these Kabbalists at the top tier level were working magic that was indifferential from that. They were using techniques that the Egyptian sorcerers were using, like naming oneself after the god. You had okay, a lot of one of the conspiracies in modern day is that Baal is the adversary of Yahweh. And in some ways, I think that's the case just because of the politics behind it. Okay, if you study their worship of Baal as a golden calf versus the administration that Moshe was trying to set up, it makes perfect sense. But even afterwards, you still had the pagan so-called connection because you would have rabbis of a certain persuasion who weren't merely Hasidic, okay, who named themselves like the Baal Shem Tov. Still as Jewish as any other motherfucker around him, but wore that title of Baal, of Lord, instead of, that's a very poignant magical attack against, you know, those who were worshiping and promulgating Adonai. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And I mean, that's the thing is like the name of the ritual was the discovery of the Ram, the true name of God that exists within you. The thing that I did in 2012, like I earned my name by the Netcher. Like they gave me the name of God, a God of that tradition. Like I did what you're talking about.
And now here's where I was going to pose my question for you. What I find interesting is how how you have a coven, you have so many mechanical moving parts, each its own individual universe, and yet there's a binding element to them. To me, this implicates sorcery of the finest grade because it mentions the fact that all is causality even outside of that, because the God itself splits itself into different individual universes to recognize the sovereignty that binds those things together.
Yes.
Otherwise, things like covens, like groups, like humanity even could not exist. So there's an element within all of those elements that unites the spirit of all of those elements that is pretty much like that wellspring that, you know, contains all potency.
Right.
Because obviously, you know, there were magical wars and shit like that over that I'm not even aware of because I didn't fucking live in Israel, nor would I have moved in those socialite circles unless I did at some point, which is one of the reasons why my soul was. But then there you go again. This is where we get the jet lag between the spirit, soul, and the physical body, which is remembering, you know?
Right. And again, it goes back to what version of yourself, what version of your soul is going to get you that information as close to the divine sources as you can for the traditions that you have to plug directly into the current without bullshit.
Right, because
Rite
that's
of
how it's going to
Transformation is my version
translate.
for that.
I'm sorry, what was the last bit?
I said the Rite of Transformation that I created does just that.
Okay.
That's like my version to do that.
And that's super important because these are the areas and facets I've been looking for throughout these different traditions and not finding. And I think that is the intention. You know what I mean? Like if you go deep enough into some of them, they're so coded with this. And that's what working directly with Mercury has taught me, that the language itself is just a fucking program. It's the power and the intention behind the motherfucker that matters.
Right.
Once you can decode the language on a base level and look past the pierce into the actual source and see what it's a reflection of, you can get a better idea not only of how the power works, but if this is exactly what you're looking for. You're interpreting, deciphering. And that's what's strange about some of these societal manuscripts is it seems like there's like multiple layers of wording before you actually get to anything that's real meat, you know, and by that time you already exhausted so much effort and so much give a fuck that you're like, fuck, is it worth it? Should I just create my own goddamn system? And when I first got into chaos magic, that was the immediate idea and intention that hit me was that's what you need to do.
Right. And that's the thing is like, again, I really appreciate this conversation is because that's why chaos magic is like the closest thing that I've got to people that do it like I do, or do it similar enough to what I do, where I can just kind of like blend into the background of like, I'm just as crazy as those fuckers, but I'm mixing totemic sorcery, like fucking Assyrian and Egyptian conjurations with blood magic and the DKNU Ellis sigil. Like,
why not, right?
fuck, it's all magic. It's all in this universe. It's like trying to find language that lets me do what I do there down here has been the hardest thing to do. And that's what I've spent my life trying to do is to create the language that lets me use astral magic here. Right. And so again, like I was teaching my buddy how to do creation of entities, right? Like I don't conjure demons, I make them. Like if I need a critter to do something, I make one to go do it. Right? Like, and then it's done, and then they can reconjure it if I want to, because that's its fucking job.
Yeah.
So why would I waste my time with Solomonic magic? Why would I waste my time with conjuring shit out of the brass vessels and stuff like that? Like, it took 2 years for this guy to like, I want you to do this for me. Fine, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it like this, but I'm going to do it with my shit. Right? Yeah. And he was getting manifestations like the day he got it in the mail.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
I can't say for the workings of traditional Goetia. Like, I didn't do it like that. I did it like me, doing it with that magic. Like, there was a brass vessel. There was the ingredients. There was the name of the entity. I used what I know to conjure shit and create shit to make the entity. It's still with the guy 3 years later.
Yeah. Something was done right. Obviously.
You know? So,
well,
yeah.
Not to cut you off.
No, please.
I think that's why Crowley said success be proofs. I think he went through a very similar period, you know? And so a lot of the vagaries that went through his systems was like, some of it I think was intentional because you got to keep in mind, right? I don't keep mentioning him and recycling him to jerk the dude's dick. I'm just, you know, I'm using it as a great example because in the 20th century, he was one of the foremost magicians. You know, Spare was as well to a degree, but he remained widely underground because of, I personally believe, the current that he worked. The way that he used his magic remained so fringe. And that, I think, had a lot to do with the characteristics and place and hierarchy of his spirit and soul incarnation in this lifetime, that it latched onto the imagination of Kenneth and Steffi Grant, and they felt like an urgency. You know what I mean? Like you and I are discussing kind of urgency. Like we're desperately putting pieces together because they fit, not because we're trying to make them fit, but because they, as a matter of fact, we're having the same conversation through different dialogue, and we're both aware of that, which means that we can actually ascend from just conversing to doing, you know,
right.
There's a partnership.
And that's what's going to be so fantastic is because I can't wait to see what sort of shit we start doing now that we have the ground covered. Like, that's why we've been streaming this into Facebook for the last 2.5 fucking hours, is so that people that want to join this little project that we're doing, they can subdivide and reach out to our little collective here, separate from the spell a day problem, separate from all of that other stuff, is because what we're talking about is literally the creation of a tradition that's non-traditional. So here's a little bit of a backstory, right? Like last year when the world broke, I reached out. I have email proof copy. Like I can show you the original emails that I sent to
Right.
one of my publishers who was teaching how to do. His name is Bob Kosberg. He teaches how to do write a bestseller, right? In October of 2019, I went through one of his challenges that he learned how to do by watching this cat named Pedro. Pedro Deo is now the challenge guy. And that organic transmission of information of the divine, of theurgy, of the God ideas and the application of that to serve the community. You know, I picked on Christians because they listened. Like I needed to be as crazy as my ass could be. And I'm like, I showed them over 5 days. This is the manifestation that I got, and I'm going to teach you how to do it for 5 days. I'm going to teach you 5 days. This is what it's going to be, and I'm not going to teach you anything further because I have other things we have to get done.
Yeah.
This year, Dean Graziosi, Tony Robbins, Pete Vargas, Pedro Deo, Russell Brunson, and a few others have taken over the business community by replicating the models of apprenticeship that I taught them. They have created $1 billion industry. They've influenced 5,000 different niches of individual businesses for business creative purposes to literally change the planet with the magic that I taught them. So when I say what we're up to is global, it's already done. Like the summits and all that have already been created. There's already, the energy is with millions of people strong. We've built the tree already. We just pull on it now. We just branch it off in new directions to see which direction it comes. But everything I'm talking about is already because it's been done before. I've done it. Now I want to do something new. I want to see what happens when we do it, when you do it, when people that learn this method then do it themselves, and to see what trees they grow and see how we can create a new forest. It's like playing with this one world by influencing business, by influencing currency, by influencing social structures is one thing. Like I literally want to advise religious leaders on how they should be dealing with their magic or magic people that their communities hate on. Because if they can change that, if they can realize that there is a distinct path of magic that needs to be learned, that needs to be disseminated, that needs to be fucking taught, just as it is fucking like mechanics and goddamn like doctorates of like medicine, all this shit. Magic as a science needs to be fucking institutionalized to some degree. It
Sure.
needs to have a foundation, and there needs to be people like us. I don't care if we lead the charge. I don't care if we get a nod into history. We just need to fucking start doing it so that those that can do better. Those that can't can. Those that won't might one day can. You know, like it's safe enough to do. Like there's a group of people doing it, and it's already changing the world for the better. Like
Exactly.
and that's the thing. It's like Crowley was trying to change the world, but he was doing it in a weird, corrupted way. Whereas if we do it in this capacity, it's already changing the world for the better because it teaches people how to do leadership. It teaches entrepreneurship. It teaches community networking. It teaches the foundations of unity as a social service, not as a power to be hoarded by a god, but as a conduit for people. You know, and it's so in doing it like this, in talking about it like this with you, with Mike, with Yajani, with whoever will listen, we get to build that authority. We get to build that foundation where the people that are damaging to magic, that are using it to hurt others on purpose, the people that are using it to pad their wallets without understanding that the reason they get money is to serve others, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's like, we'll build a fucking empire of magic. I don't care if we have to move to goddamn Antarctica. Like, I'm all
Hey.
about.
You know what they say, location is half of it, and what better draw than, hey, did you hear what those weird, crazy crackpots are doing at the edge of the world? No, what's that? They're talking about some weird metaphysical mumbo jumbo and claiming to talk to gods and exceed beyond the planes and shit. There is something in, shock value.
Yeah. Like, one of my mentors told me how to produce graphene, and he
Really?
Yeah. And that the creation of metals through literally burning dirt and getting the shit done, right? Like we
Yeah,
spent
raw
3
earth mineral.
years developing a wave generation machine, for a wave electrical energy machine made out of fiberglass and magnets. Like he built it. Like it exists. I have photos of it. I could show you.
No shit.
So the idea was that we would have 2 locations. He called, because the order is Warlock order. He wanted to call one of them Warlockia, and put it in fucking Antarctica. And because of the way that the seas work down there, is if you could get a tree of these things suspended, you could have the energy coming off the waves to power the generators that would then be able to desalinate the oceans, that would be able to generate enough electricity to be able to produce the graphene, to be able to produce the domes that were withstanding of the Arctic climates and things like that. So it literally was a plan in place back in 2008. He was talking to me about this on.
That is a sick idea. That's a great piece of technology.
So that's what I've been working on, is figuring out how to do, like, this is why I spent 7 years in business, owning my own shop, learning how the energy of people work, learning how the energy of society works. So when the world broke, I was prepared to teach people how to do mentorship online, right? I was able to influence billionaires to get them working online in a capacity that they had no information on, teaching them the foundations of power and magic using the words power, magic, sorcery. Like, I did not sugarcoat my shit at all. Like, all the videos, like, I can show you those. Like, it's crazy. But the goal is that we literally build a place at the top of the world and at the bottom of the world, because depending on which hemisphere you're on, the poles are the fastest way to pull in non-celestial energies. And so what we can do is bless Tesla and his idea of creating a global network. We can literally do that using celestial magics. Like,
oh, he was looking into doing multiplanetary shit too, which is crazy to me. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker wanted to mine minerals all the way out. Like, he was.
Oh yeah, I want to do the same thing.
I hate the fact that they just did him so dirty, bro. Like, I mean, do you realize how big of a huge setback? And I'm sure that it was intentional at some level. Like,
yeah,
that sucks. He had such a huge vision for, and didn't want a penny hardly. I mean, he didn't want to be considered God, King, Emperor, or anything like that. It was just, yeah, this is my service to humanity. You know, obviously you're going to get a little something out of it, but
yeah,
when you think about what it's doing, it pales in comparison. I mean, it opens you up to literal space, not like Elon's trying to do right now. It's like, it would have been a completely different vision, you know?
Well, I mean, even the stuff that Elon's doing, like, I would love to work with him as a consultant. Is like, all right, we're going to shift this idea and give you the battery mechanics of how to convert. That's why I love Peter Carroll's work, The Octavo, so much, is because he literally postulated the thom is the energy behind magic, and the mathematical calculations for being able to produce it in this part of the universe versus other parts of the universe, so that it moves at a faster rate depending on how further away you get from the center of the galactic box.
I gotta reread Octavo again. I really do.
Yeah, because that shit is fantastic. Like, when I saw the map for it, like, dude is talking about exactly what I've spent my life trying to figure out how to build an empire for. Because yeah, let's be god kings of the universe. Let's make every human on this planet a god king. And what happens when you send them out into space? Everybody that was on this planet now is a god on another planet? Like, what happens then? What happens when we start channeling this celestial magic on Mars? Ooh, I want that. I ain't gonna sugarcoat this shit. I want to be in space. I want to be the fucking space wizard. Like,
fuck yeah.
You know?
I'm pretty sure it's already happened in one dimension or another, because I've gotten, it's interesting you mentioned that. I've gotten different, you know who else is of that opinion as well is Spider Robinson. Are you familiar with Spider Robinson?
I live under a rock. I know nobody if they're not 3,000 years old.
I have a 3,000-year-old rock over my head. That is my hut. I am a hermit. I carry my
exactly
home on my back. I feel you. Spider Robinson is, well, I think he's still alive. He's a peculiar bird. He is a weird, like, archmage
pretty much what we are, but add a guitar in the mix. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And he wrote some sci-fi based on his calculations and experiences. One of the songs, and he incorporates the material into his songs. Mike, I think you really might like him as well. He mentions the idea that Terra in this dimension is almost like a birthing pod, like in the Matrix, where he like gets up out of the fucking pod and rips the fucking wires and the goo off and like ascends out into the real world. Well, that's essentially what he was kind of getting at with the rest of the planets and whatnot, is that this whole song that the universe is singing to us is to try to rip us like golems from the bowels of the earth in order to grow in different forms. And, you know, you might have mechanically augmented individuals, you might have avian augmented individuals with gene splicing that's going on, and it might take them a while, but eventually that's where they go to and nestle on these different worlds. And that's what becomes the alien, is this thirst for adaptation and yearning of technology and understanding that it is a facile part of creation, that it is this virile urge to change shape, to shape shift, you know. And that's what the song that unites all of the spheres and all of this universe together is based off of.
Exactly.
Pull, right? But then you
Fucking
can pull
exactly.
different things
Everything you just said. Everything you just said is the foundation of why I get live every day. Like, this is the community that we're building, is like this kind of shit without the rhetoric and bullshit. Like, if you realize the conversations that we have had today, there have been no gatekeeping whatsoever. And if we can start a conversation with no gatekeeping, imagine what can happen.
Right. Right.
Like, we don't hold back. At least I'm not holding shit back as far as my initiations go. Like, my experiences, like, as visceral as they can. You know, if people can identify themselves and themselves in that pattern, if you can figure out, like you're doing, figuring out how this stuff connects together, and now we can work together. Now we can figure out, okay, we're both not full of shit. Mike's not full of shit. He's just muted. You know.
That was a good smile, man.
I'm here. It's medication, so I'm trying to be sneaky.
You know, but the thing is like we're all doing it. Like Iyajani is doing it in his way. Like the Brotherhood of Magicians, like the traditional witches are doing it. Like Lord Josh Allen is doing it with his Taoist magic. You know, he channels Kong Ming like nobody's business. If you haven't caught his stuff, Kong Ming was the Chinese Merlin.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. Lord Josh carries around a feather fan every day like Kong Ming did. Like, he is...
How do you spell it? It's K-O-N Ming?
Kong-Ming.
Okay. Okay, so like Kong, like Donkey Kong. Okay.
Yeah. Kong Ming. I forget his non-magical name. Zhuguliang. Zhugueliang.
Is that Haitian? Is that Creole?
No, that is Chinese.
Really?
Yeah, from the Warring States period of the Three Kingdoms.
It's got okay, so it's like ancient Chinese type.
Three
Okay,
to 4,000 years old.
Huh. Well, in my head, I'm thinking it sounds almost French. It rolls off the tongue. You know, it's very.
It's the
like
ZH.
I'm sorry.
The pronunciation, the ZH. Zhu.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Aju or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no,
Interesting.
like that cat is fantastic. Like, you can do direct channeling with Kong Ming. Like, you don't have to worry about the initiations with the immortals. You don't have to go through the traditional the president of this direction and things like that. And he taught Lord Josh how to do weather magic. And so Lord Josh has a YouTube channel that was like, I saw a couple of his posts. I had no idea who this cat was. Like, I like his posts. I wanted to make friends with this guy. He's an actual British lord over in England. Like, that's his title. Like, aristocracy is his.
Oh
like,
shit.
Lord Josh. Like, yeah.
Sounds like he's got some family ties into this for sure.
Yeah, and Jason Reed, who I hope is watching this, or he's a friend of the group. Like, he'll post and stuff in the witchery workshops and shit that I get up to. He spent 9 years studying Maoshan Taoist sorcery in China from a school of magic that was unbroken for 4,000 years.
Wow.
Like, he was telling me stories that when he went to those temples where they were studying magic in China, there were gold balls of light between these people's hands, like people were floating, like that shit happens. Like the book that I'm reading now that Dr. Johnson wrote on Taoist transformation, magic and shapeshifting was to be able to pass your hand through physical matter. And he gives the basic method in that book.
No shit.
Yeah, like shape-shifting, transformation magic, that's all in Chinese Taoist sorcery. That's one of the reasons why it's so underground in China, is because like it works. And they're not afraid to dedicate the time to commitment to it.
Now, who was the last name that you dropped of that manual that you mentioned?
Dr. Johnson wrote that manual.
Dr. Johnson, okay.
Yeah. And so like, yeah. So yeah, it's like $80. Yeah, it's well worth the opportunity to pick up a physical copy of it.
Right.
So I'm just gonna say get the physical copy of it.
I will definitely do that. I want to, you know what though? Here's the thing. I'm gonna do a solid for sure, because
hang on just a second, but you know that's one of those things where you just you're on Facebook. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and you're gonna click that button.
I could find who you are.
Yeah, go to Facebook Messenger and click the button.
Oh, gotcha.
So buy the physical copy.
For sure.
But yeah, in it actually talks about and shows the diagrams between soul separation. It gives through a method of doing lucid dreams. It gives you the herbs that are listed in Chinese and English. It gives you it gives you shape-shifting talismans and everything like that. So that was a recent acquisition. But there's this technique called compressing the land that Lord Josh had done.
Right.
It's one of those where you chant this spell and you walk a certain pattern, and no matter how many times, like how people are trying to get to you, they can't reach you.
Huh.
Right? Like,
now do you mean like
physically cannot get to you because the distance is too far.
Huh.
Like you can be walking and walking and walking and walking and walking and you'll never arrive. There was a method of magic using the black fires manifesting green. Is for what you were saying is I didn't have a car for years, and so I would walk everywhere. Well, I would put my aura in that stuff, and I would be able to be across town 20 miles away in 45 minutes.
Huh.
Like you could go. It would take me 45 minutes to go 9 miles.
That's intense, just by doing this kind of ritual.
That was just energy projection of the black fire. Like I would surround it with my aura and put it on my shoes and shit like that. Like, and I would just and be there.
Wow.
So this stuff has tangible application. Like if you want to cross massive amounts of space, it becomes viable. Real magic, man. Like
you gotta love it because, right, like you don't have to worry about what you're doing taking so much time to manifest. You know what I mean? Within weeks, you know, and you're over here desperate, like, damn, I need a fucking meal like right now, you know, and you just literally make it up on the fly like this when you understand the basic mechanics. I think that's another thing, is that the aristocracy that's built up around the actual inner workings of orders, I feel almost it serves maybe as a way to keep the attention from outside off, because prying eyes and all that. But why? You know what I mean? Like, it's like you were saying, if you could make a bunch of god kings and send them out into space, and queens, and just whatever you want to dub yourself as,
Right.
why not do it? Why not see what'll happen? You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, that's the thing, is like I had an entity show up in my bedroom, no drugs, no nothing like this. Full on like manifestation, like looked like Pazuzu. It was like a butterfly person. Like it had the two layer wings, like 2 points up, 2 points down, head about yay big, eyes about big as a pea, thought projection into my head in English, like tentacle mouth, like it told me, do this, like talk about this, get people doing this, so that they're not afraid of interacting with those things. So when we finally do get to space, when we finally do ascend or be able to get to other places, we are not the enemy. We are not going to be the thing that goes and destroys other life because we're afraid of it. We've been indoctrinated with the techniques to be able to see them before we see them.
sure.
Like
Sure.
it's like reading the travel guide before you go overseas.
Yeah.
Do your homework. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to go to the stars and you're going to go be in the planets, where you need to learn planetary magic so that so you can bring down the consciousness of yourself into those things, so you can understand how their life is. Right? Like, I was doing a crystal ball thing, right? Like, what I don't use crystal balls pretty much as a result of this work. But I put a bunch of magic into a ball, and I scried with it. I looked into the other world with it. And I shit you not, it was like a room of 4 or 5 people standing in nice fancy dress. They looked like fucking elves out of Lord of the Rings, but their faces were all skeleton. Like, and one looked at me, looked up, sipped her tea, was talking to the thing across from her. I can't even call it a woman. It was another thing, and it's staring at us. What does it want? Why is it staring at us? And I'm like, okay, sorry, and just like put the blanket back over the crystal ball and like disperse the energy. And like, no, I didn't want anything. I just wanted to see if I could. Like, sorry to bother your tea time.
Yeah, right? Like, I guess that'd be the equivalent to me jerking my dick and somebody just walks in the room and is like, hey, what's going on? I don't know, man. Like,
are you having fun? Like, what you thinking about? What did you think about when you were jerking off? Like, are you doing gnosis? Like, why did you bring my thoughts into, like, why did you draw me to you while you're masturbating? Like,
exactly.
Stop that.
Well, I had an interesting moment where I had a similar thing happen, right? I was working with the planetary spirits, but I wasn't doing like gate walking or anything like that. I was just picking one at random and trying to kind of understand the most I could about that particular entity, how it functions, all of that. I mean, I was getting the skinny on it, or at least I thought I was.
Yeah.
I ended up having some weird correlations after that, because I was doing very, very much a similar thing, except I was using a octagon, around the actual table. I put it around the actual material basis for the scrying stone, and I took some mushrooms and performed the suffumigations and everything like that. And I just did a cone of power around it. I didn't even, after I smudged the room and whatnot and got the temple space all set up and cleared, I didn't even bother doing any kind of invocations or anything. I just fucking straight up went to doing a cone of power, walked the length of the circle that the whole setup was in, and then hopped right on in and sat in the spaceship and began looking into the scrying mechanism, and the depth of which I saw was so weird and interesting, because in my head I'm seeing it as a vision, but I'm also seeing it like through my eyes reflected onto the actual surface, which was really weird, because you're seeing it in like multi dimensions, which I later had this happen to me on DMT.
Okay.
which made it seem like less of a, oh, you're just imagining all of this shit's not real, and more of a, oh, even under different like substances and with different effects that are affecting my actual physiological body differently, I'm getting the same results. There's a link here.
Yeah.
You know? And all that did was ingrain it in my mind even more that what was happening was real. So I began seeing it inside my mind's eye and seeing it projected out into the stone in front of me. And I'm sitting in front of a huge desk. And I mean, this desk is like a couple stories high,
Okay.
you know?
Yeah.
And I could see a being behind it that's, you know, scribe, and it's just writing shit down. And it's got a hood, white hood, gold trim around it, right? Now, this isn't working extra planier stuff. This is just working on this plane,
Right.
you know? But it was still so weird because the way in which I was communicating with it, when it brought me up closer to see it, I was able to carry that ability of projecting my consciousness through 3 different points into the vision, which was disorienting as fuck because I'm still looking at my body from like a peripheral, like panned out view, like a camera was on my astral form. But I'm also at the same time that I'm looking at myself conscientiously in front of this being, but I'm also conscientiously viewing my body, which is back on Earth, not anywhere near where my fucking consciousness and my astral form have been like stretched to. And I'm aware of the exertion on my body and my mind and my soul. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know, it's like you got tentacles out in all these different areas that have popped up. And he's like talking to me and he's like, so what the fuck do you want anyway? And I'm like, right, well, I kind of just, you know, thought that I'm really interested in like writing magic, and this thing looks up at me from like under its hood, you know what I mean? Like side-eyeing the fuck out of me. And it's so funny to watch spirit interact like this. And so I'm just like, yeah, well, maybe it would be cool if you could show me through like the art of poetry. And it sighed. And that was the most calculated human-like gesture that I never expected. Because here I'm thinking it's just going to be like, you know, you read the description and you're like, well, maybe it'll be like that. You know, I mean, somebody experienced it like that, so maybe that'll be similar to my experience. But let's see anyway. You know, you try to go in there with an open mind, and you can't help but have some of that like programming, like, oh, maybe there's a possibility.
Okay.
I just shattered all of that. It was just like. And it's like, you want poetry? I'll show you poetry, fucker. And I'm like, oh no, I'm back in my body, right? I feel the energy get grounded because it feels like I almost like my ass is pressed tighter into the seat. You know, if it could like be any more possible. And so as all that weight and energy is compressed, I begin writing. And I'm writing this with my right hand. And that's what I don't notice until after I've already like begun writing. You know what I mean? It's like my human faculties are lagging behind the weight of this energy, and I'm struggling to keep up. And I'm writing, and I'm not able to read it because my hand is writing so fast across the page that a piece of my mind is thinking, oh, there's no fucking way. There's no way that you're actually writing anything. This is chicken scratch. It's not even like a doctor's signature. It's not going to be legible. You just drew like 3 lines, you know, like diagonally. That's not even a thing, you know. You fucking runic or whatever, like branch letters. But here, my eyes are catching up with what I'm reading, and it's so weird because the mind is processing at such a slow rate in comparison to the body. It felt so disorienting. I tell you, it's almost like having jet lag. That's how it felt. I'm like dizzy from it. It's like it's fucking up my equilibrium trying to channel this thing and be here but also there, and it was just a mess, like multi-dimensional entanglement. And when I finish, I'm crying, and I'm not even aware of the fact that I'm crying. I'm just experiencing the raw emotion, or I'm this thing experiencing it through me, you know, this energy center experiencing it through my body. And it shuts off because he's like, there, you have your fucking magic. See how it works after that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm out, bye, and I can't hold it anymore. So I just kind of like release my energy from that and call it back to me, snap back through the shoe stone, and I look at what I'm reading and I actually read it. And now I see in this dimension, from this dimensional perspective, why I was crying, because what I was writing was so poignant and so far beyond my natural ability to channel, because all of the things were elements of my personality, but they were elements of my personality that were being blended, like these herbs that you were talking about. Like if you took the herb and the raw like oil and just burnt all of that, fumigated it, it would be like a multi-dimensional doorway to my experience. And that would, yeah. And that was art of another caliber. That was, now I was like, oh my God, is this like what all the fucking ancient like poets and authors and whatnot experienced? Was it this visceral? Did it connect to such a deep layer of you-ness that it seemed not like you, that it hurt you so badly to do? Because
The Orphic
that piece
poems.
of you, which you, what's that?
You know the Orphic hymns?
Oh yeah,
Same thing.
yeah.
Nicely done, bro.
Do you know? Thank you. Do you know who Alan Moore is?
Some. I've seen a couple of video clips and a couple of memes, but outside of that, not too much.
Okay, he influenced Grant Morrison hugely, and he wrote V for Vendetta, and he also wrote what was it called? He did a prophetic channeling with that one, because the whole world actually, he literally implicated the rise of the surveillance state, prophesied it, and shit happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, when you want to talk about a prophet, and holy fuck, he worships Glycon. That's his patron
Okay.
entity. So I should say worship, but I should say venerates. That would be a more accurate, less apostolic rendering. Now, what's interesting about Alan Moore is he said there is no difference, and he wasn't parroting this person. He was just another person, I think, who reached this level of gnosis. He said there's no difference between magic and art, and I think that when the magical community understands that, then there will be a huge revolution. And what he meant by that is he's talking about magic from Aleister Crowley's definition, which is it is the science of changing the world to conform with one's will.
Yes.
Right? So he was using that context and implicating that is art, that the vehicle's not separate, that the two are conjoined. Another person said, it's my hope that in the future, scientists will become more like artists and artists will become more like scientists in order to understand one another. And I think that was a more esoteric phraseology of that whole thing, because it's pretty much saying the same thing. It's pretty much getting at the same thing, but it's subversive literature. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so here's the thing. Like, let's carry that a little bit further and into what Mike is doing with his communion with the spirits and those for being acquaintances with it, right? Like, and I told you a little bit about the view that I had on the White City, right? The concept of the White City is that people that are paralyzed, people that are not able to move their body, can be attached to a machine that can link into their consciousness and handle the immersive reality of what would life be in a virtual space, rendering all of things like the physical world. So it would be inseparable from the physical world. So those things that are living inside the White City could draw and create their own shapes, symbols, magic, whatever. It would be printed off. It would be sold as community. Well, what if we, being physical and not in said White City, because it hasn't been built yet, or maybe it has, I don't know. But what happens then if we start channeling spirits of the other world, intentionally creating pieces of art that they want visible in the world, and we started selling those pieces of art?
I thought about that. Actually, I was trying to do that for a while, and I was having weird shit would happen. I don't know whether it was the binding principle that I was lacking or whatnot, but it almost became impossible to hold on to. Like the shit would always get out of my grasp. It was like a jumping beam or like a
Yeah,
You know, does that sound?
Yeah, well, so the thing is, right, is like with this with Big Red, like I call it Big Red, like that's my baby. It took 10 years to write this shit, and this is all broken record conversations. So all that is magic that I taught for about 10 years. That book, when somebody has it on their shelf and they invite magic friends over, if you don't use the shit inside it, your friends will steal it from you. It goes on a journey.
Yep.
Independent of your will. Like, you have to be intentionally keeping it around. Like, I end up referencing this like multiple times a day. Like, for some random shit I never thought of. Like, there's a thing I need. What do I need? Go find it in the book. Like, you know, for the last 13 years, or what, it came out in 2012, so I've been referencing it for the last 10 years every day. Like,
yeah.
This shit has stood up 10 years of professional practice. So for me to say...
It's not that much. I suggest you get it.
But the thing is about Big Red, right, is it will get stolen. It will go wandering. It will be like... Motherfuckers, like, will take it from you. Like, I've had to buy a couple of copies
today at Amazon.
Yeah, like, fuck, get it on Amazon. Don't get the PDF. Don't get the Kindle one because I fucked up the PDF. That was before they had their downloadable editor for the Kindle format, so it's shit. So sorry, but yeah. But the print copy itself, it also has problems. Like, the whole thing needs an edit and an update for it, which is kind of why I'm doing this grimoire for 2022.
Yeah, but the information.
What's that, Mike?
I said, yeah, but the information in it is valuable.
Right. Like, it deals with some of the most complicated things that we've been able to articulate in 2 hours. Stuff I've not been able to talk about with another individual person, let alone a group of you, at length without sounding like a nut. So the fact that we're starting to use this stuff to come together, that there's, if magicians were able to, like I said, the spell a day is just a start to the project that I'm working on, right? Like, that's a way that they can get a bag of herbs and go make a spell every day and go live and talk about it in a Facebook group over a period of months. The archive that we'll be able to get from people's spell work of the creation from just 75 herbs. What happens when we start adding in stones? What happens when we start adding in bones? What happens when we start adding in feathers or these other ingredients to create more vibrant spells? Like, all I'm doing is focusing on herbs for 3 months. Then it's going to start becoming something deeper. Then it's going to be starting, okay, well, this is what I would do if it was at my actual practice. I would have a stone, I would have a bone, I would have feathers, I would have, you know, something natural to mix with the compressed herbal spirits to do exactly what you were talking about, where it is the multi-dimensional application of physical matter. It lived, it died, now it's changed a form, now its form is going into something higher than it even could be on its own. And so if we can make art like that, if we can make music like that, if we can have conversations like that, like, that's the kind of thing that the fellowship that I've got, I want to sell through. Like, I want that to be a foundation. I want that to be an international conglomerate. Like, let's make that entity, because it already exists. Like, there's no extra work. Like, anything we do, you want to sell it through that. Okay, I'll pay you the commission, pay you the cost for it, and, you know, keep a little on the side for infrastructure. And we build it that way. Like, it's organic development. Like, everything is in place for this. All we have to do is start teaching people or getting people comfortable with channeling spirit, channeling art, having video conversations with the recorders. Like, for Mike, if you record those, you can put those videos out for sale. Like, if people want to have a conversation with an entity, you give them the conversation that they submit to you, they pay to submit to you, you go have that conversation, and this is the result. And then they can come learn the ritual of conjure from me, or they can go get the art from you. Like, the whole ecosystem works. But there is no separation between spirit and this world except for the artificial bullshit that's been put into us by the church, by corporation, by modern society. Because this kind of thing
And
breaks the social structure that they have in place. And it allows us to implant our own.
that's one of the things that drives me to wanting to get, an entity, a spirit on camera. Not even on camera, but just in succession with the EMF detector. SPRAG literally means skulls, research and documentation. So, it is a research and documentation thing, and that's what it's always been for the last 10 years, was to document these things when I first didn't understand them. But now that I have a better understanding, it's like, we need to go a different way with this. Everybody's going to ghost hunting, if they're going, and they're even contributing to the freaking propaganda by getting all scared and doing their half-ass shit. Like, they're not doing it the right way. I have yet to see an actual paranormal investigation team do something to actually help. If they do find something, they get scared and run out. You know what I mean? Leave the customer with more problems. Wouldn't it be nice to go and actually say, okay, well, you want them gone, or you want, help them pass on and cleanse the house or whatnot? You know what I mean? Like, help these people. Do for your community. Do what other people are afraid to do. And that's my whole push into getting this documentation, is because all propaganda that the church has spewed over the past many years, and it's not just the church, but it's our fellow man, our indoctrinated politicians and those people that have just been heavily documented after the Dark Ages.
And that's the thing. It's like, what we have the capability of, literally creating worlds where entities themselves can cross-pollinate from different planes, different existences. Like, I could create a world over here, you could create a world over there, we create a ritual of union, opening the gates between the two, and then anything that you want to have pass through that gate, you can project that spell through your communities, and you say, I give you the keys to open the gates.
That's a great idea.
And then they can cross-pollinate, and then new psychic forms can be, new spirits can be made, new things can be rebirthed into creation. So it doesn't have to be just us. It becomes everybody. It becomes an every creator thing. Everything in creation becomes its own god king of something.
And that's what's interesting about it. If you look at the links between the DKMU and the Sorcerers Guild, they're definitely linked up. They've got the Ellis and the S1 sigil that Tal invented. It's now the LS1. So it's a direct linking of two different currents for a higher magical structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So everybody who works magic in between them, as long as you're, connecting that to the node and then kind of sectioning your own personal sigil that links you to your world as well, then you're filtering it obviously only solely for those results. Whatever, you have a very highly potent way of charging your own magic throughout that. If you have a system like you're talking about, you can join it between two individuals, get it to where people are starting to do the work consistently. As they go on to do that, they're hooking their individual path working into that collective soup, so to speak.
Exactly.
And taking the broth from that.
Yeah. You want to say America is a melting pot? Well, let's make an American sect of magic.
Yeah.
This is how I propose to do that. Like, before it was called the Grimoire of Arts, I wanted to call it the American Grimoire, because this is the shit that I learned on the streets from one coast to the other.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a sect of magic that's for our continent, for the weird shit that we get. Like, I've had to deal with fucking jinn magic because somebody pissed off a member of the Arabic community that was in the refugee area, and they started fucking up a region because they pissed off the jinn. They brought their demons with them. Like, that skill did not get lost. when those people came over in mass. Like, they're here now. Just the same way as the Norse gods are here, just the same way as the native spirits are here, just the same way as, like, they might not be like as reverenced as they were, but that doesn't mean that they're not still here.
Do you
Like,
think that that affects the way that the ley lines are as well within this particular region?
it definitely does. It definitely does. And this is why I do ley line reconstruction. Like, when I go to different cities, I plop down my, like, and I can change the nature of the currents under the earth. So I do that too. So that's also probably, like, depending on where at you're talking about. Like, I don't go northeast, like, never been. But the southern part of the US, yes. You got to be able to channel the magic outside of, like, what people have done to the land. So you have to reroute the energy current so it doesn't go to the curse. It fuels your spells instead. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you usually set up a particular area just outside of town that's kind of more free and clear, and then arc the magic that you're doing and, like, reroute it into the area that you're trying to affect? Or
No, I have a direct conduit that I carry with me in every apartment.
oh, that works.
Why do I want to go outside of town? Like, I can just bring it in town. Like, why do more work? Why
Right.
waste gas? Why pollute the earth? Why, you know?
Why?
It's not necessary. You know, it's like I got a field out back and a field up north, like just on this other side of the building. That's like why I picked this apartment. Is that is a natural space. That is a natural preserve. No humans are allowed there. Like, I go outside my door and I go up a hill and nature. You know, I used to live on the edge of the San Diego River as it would go out into the San Diego Bay for 5 years. Like, it was between the 8 and the San Diego River. My apartment was right in the middle. So I had a conduit between energy that was moving from people and energy that was moving from nature. Like, I lived in the middle of that for years here in San Diego.
Yeah.
And now I'm in the Spring Valley, so the energy is coming north-south, and I got this open space down here, and there's a fucking reserve down there for the aquifer for, like, drinking water and shit. So, like, no people there either. So it's like north-south, like land, sea, and then the ocean. You know, that way is a huge fucking hill that has a tree growing out of the top of it with a bunch of, like, satellite dishes around it, like an antenna around it. But there's a massive fucking tree at the top of a hill. That's all privately owned, so nobody's up there. So it's like, I got all the things that I need in my little, like, valley, so I don't have to go outside my apartment. Like, it's just, it funnels where it is because I strategically placed my location in that area. So if you do that, then you don't need to worry so much. But if, you know, you're a street magician and you're walking through town and you need to carry something with you, flesh crafting. If you, you know, like, it sucks, but your body is a conduit. You know, I was a street magician after the Rite of Transformation, so I didn't get to experience the street shit as much. Like, yeah, I hung out in the streets, like the like city rats. Like, I was one of those kids, but I wasn't homeless until after the Rite of Transformation, after having to go through that, but as a fully empowered mage. Like, there was, like, I could just bend energy the way that it needed to be and get safe. Or, you know, I got really fucked up by that one motherfucker who was you know, telling me all of his horror stories, and that's when I got the Clipothic workings. Like, crack the shells of hell, right?
Yeah.
The thing about the Clipoth is so we live in a world where the divine is separate from matter. The Clipoth is where the divine never separated, so it became extreme, right?
Yeah.
So something that became love became vampiric or became narcissistic or became whatever it is because it lives in a sphere non-divided from the divine. So it, as a god king, becomes corrupted because it can't balance out with the nature. It doesn't have a flow through. It doesn't have a purpose other than its own, right? And so therefore it becomes malevolent and evil. I met people like that. right? And so separating from that current to divide from that, breaking away from the clipothic sphere, breaking out of the shell, as it were, right, is part of the work that we get to do, especially as you go through the rites of transformation and you do those things on a more visceral level. Is that you're going to get an opportunity to understand people's energy centers, their behavior in a way that lets you change their spirit with whatever you want. Cardboard, whatever. You just have to know what are the symbols, what are the things that you're twisting, right? And I say it like that is because you speak in barbaric tones, right? Like when you're conjuring, I've heard you do it a few times where you're projecting the aether words, right? If you draw the words of the aether and you do the symbols and stuff in the air, you're projecting your body energy. But if you put your emotion and you put time into it, you can make the astral characters that move in space, that ripple and are still living. They become entities themselves just with drawing a character. So when you draw a character of a sigil or whatever in the space around you, in your auric field or what have you, that becomes a living entity that you can then push out and give birth, and it ripples out as a lightning bolt or whatever and makes whatever manifest.
I never thought to do that with it, so that's pretty cool, actually.
So, like, if you're a street magician and you're fucked in a city, you have your auric field and you have the field of the city, where they overlap and how you draw it and carve it into your own aura, and you carve it between you and the space of the city, and you out it goes. Because where you stop and the world begins in that field of aura is that planar division between time, space, between that space that you were talking about earlier, where if people can't cross that threshold and get into the outside world, they're stuck in their own sphere.
Right.
And so
Cubes.
And so using methods like that to carve the pathways of energy between, you can literally like pry up that space and push it out.
This seems like we're actually working with that black flame gets more and more and more necessary, as you're getting the weight and the gravity behind what you're doing rather than relying on a vehicle to navigate you through.
Correct.
You're walking to the space yourself, you know what I'm saying? But with this, it's like being able to send a piece of yourself there ahead of the time, which is interesting because that's how the sigils work. It's just noticing that, like we're talking about, the amount of time between the two when you're folding space like that and you're utilizing the compression factor,
Yeah.
where I came up with the whole formula. What was it? Distance over time equals manifestation. And plugging those factors in, plus the technique, which is going to be the variable, the conduit to chaos. How are you plugging into chaos? That's going to give you your outcome. And the more you're able to replicate it, it seems like the quicker the better, because then your magic is more effective than the next guy who's like selling it to you at the price of, like 5 to 6 months out of your life, and the effects that it might have on your physical form, or the shit that it might put you through in order to get you to transform to be there, may not be that pleasant.
Yep.
The interesting stuff that we're getting involved in.
We become the source of power. We are sorcerers. We are extensions of the source. That's the difference between what I get up to and normal magic. Is like you've got normal magicians that are like, well, we're going to do this ritual to just all these external energies. It's like with me, we're the conduit. We are the bridge between. Like it, I carve the symbol,
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to get more toward on in my own working system versus recapitulating old doctrine and whatnot. The shit's beat out, you know what I mean? Like you got this text that's like 4,000 years old, and it may well be, like we were talking about, it may well be what the language of like the Golden Dawn would have called inner versus outer order stuff. The outer order was shit that they gave to pacify little kids, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they'd eventually get like, oh, I don't know, maybe 12 or 13 people who they called to the inside of the inner order, and they give you the real shit. And they're like, okay, this is the meat and potatoes as we know it thus far. You know, do the thing, see the effect.
Right.
Yeah. Which is completely different than having to grind your way through all the bullshit and then realizing, you know, you are the conduit. You know, you have that moment with it where it clicks and makes sense, you know?
Yeah. And then then there's the layering of the conduit, right? Like once you get to understand that you're the conduit, right? Like that's part of it. The next part is actually doing it. You know, it's having to have, when there is nothing between you and whatever it is you're facing down, be it entities that are trying to kill you, being that entities that are trying to kill your friends, there is no entity between you and that entity trying to kill your friend. It's you and that entity and your friend behind you. Your will is the only thing that stops that critter from destroying somebody else's family.
Indeed.
So you have to have enough oomph to override whatever magic exists to be able to rewire that entity and wipe your hands clean of it, and it'll go do what it will. You know, and so it's that application of magic in this case goes deeper than traditions.
Yeah.
Because traditions, they work on the intermediaries like Santeria and things like that. Those are the intermediaries of the divine. They are not the divine themselves. They are just intermediaries to connect you to whatever power, and then they do the magic. You pay them to do the magic, right? Yeah. It's like somebody wants to get me to do magic for them. They pay me to do magic. I do magic, but there is nothing between me and the magic, right? When you're in those other traditions, you're paying that intermediary to do the thing between you and the magic, so that it's safer. That way it's external to you.
Yeah, which is funny because it doesn't necessarily guarantee that anyway.
Right. Right?
Whoopsie!
Whoopsie doodles. Did you just step in some shit right there? Did we just like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? All you got to piss off is piss off your intermediary, you know, and then you find yourself in some shit. You come back to them only later to find out they were the motherfucker that sent that thing after you anyway because they didn't like your tone.
Correct.
Listen, Bridget, you're being a little bitch. You need to just go home and sleep it up. No, okay, well, fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
Oh, I have a story with a girl named Bridget. Oh, she threatened to kill me once. Her hand got broke by one of the spirits. You raise your hand at me? I taught you magic. Breaks a hand. True story, bro. True story. 2010. Fuck, man. Like, no, that was more like towards the end of the relationship. So that was like 2013. But yeah, like, Bridget. Don't do that. No.
I had a deflection spell I did one time, right? That I believe ended up resulting in this cat's death because I've been getting death threats through the astral, right?
Yeah.
And I knew it wasn't me because this was coming in ways that I never would normally think. You know what I mean? Like after you work telepathically enough, you know your own thoughts from something that's external that's protruding.
Right.
And it just kept getting worse and worse over the period of a week. And it got to the point where it was physically affecting my body. And I felt like I was getting terrified, like I might actually succumb to it, you know, like, and I remember this kid talking about death curses. And I'm like, that's probably what this shit is. I'm going to fucking, right, I'll end this tonight. So it was a full moon. And I went out and I sat in the crossroads underneath this full moon. And I ensorcelled myself and I began doing my thing. And I performed a practical rite. You know, no fucking repetition of spells from grimoires or any of that bullshit. I just took out a piece of paper. I wrote down the names of the individuals who were known to me that had been giving me shit in the past. And I wrote them out in every single color that I had. I had multiple colored pens. I crumpled it up, I burned it, I threw it in the fucking cup, and essentially just told them to fuck right off. And it's funny because the combination of the colors, do you want to know what the flame became green? So
Yes.
the irony, the fucking irony. And 2 days later, I went down to the crystal shop to go pick up a crystal, and I heard them talking about one of the cats that was named, right?
Yeah.
This is fucking insane, okay? They were like, yeah, I can't believe that so-and-so killed himself. It was just weird, man. Like, he was just in here like 3 days ago, and I can't fucking believe it, and da-da-da-da. And my ears pricked up. And they're like, yeah, his old man came in. He was freaking out because both him and his father performed magic and shit like that. And I was just completely blown away by that fact. I was like, all I did was a simple reversal of what energy that they had. That's it. That was the binding for the spell. The wording was, may whatever energy that you've sent my way return to you. You know, whether this is dispersed amongst many or one, you know, take your shit back, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. He fucking killed himself. He committed suicide. I'm like, that was a death curse for sure, because this bitch is dead, like, off himself completely, had no recollection. No one could recall him ever being suicidal once.
Yeah.
Went against his nature. So, I mean, when you talk about a lot of this shit as being like completely real and whatnot, it definitely is. There's strange things afoot.
You know, and that's the thing is like the Harry Potter movies, you know, and he's just like rebounding Voldy's death curses, right? Like,
yeah.
You don't need to cast your own death curse if somebody's got a death curse at you. All you have to do is just like grab it and turn it back at them, and you give it the freedom to do what it needs to. It's like, I give you life. Go. You were corrupted by evil. Go have fun. Like,
yeah, right.
You poor bastard. I pity the fool on the other end. Like, there are buses, there are house fires, there are, you know, like getting hit by a car. Like, this one cat comes into my shop, right? And he makes a gesture at me, and I just like literally with my shoulder just go back at him, like just feel the energy moving around and just like flick it with my shoulder at him. No hand gestures or whatever. My hands are in my pockets. And he's like, Reiki? I'm like, something else. Get out of my shop. Next day, homeboy's walking around with a cast on because he got hit by a car. Like, don't try to hex me on my ground. Like, fuck you, buddy.
Damn. Fucking audacity. Just to see how big your balls are, probably. That's the mentality or something.
You know, and that's the thing that I would love to see stop. Like, you don't have to posture with magicians. You're a magician. Yeah. They're a magician. Do magic.
Right?
Like, I got nothing to prove to nobody. Like, don't start shit. There won't be shit.
Look, it's like with the time that it takes to think about the type of defenses somebody might have, right? And or to muster the energy, even to not even think about it strategically and just go in all in ballsing, you know what I mean? Just fucking deep dicking that motherfucker down and throw the biggest thing that you can muster, only to realize that this person's competent and can meet you on that level. The repercussions when you could just be creating co-tangibly, you know, with other people, you know what I'm saying? Or at the very least, staying the fuck out of the way if you're not going to do that.
Right. You know, you know, and this is what I love about working with the friends that I have, is because it's like they're scary in their own right.
Yeah.
And then they call me. Like, there is shit we have discussed today that I haven't discussed with friends that I've had for almost 10 years.
Wow.
Like, things that we're capable of doing that people that have spent 20, 30 years in the practices have never done, been a part of, heard of, whatever. And this is the limitation of magicians, and this is why I think that we can do better as leaders moving forward, right? Is we have a responsibility to say, all right, look, you bitches, stop fucking around with the child stuff. Like, I'm tired of seeing Silver Ravenwolf get recommended as a good beginner text. Like, if you're not 15, if you're not 16, if you're not even 17, like, I'll give it to a 17-year-old. Like, if you're 18 years old, go read Crowley, for fuck's sake. Like, you can handle the term sex in a book.
Yeah. And the scandals that come thereof.
You know, Crowley got some good writing, though, I gotta say.
You know,
For sure.
the man did his best.
Interesting.
You know, I got to give it to him. Like, he did his best to recreate all of the medieval books of magic in his
Yeah, he was a
way.
reconstructionist.
Yeah, he was very much a reconstructionist. It's just, my problem with him is that there are better translators than he was.
Yeah.
And so now the texts that he was trying to copy have been translated better. And now I can do the same magic Crowley does. Like, the same shit he was trying to tap into, because he went to Egypt and he did trying to conjure the thing in the desert. It's like, I didn't have to leave fucking California, and I was able to do that shit. Like, to be fair, I was in the Nevada desert. I was living in Vegas at the time.
I'm sure that fucking helped. You know what I mean?
Like, it was in the desert, like, desert magic, like, yeah, like,
Mirror images and shit, yeah.
yeah. Like, there was the Luxor, that was also in the West, like, I could, like, to the Luxor, like, you know? Iconography, like, you cannot make this shit up, man. Like,
hey, but geographical marks are extra spatial, because in the book of the law, he actually gives the coordinates toward Volsky. That way, when you perform some of the rituals, that's something I really wish as a young mage I would have paid more attention to. I didn't understand, because I didn't understand the properties of what he was talking about. I didn't understand his mind, and I didn't understand the mind of a magus and how the extra dimensional space marks were correlating with the topography, and how you're able to draw on that as a current. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if I'm not physically there. I can actually project toward the shit as I'm doing it,
right.
and draw the image in my mind, and draw the current, draw it with the phraseology, with the, you know, and it makes it that much more fucking potent than if you're just jerking off in the wind, facing any which way, going, hear ye, spirits. Pay attention, motherfucker. Put me through the goddamn portal or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you'll get nothing. Or if you do,
you're over here. Those motherfuckers are behind you and 30 degrees up. Like, your head needs to be like, hear me, you fuckers. And they're like over here. Like, no, like, it's like pissing into the wind. You just don't do it.
Right.
Like,
right.
You know, and I wish more magicians would understand that in their early days, because like today I got into a conversation with a fellow who shared one of my videos on the modification of the genus Loki to compress space, so that you don't have to worry about where you're at versus where somebody else is. It's like, you can overlay space ritually. I have the spells to do it, and I shared them with Mike already. And I made a post about it in the Brotherhood group or whatever. And it's like, apparently Israel Regardi was talking about all of the shit that I was talking about in my video, and like, this is all stuff that I've never read Regardi, like, at all. Like, I have no idea what the hell this guy's talking about. Like, what the fuck plagiarist motherfucker is Regardi then? Because like, this is all like, no, none of that is his.
Which, sorry, it was so infuriating that I can't hardly spit it out. You would think that people would see that as and I think to some degree it bruises or insults a certain piece of the terrestrial form when that kind of link is made. Because right off rip, a lot of people would be like, okay, well, how do we know that you didn't read them? You know, and it's like, I can go to my fucking library and show you, since there's Zoom now and shit like that. I have not a copy. But you know, it's anything to dismiss the legitimacy, but that does legitimize the claim. You know, it's two completely different people that have never met, that don't have anything to do with one another, whose works are mirroring. You know, it might not be 100% exactly the same, but it's within the same contextual setting. You know, you're talking about the same topic and you're dealing with the same thing, but through two completely different lenses. That's all art is. You know, it's a bending of the thing and a blending of multiple elements to come together to make this enigmatic thing, because it's enigmatic because it transcends process, but it has process. It transcends form because it implicates all form.
Right.
But it's really something else. It's its own universe. It's its own world that's been giving birth, you know?
Yeah. It's like and like that's just one technique. It's like I don't do ritual other people do.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I've ever done a ritual out of one of Crowley's books at all, ever. I've never made the altar. I've never even made an Enochian plate the way that they talk about it in the notebooks of John Dee, that I didn't even pick up until that dude in 2020 released the 2-volume set. Like I stayed the fuck away from it because it had links to Crowley and the Golden Dawn. Like anything that they did, I wanted nothing to do with my entire career. Like they're over there doing their bullshit. I'm gonna do my thing and see where we mix. And it's like, all right, well, it seems like y'all are trying to do what I do.
Yeah.
Can one of you go through the litany of shit that we've talked about today as a practicum? No, they read about it. Or one of them did a half version of something somebody else tried to write down, and they're not actually doing it themselves.
Yeah.
They're relying on being part of the order as being their credence to being able to be a functional whatever they are. Whereas you and
how do
I
you feel about this? I think that because if you look at Regardie's past, like I know you mentioned you don't know anything about him.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, school me.
Well, the interesting thing about him, right? He essentially did what you said. You're like, I gotta indirectly teach you. That's exactly what he was forced into doing by Crowley, because Crowley was at the time doing what we're doing now. He was forming his own system with the AA shit.
Okay.
The GD work that he did, all of his magical misadventures, that was all leading up to him discovering his own vehicle of magic.
Okay.
To anybody who practices that shit, that's what I wish I would have been told years ago, right? That I was just picking up the diary entries of a motherfucker that was just figuring it out, but nobody mentioned this, you know? It was a compendium of information. But that's because he was getting his ground basics as a sorcerer. Now, he wasn't actually called a sorcerer, really, by anyone until he was traveling the world. When he did that, when he sold all his possessions and went to go sit at the feet of some of these grandmasters, he started noticing a lot of similarities, and he started working the shit out for himself, like we're talking about.
Yeah.
Getting down to the mechanics of the shit. And then he started not only just seeing it, but doing the shit. And that's when the weird shit happened. That's when he drove his assistant mad and shit like that, because the guy was an intuitive link. You know, it was Nuremberg, who wasn't actually like a real magician or anything. He was just psychically sensitive. And Crowley essentially like pinged his ass up, set him like a satellite, was just like, I'm pointing you this way. I'm going to be facing this way. Write down what the fuck happens, okay? When I do this, any move that I make, anything that you see or you think that you see, I don't give a fuck with all of it. Write it the fuck down, goddamn you, and expediently go.
I need one of those. Oh my god. I need one.
I mean, I have been focusing more intuitively than on the magical side, so.
Like, I need somebody whose psyche I'm not going to break, because my poor buddy Dustin, when I was a kid, I would do that to him. Like, He was one of the most skilled oracles I ever met. And he broke. Like, I need somebody with the psychic fortitude. Like, they need to be like hard. Like, they not delicate flowers. Like, write down everything. Like, let's go through it. You know, get out the cameras, get out the thing. Like, we'll go through it. Like,
Well, you know what's funny is you've got both Mike and I here. Mike is a recording instrument if I've ever seen anything, but I come at it from a weird way because I try to do both in a weird hermaphroditical type of conduit to where I'll channel it for a long period of time and then I'll have like this intense hibernating phase and then I'll fucking act on all of the shit that I've been picking up and sponging up from the environment. It's just weird as fuck because it's draining as shit.
yeah.
You know?
And yeah.
I bet.
But it comes in cycles. It's like sometimes I'll need to receive more of the information and then sometimes act on more of it. It's not, it feels like it's because of the fact that when you're trying to do the work of both of the officers of magic, that you're in some weird way shorting the process.
What do you mean by officers of magic?
Okay, so the conduit or the material base that the work is poured into, and then the actual like projection of the work. Like if you were to have like in, for example, in Masonic ritual, if you were to have somebody taking notation for
Okay.
the purpose of the ritual, that way it's chronologically, you know, kept. It would be standing apart from the rest of the officers who are enacting the ritual. You know what I mean?
Oh
Who
yeah,
was
I
standing-
got. So it's like the scribe in the corner. Like we need it. Like we need our own like little Metatrons following us around.
Yeah, exactly. Your stenographer.
Yeah.
Yeah. On this day of the month.
Right. Like I'll do that after I do magic. Like I'll reflect on it.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
that's how I do it. Is like I do the spell and then I write it down afterwards.
Right. Does it ever seem to you though that there are, because of how I don't know if this makes any sense or not, but tell me if what I'm about to say makes sense to either of you. That the human body as a conduit or as a vehicle can only take so much of a load, right? Obviously, before it becomes something else. It's gonna break. So it's gonna become a pile of goo. You know what I'm saying? If I arc and I take on way too much and I don't transmute the vessel to do that thing, it's gonna fry after a while, you know? So these initiations seem to me to be nodes for setting up like multidimensional batteries. You know what I mean? That way, if you are, say, channeling a particular type of energy and you can't do it for that long, you got to keep working with the thing, right? But that takes a long time. So maybe they give you a shortcut via like a sigil or something. And you apply that thing in ritual next time, only to come to find out, realize that you are able to store that energy and project it. Now, when you're projecting it, it seems, since you're united with that particular force and you're lining up the conjunction between all of those planes and you're drawing it down through all of those vessels into your vessel and becoming an avatar of the thing, it seems like there's almost like a weird jet lag period after you've done the magic and you reflect on it like you were talking about, and this piece of you that's still terrestrial, that isn't completely transmuted by the magic.
Oh, you're
Your
talking about like
consciousness.
that gap between like it's like you're after spell and you need to eat some chocolate.
Once more, sorry.
So because what you just said is the reason why I use shit like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have one of these for every planet for the 4 doors and the 12 stars, as well as the yin ingredients. So there are quite a lot of jars around here, but these compress the energy around in the environment, right? So it acts as a focus for what my body doesn't do. But because of the Rite of Transformation, I can spread to those immediately, and I can
Right.
expand my body outside of myself. And so in that period of after I've cast the spell, it's compressed, it's animated, it's alive, it's sent out to go do its thing. As I'm recoiling back into my body, right? There's this period of like it happened in the beginning when I was doing those mummification spells. So I would cast a spell, it would be done, I would be awake, I would be lucid, I would be able to talk, interact with the world, and I would still have all the power of that ritual inside me and around me. And it was like the world was squishy. But at the same time, I would just like eat chocolate to ground back into this plane, like, or have to eat, like, drink coffee or have a shot of alcohol or smoke a cigarette or whatever to keep that, like, to like the world, like,
Right. Redistribute
yeah,
what had been done. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've experienced that a couple times during ritual, but I didn't have words for it. That's pretty interesting that you mentioned it. Like there was one time where I was like astrally, I don't know where I was, but I was crawling around astrally in a form, a bestial form, and I was experiencing these different colors of auric lights. And when they would combine, I would absorb them and I would get like some kind of weird digital readout, which is, I guess, what my physical body is now aware of and undergoing on a multiplicity of levels.
right,
But that was just astral, okay? And when I called my form back to my body after some time, it was weird because it was like I was falling through each of these dimensional planes and they were making like stacked geometry, almost like how I was talking about how those twin pairs of atoms were showing me the through a literal pictorial representation what they were, what I was communicating with, with positive and negative forces and the polarities. But it was doing that on a reverse level. So I was watching myself slide back down that spiral through the spheres and the planes. And right before I hit my body, it was like mud. It was like real goopy and like spongy and just really, yeah. And I couldn't understand what the fuck that was. I'm like, am I like spliced between a plane right now? Am I having a hard time re-entering my body? And I just laid there and it was the most uncomfortable feeling.
yeah. That's me after every spell. Yes, that. Chocolate helps. Yay, the Harry Potter world. But yeah, like, no, like chocolate. Eat your chocolate. Check your text. I sent you 2 images.
Okay.
One image is of a gateway conjuration that expresses the space between, the space in, and 2 worlds. So, like, I'll actually share it with you here now that I've got, like, everything here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to load this up, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do share screen, message with you, boom, share. Okay, see that?
Yep.
So when we do space magic manipulation with source magic and shit, there is the circle that is the container for everything. There is the half circle as the eye opens. There is the subcircles that are sustaining it beneath that lower, right?
Right.
And it's holding it in stasis by the 2 that are specific to each half of those moons, right? And so you channel and you create the bridge between all layers of operations, between that which is supporting on the other side, that which is in the other side. And like, if you're going to look through, like you made the whole, like, I'm going to pull it open, stick my head through.
Yeah.
This is what I use as a medium for that.
Oh, no shit.
because that's what you can get if you put your consciousness into the very center of that. Everything that you need to fold the spheres around you can be achieved by this image.
Now, this is very interesting for a lot of reasons. Okay, you know how we talk about dimension and depth and whatnot being very important to this type of work.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how important. Okay. When I saw this image, the first place that my mind went to was not an eye. It was one of two places. It was I was positive in two places before you said right before the word "I" came out of your mouth. The first was it's a yoni, and that this is referencing the circumpolar energies from the planet, right?
Right.
So coming down to open a portal directly through the center line and channeling it into the earth, and then using that as a gateway to spring out.
Correct.
The second one was that it was the planet actually cored and cut in half, and that you're looking at the literal beating, pulsing heart of the planet.
Also correct.
When you said "I," however, it gave a completely different, and it's funny because those two things are applicable.
Yeah.
But when you mention it from the level of an "I," it makes even more sense from a projection sort of standpoint. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, if you look at like the butthole, or you look at the yoni, or you look at the earth, all of those things, we are the snake that eats itself. It is the same in the beginning as at the end. It is the continual tube. This is a representation of that tube in the whole form.
Right.
So you can use this however you need.
This is right, exactly. It's like your imagination can run wild. Now this is what I find interesting, right? Imagine taking the herb, right, that you need, and linking that up with this and enchanting, obviously, as long as the herb's not going to be, toxic to the body, linking that through an oil and enchanting that around the eye, around the actual eye.
Exactly.
That way, you have, say, you put your crystals in the center or whatever, and you anoint them, put the herbs in the center, however you want to do it, and link the two of them between. You could have a physical attachment to that and quite literally push through. Now, what's this?
The last 3 days, I've been talking about energy that moves between fixed and static matter. You talk about goo. You're the third person that's mentioned goo in a conversation. So I'm like, fuck it, let's show the world. This revolutionized my practice in 2013. Because it separates goo from matter, the all potential and the all fixed state of everything. That which it is, that which it could be, that which it could possibly be. As a result, it divides itself out. And this is what I saw when separating out the thing and the goo that drips off of it.
So you're talking about the ability to actually splinter from reality in a weird way, yeah?
Correct. I told you. We deal with Themis, natural law, the creation and recreation of all things. It's not metaphorical.
On some level, I don't wonder if although, well, no, that would actually make a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay.
Make with the talkie noise, please.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just piecing certain things together. Do you think that a lot of wisdom and tutelary deities end up teaching these things as a consequence from being plugged into their current? Because couldn't think of any particular reason why this would have been a natural form of magic that I would just gravitate toward, other than the conduits that I'm plugged into and how it facilitates itself.
Like how you would come to this on your own?
Yeah, because I mean, I've not done any particular systematic work toward it, and I've only just I mean, I always had a pull toward time magic, even when I was infantile, you know, just very, very, very baby, starting out to comprehend any of this stuff. I had no clue about any of the language of magic, none of that, no clue what any of the symbols were. But on an intuitive basis, I was always drawn toward it from a perspective of necessity. And I'm not wondering if the astrological components that go into my work and myself aren't drawing me toward that, because in this particular time, I mean, think about we're discussing this at a time where there's a huge shift happening, right?
Correct.
So birth and rebirth, you know, phoenix forms and such, you know, things are changing and the space is open and ripe for it. So why not channel stuff to this caliber? That way people en masse can understand it and get such a working knowledge of it that you can break it down in such simplistic language that even a fucking infant can look at it and just be completely transformed, you know?
Well, I mean, that is the exact goal of this conversation. I mean, that's why I got lectured. Oh, here's a better rendition of those images. So, like, if you don't mind show and tell for a little bit.
Not at all.
So that way you've got an understanding of the practicum that I'm trying to demonstrate. This is a more complete version of. This is the proto version. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is the original version.
I see the differences.
This is the original drawing.
That'd be a nice tattoo. Holy moly. I like it. There's something about it. It just
Right.
looks right on the left shoulder.
So, like,
Now that's an interesting point that was just brought up as far as the tattoo goes. Fleshcraft and see how that would work.
yeah. Well, I mean, I have a tattoo that's flesh crafted, that's magic on my back, right over my heart. I called it the Circle of Creation. I find it in the Sefer Yetzirah, which is the Book of Creation, about 5 years later. Never seen the image before in my life drawn the way that I did. But here's some other work from that.
Septarian.
So we're going the wrong way. So that's
Septon,
the one. So there's your planetary stuff. So this is the
That looks
division.
familiar. That looks very familiar.
Yeah, planetary, septenary
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah.
The
That's
writing
very
that's on the
familiar.
inside, are those individual sigillized pieces, or is that?
That is that astral script I was telling you about. It always changes form. It's always in motion. It never means the same thing twice.
Okay, so I'm guessing that depending on the convergences is going to be when your script is actually going to
Work.
change.
Yeah. Like you can't draw these things the same way twice either. Like the same symbols will refuse to be drawn the same way.
I kind of feel like this is the same way that I almost feel like that this is channeled from the same wavelength that I get my barbarous speech from, because
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Because when you were speaking it, it's like I know that if you could make a writing that sounds like that, that would be this.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, it feels like it's coming from the same exact force, but it's interpreting itself differently because the shape. Now, that's a weird thing I've noticed with working with mercurial force as well, and the conceptualization of language is that the tone that's inferred in the word seems to be the basis for the actual intention, but it's linked through experience. So all three of those things are completely syncopatic. They have to be in order for the language to actually have any kind of fluidity and real power. You know what I'm saying? You're coming at it from a raw state. Like if I was to just make up a word on the spot because of how pissed off I was, and that was to just fucking happen, I just pulled it out of my ass, you know?
Exactly.
And I mean, it's like, for example, I was doing, you might be familiar with, they call it statas. It's a form of body yogic magic. So you're striking a pose, but you're doing runic postures, right?
Okay.
So you're casting them with your body. And I would do that in this nonverbal language. This was one of the, I mean, I don't know if I told you the story already or not, but I had some problems with the show that we were putting on. And we were going to get ready to go play this show up in Vero Beach, not too far from where my hometown is. And everything just fell through. I mean, the job that I was trying to get in order to support the whole venue was giving me willy. You know, at first it was going on fine, and then the yoke got broken, and so all the energy was getting zapped out of that, and I was just pissed, and everything was just kinked up, backed up, and people were calling me, and they're like, "Oh, the fucking U-Haul's not going to be able to get there on time," and the venue promoter is talking shit, like, you know, they're kind of doubting our capabilities and whether we're even going to be able to bring people in. And I was like, "I'll call you right back, okay?" And so I hung up with dude, and I put the phone in my back pocket because I knew I was about to fling my hands, and if I did that, I'm flinging my phone, and that's just one thing that's going to piss me off even more, you know? And I took that pure rage, that passion, and I struck the pose for Seid-Ways. And I just hype, you know, and just vocalized it as well, and focused like a fist, you know, flying through the air and crashing through, you know, anything that was getting in my way. And it was so practical. It had instantaneous results because like 2 seconds after I did that, I got it out of my system. I smiled and I kept walking. And dude calls me 2 seconds later after I did that, and he's like, he's like, "Hey man, so all that shit I was telling you, I don't know what the fuck you did, but they called me back immediately, and they were like, you know what, we don't know what's wrong. It must have been a glitch in the system, but yeah, you guys definitely we've got something for you. You're gonna be good. You know, come down, pick it up whenever you're ready." Venue promoter calls back, and you know, "Hey man, sorry, I've been having a really shit day.
Dude, nice.
We're looking forward to seeing you tonight. Are you still on?"
Fucking awesome.
When you talk about compression, I feel like in the realms of emotion as well, that those things get kinked up like a fucking hose. Another example of that, and working directly with the body in magic as a conduit, I was doing what do you call that shit? Neuromuscular therapies.
Okay, I'm not familiar.
And well, this is the interesting thing, is that like the earth has nodes, right? So too the body has these nodes. And I'm not just talking about nadis, energy centers, like the Hindu talk about, or the chakras.
Right.
I'm talking about the meridians that connect all of those shits throughout the body.
Right, I'm familiar with those, yeah.
Right. Now, I had somebody press on these in neuromuscular sessions, and the amount of information that backed up on me was intense, and it was all centered around. And a lot of people think too, who have this done, that all this regressive therapy is going to deal with unblocking energy centers, and you're going to get this massive awakening. It's not always like that. Sometimes, like, I just got a certain memory that was attached from a certain time in my life, not necessarily a traumatic experience that was kinking that up, but just a time period. It was almost like a reference point, like somebody hit the save game spot, you know, and I pinged back to that space and time, which is interesting because that's the way that I've been approaching time magic, was through memory. Okay, so working with literal neuroplasticity to open gates between events of relativity, and using that as a circumnavigational system, not necessarily through sigils and physical work, but using it that way in an internalized structure. And that's really fucking weird, because it seems like when you came through these gateways, that the results of that is, in a weird way, it carves you out internally, multidimensionally, so it makes all of these links and holds.
Well, that's why, again, I go back to the Rite of Transformation, is because, like I said earlier, every cell in your body becomes capable of passing through the gate at singularity.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
you precondition your body with the energy of the universe before you start going through the gateways. And if you start going through the gateways before you've preconditioned your body, you don't have a sustainable body, and you have to go back through and go repair it. You know, you've got all the broken psychic experiences. You have all of the failures of magicians that have tried to do this without cultivation.
Right.
So, like,
now, on some level, do you think that it's possible that the soul can pull one to that energy source and that conduit even before they're ready? Do you think that there's a possibility that certain people end up getting shattered like this because of the fact that it's such a raw magnetic force that they're already kind of aware of and attuned to via, like, certain psychic abilities that they happen to be, you know, incarnated with, that they have no training under, that they just, like, gravitate toward it naturally?
yes, but. And this is why I say yes, because it's like when I was a kid, before the weirdness, before the whole, like, cemetery moment, like my go to the other world, like, let's meet the other world. No, I would always go out and, like, you know, learn the witchcraft and stuff, and it would always feel like there was like a barrier between what people were saying and what I knew to be true.
Right.
And so I would hang out in the woods. I would hang out in this place called Alston Park. Well, they had this drop off. Okay. The park technically ended, and there was a really, really steep hill that you would have to climb to the bottom of. At the bottom of this hill was a grove, bay tree, oak trees, lichen hanging from the trees. Like, it was a perfect druidic magic place. Like, that's where I did magic.
Hey guys, I got a phone call. I gotta go.
All righty, bro.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Y'all
Thanks for being
have a
here.
good night.
You too, man.
You too.
All right, man. Bless you.
Blessed be.
So, like, in that space, connecting to the earth, connecting to nature, and things like that, there was a period of my time from 10th grade was when I was regular witchcraft. 11th grade, that summer, up and through my journey into the other world, viscerally, there was this type of shit I was doing called ascension magic. I was calling it that. It was evoking the elements or using their physical conduit as a means to directly create that link between me and it. So I would make a fire. I would connect to the fire. It's heat in me, all that stuff. Chi building, if you will.
Yeah.
Relating to that. And there came a point between 11th grade and 12th grade at some point where I said, fuck it. And I started devouring things. So I would bring the spirit into the fire, and then I would pull that spirit into me, and then I would make it, and I would intermix that energy with the rest of my body.
Right.
So I would deconstruct it and then make myself stronger as a result. It was a vampirism magic of entities that I was conjuring. I did not know. There was no books at the time that I could get. There was no, or like had access to. Like there was none of that. Like the internet did not exist, or at least not in the form that it's today, where it's all this shit's accessible. And there was this thing that was buried beneath the valley in its energy. So I put my hands on the earth and I tried to eat it. It kicked my ass. So hard. It's one of the, you know, it's like, yeah, I got good at magic. I'm really good at magic now. But in my early days, I'd be like, hey, you, poking, poking, poking. And they just like, bam. Like,
Like, damn, I'm just trying to see what the fuck's up, bro. Like, just help, hide.
yeah,
What are
like,
you?
teach me, eat me. I'll eat you. Like, let's be friends. Like, so you get accustomed to different kinds of energies. So I
Yeah.
sought it all out. Like I started seeking this shit out. Like I started seeking out the methodology for what the Rite of Transformation did. I started building my body as a foundation for years before I did it. Like for the 4 years that I was going through between, you know, all the journey in high school to learn the magic and learn the witchcraft to actually doing the Rite of 2000 in 2007 or so, like that was 7 years of practice. Like I was not an amateur at that point. Like I didn't start off in magic and just dive into the rabbit hole of like, let's open all the 7 gates outside. Let's open them all 7 inside. And then let's create a potion that blends both of those together so it can never be separated from the body again. Like, so
Yeah.
when you talk about intentionally being broken by energy, by intentionally being entrained to the different energies, is like, sure, but at the same time, like there's lessons there. There's ways to learn. There's ways to deal with it that you may have done, but you could have done a different way had you given it a moment's thought.
Sure.
Like you're led by the balls to like, it's like, follow me. We're gonna throw you into the fire.
Yeah.
But there is a point when you can say no, slice your balls off, and be like they fall into the fire, and like you get you know, like you give up something of you, but you also gain a whole bunch more.
Exactly. You're not, and that's the interesting thing about too these ritual initiations that happen within a lot of the systems seem like that's what it's more or less geared around. You know, be it with a servitor, be it with a naturally occurring force. It's funny because you talk about it, you're like, you know, once you're actually learning it on a personal basis because you are actually taking the time to do that work yourself and get to know the force and what it consists of, you're honing it for yourself rather than to use, rather than relying on a particular external conduit to give that to you,
Right.
which is hugely important in crafting a system and actually being practical with it. You know, I'm learning a lot more just by living in the city and walking around with these crystals on me and feeling the energy change than I ever did when I was, you know, back home, because everything was so widespread. Everything's condensed here. You know, it happens at a much higher vibrational rate. You know.
Yeah.
And then talking to people like you, it's like it's only affirming this knowledge that no, you're not like walking out of your own bounds and magical basis for reality. You're starting to just now shape it. It's quite contrary. You know, you thought you were before.
Yeah. And it turns out there's still so much more to learn. Like, if we're just having these conversations now, like this is the start of something awesome. I just know this is the start of something awesome. Imagine what our conversations are going to be in 20 years.
Yeah, right.
Like, if this is where we start, how much better is it going to get? Like we're talking about the boundary between yourself and the city and being able to carve the energy between so you can project your will through the city energy and make both unite and create manifestation outwards.
Right?
That's impressive on its own. Like creating universes, creating worlds, bringing entities from those worlds that you create into manifestation so other people can see them. Like, how cool is that shit? Like,
Right?
when I send entities over to my friends for protection, like the environment of their house changes. Like, I'll give you an example. So here we go. I'm gonna do a share screen so that the world can see these things. I think it's no, that's not that one. It is a little further back. Come on, Dustin. Where is your aha? That one. And then this one. Which is I already sent that one to you, so I'm gonna move that. Fuck it. So anyway, share screen. Messenger. Meteor. All the way to the end. So this is the sigils that I was fucking around with, right? Like there's the enemy sigil on the square of Saturn and the ink of Saturn and a whole bunch of other blends made with the spell a day things. This is the glitter bomb sigil for the Ellis out of the DKMU book, the Liber Sigillum. Right? That is where did it go? Oh, come on, Dustin. Where did I put it? Hang on. Nope. Aha, there we go. Gotta love the aha. So this was the result of that. But that's one of the totems of creation for the dragon critters. And I used the piece of string that came off of that as the anchor for the sigils that I made. And then I threw it in my cauldron. And then I did a thing. And then, much like you, I gave him something to say. And this is the result.
That's pretty impressive.
In 30 seconds. Like, that's how fast entity creation can be if you do it this way.
It's kind of insane when you think about it, how the different levels there affecting reality. I wonder, I would like to see it astrally as the event's taking place and watch it change somebody's perception and actually change the field. You know what I mean? That would be quite interesting to see.
And you know that's the thing. Like when we're dealing with entity creation or when we're dealing with environmental manipulation, right? Because there's two separate things. You're manipulating the environment or you're putting a critter into the environment, right? Well, like when that critter bites somebody, it's not just going to be a nasty bite from a spiritual entity. It's going to be a bite using a glitter bomb of Alice.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to fuck this motherfucker up. Like,
yeah. Here, take the whole web of magicians that are practicing, you know, and take the amount of entropy that they can control and comply and just
get bit by it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you thought a basilisk was bad. No, like, and they're on every drug known to creation. Like, they're creating new drugs and they're playing with Alice. Like,
now, let me ask you this: Have you done like any actual? Because I'm thinking of a way to neutralize a space to keep it like completely sterile from any other type of magic, containment sphere. but using the actual LS, do you think that that's very
It depends
word
on
I'm
what you draw the LS with, and it depends on what your fixed boundaries are to it. Because
Right.
LS is like a stake, so you'd have to create a linking spell to different stakes in the area, and then you have to, like, when I'm doing a mass exorcism, right? I would do, I have talismans that function as gateways, right? So I draw the piece of paper out, and it becomes a gateway. The entity goes into the gateway. The same thing you could do with Ellis, where you could draw the talismans and you could put them around, and then you link the Ellis and then the talisman, and you create a compound gate as a result of those. And then the thing becomes the sinkhole. So
because I know that there's a filtering sigil, and I'm wondering if that wouldn't have a almost like an effect if you set the intent with the other sigil to interlock with it, and then, like you said, use it as a gateway and kind of disperse anything else but this one particular signal. You know, use crystals or oils or whatever to boost that signal specifically.
you want to cause protection, right?
Well, in this case, it would just be neutralization, just like an open field, open source field. I guess pretty much like your sphere of creation, but utilizing a LS to connect the energy that's arcing through there. That way, you always have like a conduit or a battery of energy. Do you know what I mean? Like,
so, like with this, right?
yeah,
You create a field of neutrality where it forces the other energy into form that you want. Positive Ellis, negative Ellis.
yeah, pretty much what I was thinking.
And then you can make it rotate around a central Ellis.
Well, so apparently that answers my question. People have used it like that.
But I don't use specifically Ellis. So, like, I use Chaos. Like, yes, I use Chaos, but I use. It's weird. I tell you, I use sorcery, right? I use 9 different types of sorcery: light, dark, life, death, mind, spirit, time, chaos, pandemonium. Chaos is the union of death and mind, where it changes the state of things. It's the physical universe in change, in motion. So that's what I call chaos. Pandemonium is the potential it has in infinite change.
Right.
If you link chaos and pandemonium, you get the phantasmagoria, you get the dreamscape. And so to bring the dreamscape to this world, you have to be able to bridge the chaos with the physical reality. So you have to get an anchoring here to something physical. So when I do source magic, all things contain an element of each within each, right? And you can break it out 9 different ways, at least 9. So if you're going to use like chaos in this case, my system, not DKMU, chaos like Peter Carroll stuff, like separate.
Yeah.
The Greek term of chaos was the physical universe. It is the rotation of stars in formation. It is the crashing of waves on the beach. It is the tides as the moon would be moving, right? Like it's the motion of creation. It's non-specific. It's the motion between atoms and their atomic state, between the quantum state and their fixed state.
Right.
So on the myopic level, it is the quantum mechanic. It is the string theory in motion. Like it is the string that vibrates. It is the vibration of the string. And so when you channel that to something, physical intermediary, physical ingredient, things like that, you have to be able to get that thing done, right? Normal magic is nice. Applying chaos to it requires fulgurite, moldavite, trinitite, the Libyan desert glass, or it requires anything that has been changed its state. Something that was made by nature and its state changed by nature. Or
A
by man.
hagstone.
Close. but more intense. So
Meteorite, in other words.
yeah. Or I have a jar of Trinitite.
Oh, nice.
You know what that stuff is?
No.
That is what happened when they were doing atomic testing. And that's what the dirt turned into after man split the atom. It created a stone called Trinitite.
Huh.
So it is incredibly unstable and incredibly dangerous. But these are lightning stones.
Sounds like bismuth almost.
This is fulgurite. So when lightning hits the dirt, it turns into a stone.
Fuck, nice. That would be incredible to have.
Yeah. So I've got a jar of these that I grind down and I stick into spells.
Now, can you buy those just anywhere, or are they pretty hard to come by?
Etsy,
Oh, yeah? Okay.
man, it's like $50 for these,
Oh, shit.
and you just grind them down and you know.
Do your thing.
Yeah. But when I talk about the change of nature, that's what I mean by applying. I could draw the Ellis with those.
Yeah.
And that does something different than what the DKMU would use it for, because I don't think they're using this kind of stone magic. They're not trying to do physical change. They're trying to do energetic change.
Yeah.
Right? I'm all visceral.
Which is funny because it's only one plane. It's like, if you want to see it ground out onto this plane, why would you not do it with, physical mediums that are in between states, like you're just talking about?
Right.
Like I had a event where I took a glass, right, and I filled it with salt water, and I had 5 lodestones, and I put them in the shape of an adverse pentagram.
Okay.
And I watched the energy that I was gathering around this cup become dense as shit, and it toppled over.
Neat.
Completely toppled over. It's completely flat, level surface. There's absolutely no reason to just fucking bottom down and level over. That was the moment where I was like, okay, now I need to be able to dial back on that and figure out how to apply the absolute perfect amount of energy to begin to channel something like that. Move the water in the glass even maybe without, just having so much wild, unruly type energy going on.
So my buddy Hugh makes this EMP generator thing, right? He's gonna be making these and selling these to occultists. Black sphere in the center, 2 rods wrapped in copper up around it, generating an electromagnetic field. With the inscriptions around the edges.
That sounds dope as fuck.
It is really pretty, and he's an excellent craftsman, so it's super pretty. It's really nice.
It reminds me of have you ever seen Organite before or worked with it?
Does not work. I've not been able to get it to work because of the plastic.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're using that. I've had it done to where I've had a metal sheathing on the outside and not the gel coat.
Yeah, so my buddy tried to make it, and I've seen the shit in the housewife stores.
Yeah.
But the concept between the Organite and the concept between my astrological anchors is the same. The idea is good. My planetary anchors, you can hold one of those fuckers, conjure the gate of the planet, and you're holding it in your hand. Pity the thing if I was ever to make those into something you could throw at somebody. But thanks for the chaos eggs. But sorry, 1 second. Okay. The Organite things I've not actually been able to get to make work. Entities are weird.
Indeed.
They don't normally get this chatty and specifically introduce themselves. Okay. So that's a thing.
Something very interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it the Doom Chicken. Yeah, it's not a tangible entity specifically, but it's like combine fulgurite, combine planetary anchor stuff inside an eggshell, conjure the gate, make the gate conjuration seals or whatever they are on the thing, and you basically get like egg portals. Like you want to talk about chaotic disruption of a region, like if. And this is the thing that also becomes like for battle magic and stuff, right? Like chaos magicians have to be able to defend themselves. Regular magicians have to be able to defend themselves. So if you're going to be involved in a city where there's rioting and shit like that, if you have a couple of these things, you can keep them in your pocket, and then you can step on them as you walk away, and you open the gate on that corner, and then that corner becomes a fixed node for the city for that energy, so long as that stuff stays there. So like if you mix it with the paint that you're tagging a symbol with, or you're grinding it into like the asphalt or the bricks or whatever it is, or you lift up a brick and you stick it underneath and you smash the brick down and it becomes part of the landscape.
Oh yeah. Just imbuing the grid with magic.
And it's a specific kind of magic that's keyed into your gate spells.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, that was a whole like vision from the Doom Chicken. Like all that just came out of that pause. Like, okay, that's a thing.
Hey, I mean, some things are. Oh, that was an interesting. You know what was interesting? I was able to actually see the magic arcing off of our conversation. That was very weird.
Fun.
Yeah, it was like a conscious like stream from the computer that away.
When was this?
This was the first time we actually had our meeting.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm not used to seeing it with my eyes all the time. I mean, I've had it go on and off, but as the ability strengthens, I'm just like, oh, that's interesting to be able to actually watch like bits of information flying, one way and then cutting and arcing back.
Yeah. So the technology and the reach that the technology provides for us, right? Like computers are alchemy, right? Like they're electrifying precious minerals in order to create wave generation. It's a frequency that's keyed into visual stimuli based on electrical conduits of vibration, right? Like it's magic, technically.
Yeah.
So if we're channeling things, we're doing magic, it will the whole thing. Like that's fantastic. Like you can see the separation between the waves as it goes. Like that's neat.
Right? Life is very strange. I really like the way that we're running into a time where tech and natural resources are coming to kind of grounds together. What I mean by natural resources is a more homeopathic way of distributing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like blending the two, blending the. For example, I had a dream when I was a kid that actually, believe it or not, fucking Elon Musk ended up talking about wanting to do, which was kind of insane if you think about it.
Interesting. What was that?
Well, it was when I was a kid, I would dream walk and I wouldn't know what I was doing. I just thought I had really weird, vivid fucking dreams. I didn't realize I was opening fucking portals by dreaming so fucking hard that I was blinking into other fucking dimensions and shit. And so this one was that I was walking, but I couldn't see my body. So the dream was first person. And it was interesting because the different realms that I would go to were all types of different angles. You know what I mean? Like some of them I would be able to see my body. Some of them it was like I was panned out and viewing it from like a camera lens type perspective. So the fluidity of consciousness from these multi dimensional perspectives is very interesting. But anyway, I'm able to see my landscape, and everything is like neon. Like it literally looks like somebody just fucking was filming a brand new MGMT video. Okay, it was trippy, it was psychedelic as shit, it was very interesting, very earth cult type thing.
Okay.
And the neon that was from the trees was phosphorescent. Okay, so it had been imbued. Now, check this out. This is actually two prophetic things that I didn't realize. Because there are people who are talking about making phosphorescent plants. There are awesome scientists right now that are independent that used to work for, matter of fact, Vice did a special on it, that used to work for the government. They're talking about impacting the world by taking certain plants and infusing them with the solution that's made from a certain type of algae, right? It wouldn't hurt the plant, but it would make it bioluminescent. Now, these trees in this dream were all aglow, and I'm walking down the sidewalks and whatnot. It's losing the capability to talk. Walking down the sidewalks, and as I'm looking at the trees, though, I'm noticing that they're embedded with technology. And in the dream, I'm able to see, just like we were talking about, I could physically see the light pulsing from the computer. I'm able to physically see in the dream with my own avatar's eyes the waves that are pulsing out of these trees. Now, this is some years before Wi-Fi was even made. I was like, actually, I lied. I think I was literally just old enough, because if I remember correctly, I was, how old when that shit came out? 14? 14 when actual like Wi-Fi started to be what it is today.
Okay.
And we moved on from broadband. I was seeing the waves coming out of the trees. Now, Elon Musk, how he ties in is he said, and I quote, "I want to take all the trees and equip them to have Wi-Fi." And people were laughing at this, and I'm like, "No, you idiots don't understand. I dreamt about that shit. It's possible. Like, all it is accruing the resources and the wealth, and then doing the fucking thing. You know, crowdsource that bitch into reality."
Right. There's a book by Orson Scott Card, the Ender's Game series.
I'm familiar.
In that, they talk about druid magic works out to be the same thing. Soul resonance within the tree. Like you die, you get buried in the tree, your soul transfers to the tree. Right, the tree becomes the genetic carrier of that spirit, that behavior, that energy that can be released through various means of getting it out into the world.
Right.
So that is a foundation on which ancient magic has always understood the trees to exist. Well, in that, they go so far as to saying that the trees on one world can connect to a hive mind that connects to other trees on other habitable worlds of the same type. So it is a interdimensional, like, not just, it's interplanetary network of trees.
Yeah.
And if you can do that with trees, like if the trees are already doing it, or like that becomes viable, then this conversation that you have literally becomes, you can step into a tree on one planet and come out of the same tree on another.
No, that makes 100% absolute sense, because if you think about the vitality that they project into the local economy. I mean, think about it, right?
Yeah.
Or not economy, I'm sorry, ecology, wrong word. If you think about what they're projecting out, they're connected and interconnected into the very bones of the earth.
Right.
Okay? They drink from the earth. They obtain their nutrients from the earth. If you figure that that's taking from that polarity as your body, right? From a terrestrial level, I'm just keeping it terrestrial right now. From a terrestrial plane, as your body is disintegrating and going back into the ground, biodegrading, you can't tell me that that energy can't be redirected back towards those trees and experienced and then projected elsewhere, because they also help to produce wind currents. So, I mean, they serve a practical function in one way as well as in another. Energetically speaking, you could have a multidimensional ladder and just use those to paint and arc your spirit and eventually your physical form up into different layers of existence, you know, ad infinitum.
The Lunantisci in the Celtic Faith in Celtic in Irish counties book by Fields from the 1900s, when the blackthorn meets the whitethorn is where you get the gateway to them.
Huh.
Yeah, it is literally the hawthorn tree, the blackthorn tree, when the shadows and the roots and the intermediary, the vibrations between opens the pathway to the other world to get the Fae to come through. Like, if they are aliens, they live on another dimension, live on a different plane. Like, that is literally how our ancestors understood Fae travel between the dimensions, through the gateways of stones, through the pathways of light to light stones. Like, there is one of the oldest shrines in Thebes. It is a stone gateway and an olive tree. Like, it's a druid tree. Like, what? Like, it's an oak. I think it's actually an oak tree. Like, it.
Oh wow.
Like, you can sit by the oak tree, and the god was supposed to hear you.
I love that so much.
And that's 3,000-year-old magic. Like, older than modern technology, but it's the same principle.
Mm.
So there is no way that what you just said cannot be made to happen.
I know it. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, it's just a matter of time before someone comes up with the actual like physical material conduit between those.
What's to say we can't build the community we're building and have that as a research division?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Hey, I mean, assess the skill level, you know, put them out there and see what they come up with. Because somebody who's hungry for it's not going to stop. That's a devotion of life's work right there. It's an interest in them.
It's the same way that, you know, you could transfer the Wi-Fi capabilities. You know, it's like, I hate cell phones and all that. I hate how connected everything is. Because if you can stop with all that, the projection of these waves onto the body, right? You realize how much space our brains pick up when you start having those random thoughts of like, oh, this product placement jingle just popped up into my fucking head because your brain picked up on one of the waves that was getting transmitted to the TV over there, and you heard the jingle in your head before it aired on the TV. Like, you're being used as a conduit anyway.
Yeah.
Like, that's happening. So balancing that between like life form wave patterns and usable, like an organic network of like, or organic computer where the computer is alive and it's doing its own thing and you just input it and it can do its thing without having to have like the negative effects on nature to create the power for it, to rape the earth for its minerals, to do all of these things, like, should be viable soon.
Right. Well, and that's what's crazy about it too, is all you're doing is admitting that the mediary form, the conduit between, which it is important, don't get me wrong, it's important because this serves as a huge research phase in development in humanity right now, this piece of machinery that we're working on. However, if you also consider the implications that if you do what you just said and you get rid of that, you know, binary, you're just left with the raw code right there, and you're able to tap into that because you're connected to that mainframe and able to
and then it goes one step further back into, I'm staring at a crystal ball, your face is in a crystal ball, and we're having this conversation through a crystal ball and psychic connection.
Yeah.
And we have eliminated the intermediary. We have eliminated the other viewers in the intermediary. We have eliminated the Wi-Fi network. We have eliminated all of those things. And so when witches gather using technology like this, it's an insight into the world we're already aware of.
Yeah.
It's like, yay, technology is witchcraft. Like, The fun fact is that y'all get to spy. You get the viewers of our videos get to be the scryers in that conversation when they were sipping tea, and they're like, "What the fuck do you want?" Like,
Right. That's all it is. It's so weird how it breaks down like that, isn't it?
I
Like,
love it.
right? But in some kind of like maddening way, it almost seems like it's a natural chain of events. It's a conclusion that's arrived at itself before it's even aware that it's actually being concluded. It's not an open-ended statement.
No,
The pitch is the sentence. We're doing this. Okay, it's already, well, okay, yeah, we're fumbling over the next, so we didn't need a, okay, right, and I'm catching myself up as I dialogue and running across the train. Okay, yeah.
Yep. And now we're all caught up, and now we can do something new with it. And so, what is the next logical progression from this? Like, do we build the White City, or what do we do? Like,
Yeah.
like neurological interface. Like, let's get those implants going. Like, fucking the band Starset has music videos. Like, if you haven't watched that, Starset Trials. Like, that music video to shit I have dreamed of, felt like one-to-one, like my body has experienced what those people were conveying in their music videos.
No, I 100% understand what you're saying. It's almost like as you sharpen the mind body's neural capabilities with that clairsentience, that you're able to perceive in the picture before it happens. You're sending it back through space. So kind of similar to what we just did,
Yes.
you know, in a weird way.
Yeah.
It's very, very peculiar to see this shit happen.
And what's nice about this long form conversation that we have, especially for the people that have been watching us, which we probably should wrap up soon, at least the public version of it, so that we actually do get viewers on it. But this long form conversation has gone through introduction of psychic principle, introduction of complicated ritual theory without gatekeeping, introduction of application and scenario based on experiential method, integration with technology, and the reintroduction of magical principles as a reinforcement of technology and all of the experiential shit that we've gone through to reinforce the need for doing it.
Are you trying to implicate or infer that we just wrote an entire book in a matter of 2 hours?
4.5, my friend.
It's been really good. God, it doesn't feel like that. Oh, shiza.
In flow state, time stops.
Yeah, right. I love it. It
Yeah.
really is the best
If
drug.
we got the like, I'm drinking water today, man. Like, I haven't even busted out the wine yet. Like, shit, man. Like,
The best mental laxative known to man.
water. Yeah. No,
Wine is just spicy water. Come on now.
it really is. Oh, dude, I put the mulling spices in it last night, and it's in the refrigerator, so it's like it's gonna be mulled wine. Like, it's fantastic.
Ah!
So yes, it really will be spicy water. But yeah, man, like this shit is like seriously like everything we've experienced and everything we're talking about meshing with modern technology. It's not separate. Like, these two need to go hand in hand, especially moving forward. Like, technologically, spiritually, whatever. It's like they are not separate. Like, that we need technology, but we need to be able to do the psionic inclusion of the spirit back into it. We need to do the alchemy of it, the inclusion of spirit into science. Because we have science, we have magic, and we have spiritualism, but we don't have them as one.
Yeah.
Like
the it seems like the mechanistic version, the actual like total, I don't want to say totalitarian, that's the wrong word to use. The universal principle of lead to gold has not been fully recognized, so it would seem, because it's not been put into actual practice, like you and I are discussing with what you just said.
right.
If it had occurred on a universal level, I don't think that there would be really anything left for this dimension, which seems to be the whole purpose of the greater working of, you know, bringing and uniting those principles together, as above, so below.
Yeah, but like for me, the as above, so below principle just for me means I want to take all of my jars that conjure up all the different celestial energies that are affixed to this planet And I want to replicate that ritual on another planet with the same jars, and I want to make new jars based on that planet.
Right. That way you're cross pollinating, like you use the term.
Exactly. And it allows for so like if Mars was ever inhabited by life, right, when it had water on it, whatever it was, it isn't anymore. Whatever our planet is, when the dinosaurs were here, when Pangea was one singular continent, it no longer is. So if we're digging out fossils and I put one of those fossils, or I do my work in a primitive cave where our ancestors did it 10,000 years ago, with the same magic that I'm doing here, what I'm talking about, it shifts the environment. Like when I was fascinated by opening up gates through time, and the requirement that I found to be the constant is that the environment can be unchanging. The environment itself has to have been unchanged for X amount of years that you're trying to fold space around. Because if you can compress time and space around whatever it is you are, that space becomes a gateway, and you just step through into the non-squishy part. Like you just through, like stepping from one bathtub into another.
That's an interesting way to point it.
Well, it's like the alchemical baths, right? Like you remove one aspect of nature, you create a cleansing thing that goes into the other bath, it removes another thing, and so forth, you're left with the pure whatever it is at the end. And so you do that, and that's why I really like the drawings in the Voynich manuscript. Like I have a facsimile copy of it. It's fucking expensive. Talk about an occult text. That thing, if you're not familiar with it, there is no known translation of it. It is a mystery. Like they don't know what it means. At all. But it looks like it's from the goddamn fairy planes. Like it looks like shit I've seen in dreams.
Yeah.
Like it's got the concept of like these plants are ginormous or they're weird or they're spiny or they're whatever, and it's giving you recipes and it's giving you all these things, right? But it doesn't
about like the Voynich.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the idea is that we can take stuff from there, write it here, and make it useful.
Yeah.
So it's the translation of that kind of material into actual English so it can be used. Like that's my goal, is to be able to transcribe our astral script, our barbarous words that we say, because words and sounds are all correspondence to planetary energies and time and all that stuff in motion. So when we create the vibration of it, we are projecting the planet. We are projecting that hard and soft sound of the spirit. Like we are creating that when we speak.
Sure.
And so writing that, translating that, having the body and the physical universe from which to pull and include those. You know, I don't so much about turning lead into gold as I want to see what happens when I use lead to be as gold. Like I want it to stay what it is, but I want to use it like the function of gold. Like I want to know what it can do under that condition. What is required to make that function as it is?
Right.
Like which dimension does that need to be in, and how do I get to that dimension?
Exactly, because then you can just put and switch them around, and there you go.
Exactly.
Well, and you know that's what's funny too is, not to get back on the whole Crowley bent, but he mentions that in one of his prophecies. He said people will figure that out. You know, in a very short coming time, that they will figure out how to literally peel back the onion, so to speak, and as it were, turn lead to gold. And a lot of people try to explain that away, and they're like, oh, he's talking in metaphors, he's talking about the soul. And I'm like, well, you can infer all you want, but it doesn't say that in the text. Like, I'm pretty sure he's talking about on a physical level.
Yeah, like if I could just like crank a machine and have it suck all of those extra atoms out from lead and it becomes gold, where do those atoms go? They go into my machine. Like, hello, replicator technology. Hello. I want to have a cheeseburger. I want to have like a Romulan like surprise, like whatever it is. Like I want that technology. Like I want that technology. Press of a button, whatever you want, just manifest in a little box. 3D printer.
Hold up, we're not going to go that far past what you just said, because I have to make sure that my ears didn't deceive me. Did you say a Romulan surprise?
I did. It's a Romulan surprise.
Oh, that was great. Humor is much needed,
It is, because this shit should be fun. Like, if it isn't fun, why do it?
right?
You know, it's
See,
like,
that's the hard thing with non-magical muggle thinking is you get locked into this thing that says, and I've been having fun ripping words apart and getting down to the basis, because the world behind that is excruciatingly clever, right? And it's not at all what it seems. It's very Mayan. For example, the word job. Those people use it in such a Slavish way that I hear. They don't. The word means wheelhouse. For you and I, for people like you and I, that brings very intricate implications, because it refers to the fucking revolutions of the heavens. And so all these people who are knocking astrology and astronomy and shit can fuck off, because you have whole words that are based around these patterns and systems. It's like, and so many people just, you know, exclude and excuse it. It's like, no, you guys don't understand what you're saying. Like, you're saying, oh, well, you know, the traditional meaning doesn't bear any merit because words change so much over time. And I'm like, yes, but it's the progress, right? The progress. If you could, you're talking about getting down to the very nicety of what makes the word a word, right? You're talking about viewing the word from an anatomical function, because you're wanting to talk about the root vowel of the word. That shows a mastery over it. But I'm also getting at the history, the compiled amount of space and time manipulation over the events that occurred in that word, which is just merely a geometric housing and casing for all of the things that I just said. When you get into that at a very finite microcosmic level, and that compare that to the ramifications of the macrocosm, it's staggering, because it literally is a window into time that your physical body has not known, you know,
right.
but yet can conceive of, apparently.
So these are what those letters channel.
You know, I'm going to make an interesting study of this.
Please do. This took the bulk of the years of my studies to find. The book, The Black Magic of the Shah Hamem Farash, by the fellow that wrote for the Aeon Sophia Company, was kind enough to divide out the names of God.
Huh. This is all fascinating. I'm definitely going to have to incorporate this stuff.
This is the Latin characters and their original meanings. What I'm about to send you right now is the original or plants. So that we were talking about plant combinations earlier.
Right.
This is how you can do that in plant alchemy, by creating the plants in the planetary, the earth, the air, the fire, the water, for each one of those to get very myopic in your spirit conjuration.
Oh, hell yeah.
You can literally do whatever you need to with these. And then these are the planetary relationships to the astrological that I've got on the side there.
It's a compendium of knowledge.
Yes, sir. Because, like, I back up my shit with, like, you want the ingredient blends? Here's your ingredient blends. Like, you were talking about the Kabbalah earlier.
Yeah.
So there is a really great book, the Magical Herbs or Magical Formulary for Potions and Perfumery.
Ah.
So in it has the original ingredients for those. And then I went through and did their secondary and tertiary combinations. So let's be nerds and share some nerddom.
Yes.
So let's be nerds. Let's be nerds. We're not going to get into the runic ingredient list. We're looking for the planet of each within each. Mind my notes, because why not? Here is the planets, the heavens, and the hell. Each is made on the square of the planet. So this took a long time to source this information. These are, I told you, the hard sounds, the vowel sounds of the letters and the planets.
Yes.
This is what I was referring to.
Okay. Huh, now that one's really interesting.
And these are Coptic and Hebrew in Latin characters. And then here is to further Latin and Coptic, or Coptic and Hebrew again. So you can create names of spirits. You can go back through. And what's really fun about things like the barbarous names in the Simon Necronomicon is if you go back through and you match these letters to the name of the spirit, specifically in Simon's book, I tested this with most of them, those are ingredients, and the planetary correspondence of those letters makes up the property described in what that spirit is responsible for.
That's insanely interesting.
So, like, that's how I do. I told you I make the spirit of Jupiter and stuff, like the hard sounds and the soft sounds of that. The Simon Necronomicon follows that same method of creation of spirits.
Yeah.
So you can get the herb, you can get the planet, you can get the where it comes from, what it's made out of, how to make it, and what you can mix with it in order to be able to get that effect. You can change the effect by if you use the fire, water, earth, or air aspect of that planet that you've conjured forth. So you can get 4 states in one. And those are the charts by which you can do that.
A compendium.
And it's only 5-6 images?
Yeah, seriously. After how many years of work?
20. 20.
But hey, it's a labor of love.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, to be able to have this conversation with you tonight and just like give you information in like 4 or 5 images to compress 20 years of work of research so that you have all of what you need to go here, go forth, my friend, and play. Like, you now can do that. Like, the only thing that you're missing is the 9 planetary fucking squares for the 9 with 9. So hang on, let me send those to you. Why not round it out?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you know you know magic squares, right?
Yes.
You're yeah, like, magic squares are mostly wrong. The reason why I say they're mostly wrong is because they deal with finite capacities of possibility. And they stop at certain points. Sending it to you. So I just sent you. We'll do share screen again real quick. So we'll go through this. Media viewer. We'll do share. There is the 10 by 10 square of the magic square of the Earth. Everything adds up to 1. So 1 through 9. This is how you get to 1. Is you can use the 10 by 10. You can also do those. I have the full chart where it's the numbers 1 through 100 in the 10 by 10 square in different parts so that every line adds up to be 505 so that it's the perfect magic square for the conjuration of anything on Earth.
Yeah.
But this is the reduction of those numbers per line per column, so you don't have to go through 1 through 100. This is the reduced form.
Wow. I'm literally seeing like spirals out of that. That's interesting.
Here is the map used for base creation using the 1 through 9. And then the point of reflection. So if you're going to be talking about the mirror planes or the mirror dimensions,
Right.
as we are on Earth in the center, we ascend to heaven. There is a point of reflection between life and death where it inverts, and then that which is life then becomes death, and then goes back to the one. Right. Well,
Right.
the mirror plane and the inversion of that is the life and time, and then there's the chaos again, where it just depends on what it is you're conjuring from.
Mm.
So,
I get you. So they flip.
yeah. So
Depending on
that whole Adam and Eve principle that you were talking about, as it inverts and goes upwards.
Yeah.
This is my version of that.
Okay. That's very interesting.
Let's see here.
Because it looks like you've got the pillars on the outside, and then it kind of like has the extra dimension on the inside.
Yeah, that's this one.
Ah,
So when you're actually using it, that's more of what it looks like.
gotcha. From that dimensional like perspective.
Yeah. So if you don't want to like break your brain,
Might be a nice component to add to.
you know, and people think I'm nuts.
It's like, no, wait until you've actually like done some of this. You'll see. You'll see.
I drew it out in 3D render. So there's the pillar, there's the pyramids, there's the above and the below, and then there's the horizontal earth plane in the center.
There's an interesting thing that I wish to be noted. There's this type of spirit energy that I've encountered, which has a connection, I believe, to inner earth. At least it feels like it does anyway. And I wanted to get your, idea on if you know what this is or not. It has 3 faces and literally is like a column in the earth. So I was wondering if that was not a pictorial rendering, like very much like you just mentioned, that whole Adam and Eve viewing of duality spiraling up to the point of, singularity and popping back out the other side. I was wondering if that wasn't part of that whole Taurus field that was showing itself as a particular type of energetic frequency through a multi-face looking pillar.
Short answer is a pyramid. External sources of my own work, if you want, I'll share with that also. So how familiar are you with the trilogies by Mark Allen Smith?
I'm briefly acquainted. I've read parts of the Red King and also a little tiny bit out of the Queen of Hell.
Okay, so there be the nine pillars, an opening from the from the King of Hell, right? Each one is a face, right?
Hmm.
This is in Mark Allen Smith's book. This is in my work to open up the thing. It's the two pyramids inside that move and rotate. They spin counterclockwise and clockwise, and again, they overlap.
Gotcha.
So it creates the Trud's foot, the Judaic up and down spiral.
The Mercado.
Thank you. Yes. And it works in the different ways. So as far as the singular pillar, there is a thing called a tower. Once you embrace the masculine and the feminine, they seek to become dual, and you become the tower, and then you are the tower. That is your soul pillar between your heaven and your hell, or your heaven and your earth, and whatever plane you're existing on is you are the body for that particular plane for that particular individual. So like the fixed pillars of creation are the fixed individuals, divine thought, whatever you want, manifest on that plane through that person in that moment.
That makes sense.
So
That makes sense as to why I saw that.
So whenever you incarnate, like the law of incarnation, it is through that pillar of your soul oomph lined up and through the body that it manifested.
Hmm.
I have a drawing. Let's see if I can find it. Where are you? You are the oldest notebook that I have. So I'm going to go find it real quick. This literally will be the oldest notebook I've got if I can find it relatively easily. If not, this is going to be a pain in the ass, and I'll have to go hunting for it later. But it's exactly what we just talked about. It's the drawing that I had for the first time I saw that. Design, like with what you just mentioned.
This ought to be interesting.
So many books, so many spells, so many so many hydras. All right, you're not in that pile. You're not that one. Under that? No. Oh, no. All right. Yeah. It won't be fine. It's not the oldest. It's one of the. It'd be one of them. Yeah, the Tower of Art. Here's my notes for it. Short form. And the conjuration to boot. So it's even more complete than my notes.
Shit. Oh wow.
Come on, you fucking camera phone. Aim the camera. You can do it. You can do it.
Oh well then.
No, I can't. Not with her. You. Boom. There. And so here we go. Let's get a little more over. There we go. So different states.
I really enjoy that.
The elemental, the celestial, the temporal, and the primordial. And then there's your invocation for it.
Now, let me ask you this. What are the different modes of operating said method as it differs between yours and Mark's work?
Mine came first. This I was giving out as free copies on the internet back in 2009.
Gotcha.
Like, I have no idea about Mark's work. Like, I've tried to read through it. It sounds fucking nuts. Like, the whole idea of the Atlantean gods being fucking, like, Lucifer, Belial, or and Hecate as the three progenitors that survived the fall of Atlantis. Like, how the fuck do I know that? Yeah, the very next page is the spell of the Rite of Transformation in my little like cheat sheet book here. I shit you not, like that is the page that was right next to it. And so these are the missing parts for the Rite of Transformation that you had not had.
Ah,
So
that'll come in handy.
yeah, I hope so. Happy solstice. Happy solstice. So as I got weird, so on the same day I helped somebody else become weird.
Fuck yes.
You want a spell to open the way?
Might as well.
We're going there.
Uh-oh.
Fuck sticks. I really wish that this thing would behave better as far as like zoom and whatnot. So here we go again. Share the screen. We say share. We say this. We say that. We zoom in. Conjurations of gates. Conjurations of the elemental seals.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So that should hopefully make your hair stand up on it. If it doesn't, I fucked up somewhere.
Oh my, this is going to be all the fun. Oh.
Yeah. So this is more information. This I told you about the ascension shit, right?
I do believe so.
The elemental connections. This is the notes for that from back then.
Okay.
The Tower of Art is mentioned. The gate between become aligned with the body and becomes able to the union potential, the pillar of the world sphere that connects the source of all things and the physical plane.
The most practical working I can think for grounding out. This is going to be crucial for sure, because I want to, especially if following the ritual out in the whole, I'm going to probably end up having to work it inside and out a few times before I really get an idea of how that different frequency is activated.
These are the gate conjurations to do that. In English and Sumerian.
Oh shit.
And so, like, by changing the color, like these would be for the ones for fire, for the elemental seals, depending on what you have in front. The masculine and the feminine, depending on which position those things are in.
So essentially, you're just going toward that point on the gate and evoking it or invoking it from there.
Right. And so you can choose which if you're going to, depending on which pillar you go through, depending on which gate you go through, depending on which state the gate is in, depends on where the gate opens up.
Right.
So
Huh.
there's that. So that way, so this way, when you travel, you have the means by which you can travel. So you have the means of opening. Yeah, it's also really fucked up. What you can do too is once you get a really good handle on this technique, you can use this to pull and modify the living spirits of people.
Ah,
So you
so you're talking about like possession of a different type of level.
I'm talking about being able to pull a demon out of their subconscious and make them possessed by it, and then rend their soul so they become that thing.
That's pretty intense. I love it.
I've been such a bastard in my life. Such a bastard. There's you want to get into the inner mind of somebody. And there's this spell by which you can do that.
Hmm.
Let's see. Nesting consciousness, opening consciousness, sending the consciousness, modifying. Yeah, I talked about the devourment spells and shit. That's in here. Creating realms. I'll give you that. Oh, balls. Glossy paper is terrible. Great in candlelight. Crap. Trying to share that information.
Right.
You can also create familiars. Do you do that
shit.
yet?
Huh?
Do you create your own entities yet?
I've had a couple of thought form projections, a couple of golems that I've used, but not anything too wild.
So here is how you create them, a conjuration by which you can do so, and how you can mount them in a possession.
Oh, the mounting bit is interesting.
Yeah, just don't get led away by thinking that it's your god. I had that happen a couple of times to people. They're like, I made this thing, now it's my god. Yeah. I told you. Told you about Lucas, right? Like, that's not good.
I love how that's actually in bold at the very bottom. That's great.
Yeah. Don't do that.
For good reason. It is actually quite easy to become obsessed with them. That's why I had made parameters around my last one. I told it and I specified that it would only come to me in, threat of being dissipated because it was for guarding the house.
Yeah.
And the little bastard did exactly what I had asked. I had used a few pieces of cat's tail fur. I'd used a fire candle and made a hellcat.
Nice.
Right? Damn thing worked too until it didn't. It was like, hey, you might want to go back home and check because me out. That zapped my energy, and then I just felt a wave come back over me as my initial energy merged back with me.
Yeah.
And I went back to the house, and my ex was in a very compromised position. She tried to kill herself, so the energy rebounded apparently.
Well, you said outside the house, not inside the house.
Exactly, and it did. I had several people turn away. I think it was a backlash from the from the actual animal itself, honestly, because it wasn't found properly. I should have probably kept the fucking material bases buried somewhere on the back property rather than inside of the house. Lesson learned.
Yeah, that works. That'll do it.
I was like, hey, like it worked. At least nobody died. It was a near fatality, but not an actual fatality.
You know, that's important. Near death is not death. People often forget that. Like, did you die? No. Good. It worked.
Right.
Alrighty. So let's try not to kill you. Don't die. Is my warnings for these. All right, so this is the familiar husbandry thing. This is what I said. You can fold it outside of space-time. If you do it and it's sentient while it's outside of space-time, it goes insane. Do it before you give it life.
Huh.
Here are some gateways that you can create to the celestial and infernal realms, depending on which way you paint the gate. Here's some, if you're going to use metals, here are some ideas for you for what I've used for binding, for summoning, for creation, and for gate travel. And then there's an actual image of a gate conjuration. You would put the sigil up in the thing in the top, you would put each of the supplemental things inside of it, and your gate opens in the center.
Gotcha. So it's filtering in the center. That's really creation, binding, gates.
Yeah. So that way it stabilizes. And so that way what you're using is actual, like, it shouldn't kill you, but it might. Just saying, like, just don't die. Like,
there's always the possibility, eh?
you know, this is one of the few times I do channeled art. This is the only thing I've actually ever kept from that.
Really?
So yeah, that last piece, this one.
Oh, okay.
So when I say the space in the center, like that which is above, that which is below, like those rings are specific. They change based on the element. So you can if you use that as an alchemical image, you can use that to change shit around.
The old transmutation.
Yeah. Do you need a binding spell for crap?
That would be excellent.
Yeah, sure.
That's actually, believe it or not, I have a harder time. Wow, that's actually pretty. Holy shit. Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Rings within rings. Okay, yeah, we gotta get away from that one. Angelica, Wolfsbane, Star Annie, Mugwort, Mandrake, Damiana, Burdock, Tobacco, Sage.
Into this vessel I hold at hand, removed from this land. By the black mirror and the waters of death, I bind into this vessel the soul of this flesh, by the blood of within, and be bound within the eternal chains. Sealed within this void, madness, fear, and death entwine your soul, your essence here. I claim, I now contain. Right? You stuff it with all the things inside. This is if you're doing naughty things.
Yep.
Rewrite that last one by whatever you're sealing it with, but you're sealing it in the void, and you actually do want to contain it by its worst fears, because that's the thing that'll keep it in the box. When you stick it in a box like that, it won't be pissed when you let it out. So, yeah, it gonna be pissed. Here's some sigils.
That is going to be a very interesting one to try. Oh, what have we here?
How to summon it out? And here is an example of one of those spirit traps that was actually used. Like that had a critter in it. I turned that critter into something else that was like my friend. But that's an example of creating a spirit trap.
I'm just gonna transmute this right quick.
I did in front of a whole room of people, and a paranormal investigation team that caught that shit on video. Right.
Now, if you have something linked that you link, right?
Yeah.
To say another person or something like that, could you take a piece of their essence and effectively exercise that energy by just transmuting it and saying, okay, you're no longer thing A, you're thing Z?
Correct.
Ah,
Which is what I was telling you about. You can make them like possessed or depossessed by the things inside them. Here's a spell to do that. So this one here will divide you by the 9 worlds, or the 9 souls that are inside the body.
I was about to say, I thought I was looking at runes on here, but I couldn't quite tell.
The runes were earlier. This is Egyptian. And those are the alchemical for Azoth, silver, and gold, which are the 3 states of the body.
So that's essentially the same thing, but more of an Egyptian model.
Yeah, and then here's the spell by which you do that. Complete with this is the full exorcism for being able to pull this off. So that thing you just mentioned, this is how I do it. And have done it several times. And the full evocation. It's a long one, but it works.
Oh yeah, that's the important part, right?
Yeah. So I don't care how long this shit is, it works. This is a fucked up one. If you know the state of death and birth of something, you can conjure it into a circle and you can ask it questions.
Hmm.
Or you can just use this and just summon the shit out of the graves, out of the earth, wherever the fuck you've got something that you need to bring forth. You can do that with this. Ooh, not happy with that. Not gonna have that.
Fucking brilliant. All drawn in red ink too.
That is blooded ink.
I kind of figured
Yeah.
it's a very, very great way to do it.
Yeah. So
A couple splashes inside of some red ink, and
no.
you're good to go.
Exactly. And so for everybody that doesn't know what these are, yeah, that's the summoning for any general spirit. This is the summons for a particular place of life and death. So you've got the city crossed where they died, or so, where they were born. The vertical and horizontal crosses are where they died. So that's where the final resting place is. That's where they left the world. So you're recalling them from where they came into the world, where they died in the world, and you're making the 8-way cross as this is the gateway through which you're conjured. Come forth into my portal. And if they ever lived and died, and like you could use this on Kongming, like straight out, like any figure in history, technically, you can use this for.
The implications.
I mean, creating realms, summoning up all the souls, moving into different worlds, like
Transmigration of entire realities.
Has been done. That was an oops. I was pissed. That yeah, that was a big one. That was a mighty big fuck up. So yeah, there's some spells for you. Here is the foundation methods of creating the union for each of the 4 elements. So this is where it starts. So from those you can go into other things.
Okay.
So you start with the elemental base. You start with the elemental base simply because every planet has something that's fiery, something that's watery, something that's earthy, something that's airy.
Right.
And that's just that doesn't mean it's oxygen that we can breathe. It just means that it's the space between space and it's dirt.
Yeah.
So that's why it's really funny. Like, you don't want to soul project with your human body onto Venus. You want to spirit project onto Venus and make a soul body that can adapt to that climate.
Right. Or else you're pretty fucked.
Correct. Like,
It's
yeah.
so interesting how they all do blend.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the elements.
Oh yeah. It's fantastic. Here is, yeah, this be a really awesome gate that I've used. And I actually have an array that I use for pretty much everything. But this is the mechanics behind it. So if you ever see me pull out the array that looks like this, here's the mechanics structure behind it.
Oh shit. That's a very interesting one. Wow. I'm getting multi-dimensional tiles. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. It opens up 4 planes, 5 planes at once. Yeah, just don't explode your soul with this. Like, get yourself to rejuvenate.
Piece at a time.
Piece at a time, or do it all at once. Like, be plucky, but imbibe the ingredients all at once.
Sacred 7. Fuck it. See what happens.
For all 4 different planes, and for all the 7 planets, and for the astrological components of each of the 4 doors. So like, there's the human door corresponds to Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. The earth door corresponds to Aries, Scorpio, and Leo. The heaven door corresponds to Virgo, Taurus, and Sagittarius. And ghost door is Cancer, Pisces, and the other one. Like, I can't think. My brain is done. It's just stick a fork in me, done.
I hear you. I mean, we have been at it for a few hours.
Yes. Yes, we have. So I thank you for your time. And I'm going to stop the stream in Facebook because, like, yeah, no, I'm done.
Likewise, good sir.
So I will chat with you later, my friend.
All right. It's been a pleasure.
Have a happy solstice.